first stages of their relationship and their sexual encounters together. Elaborating on why she felt it was so difficult to refuse Combs's demands, Cassie reiterated her fears of violence and blackmail videos from freakoffs being disseminated on the internet. Sean is a really polarizing person, also really charming, Cassie said. It's hard to really be able to decide in that moment what you need when he's telling you what he wants. I just didn't know. I didn't know what could happen or would happen. After touching on the violence and freak-offs as well that are central to the federal charges, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson returned to eliciting biographical and historical information about Cassie, including when she first signed to Bad Boy Records in early 2006. She said her interactions with Combs, who owned the label, were platonic at first, but then he kissed her during her 21st birthday trip to Las Vegas in the bathroom of his hotel suite. I was just really confused at the time, she said, and I was very young. After the Las Vegas trip, Cassie said, she was invited by Combs to hotels in New York where they talk about music projects and albums. When Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson asked what else happened at hotels, Cassie took a deep breath and said she was introduced to the idea of oral sex at the hotels. Cassie also noted that Combs is 17 years older than her and that she was sexually inexperienced when they first got together. She said she eventually had sex with Combs on a boat during a trip to Miami. She said she had wine in the afternoon, and then Combs introduced her to ecstasy for the first time. After that, she said she felt closer to the rapper and producer, started spending more time with him, and thought at the time that they were in a monogamous relationship. In hindsight, she said, she knows that wasn't the case. Asked why, she responded, Sean Combs had many, many girlfriends. As Cassie testified, the prosecution introduced photos of her and Combs at events in the mid-2000s. The numerous photographs included a photograph of the boat in Miami where they had sex on. Another photograph depicted the fledgling couple at a strip club in New York on Halloween in 2007, shortly after the trip to Miami. Another picture showed them in the back of a car at the beginning of their relationship with Combs' arm wrapped around her. I was just enamored by him. We were just having a good time. It was really fun at this point, she said. Cassie noted that early on in the relationship, they weren't public about it. She said Combs had expressed concerns about perceptions, given that his company was also producing her music. At particularly emotional points during this testimony, she has dabbed her eyes with tissues. She also said over time, Cassie has testified Combs had become increasingly controlling and sometimes was violent as well. She said Combs would get abusive over the smallest perceived slights if she wasn't smiling at him the way he wanted, or if he thought she was acting like a brat. You make the wrong face, and the next thing I know, I was getting hit in the face, she said. Cassie said that if she didn't respond to his calls right away, there would be incessant calls until she did, and Combs' staff, including security workers, would join in the pursuit. Jealousy was cited during opening statements just yesterday as a source of much of the conflict between Combs and Cassie. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson elicited from Cassie that she and Combs were seeing other people at times. In the beginning, Cassie said she was insanely jealous. She said that resulted from being super young. I didn't get that he was him. As he would say, I'm Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy has many rules, like the company of women, she recalls. She said at the time, as time passed, she came to believe more often than not that they were in a monogamous relationship. He expected that of me, so I assumed it was the same. She said Combs told her, I'm not dealing with anyone else, it's just us. We are now being told more information, including she noted that the rap star paid her rent at apartments close to his residences in New York and later Los Angeles, and had his own set of keys and made a lot of unannounced visits. We're live for you on Live Now from Fox. The lunch break is now over. Cassie is back on the stand. So we are just getting this information to you. We wanted to bring that back. Court back in session, according to court reporters. Cassie Ventura is back on the witness stand now with a long coat on. The judge asked if she was a bit cold. Ventura did not, and the judge said that they would try to do something about the temperature inside of the courtroom. Also, throughout the start of Cassie Ventura's testimony, which is about to resume, family and other supporters for Sean Combs showed little reaction to some of the more sensitive things she testified about. Several times, Combs' late ex-girlfriend, Kim Porter, was mentioned by a witness. Some of the adult children Porter shared with Combs were in the room and remained dispassionate. So again, we are here with you on Live Now from Fox, just waiting some more early testimony remarks from Cassie, and we will present that to you and bring that back to you worldwide on Live Now from Fox. Stand by.
Okay, while he does that, I can tell you that Cassie's back on the stand, and the AUSA asks, "Who was your manager at Bad Boy Records?" And she says, "James Cruz." The AUSA asks, "What did he tell you?" And she said that he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back. He had to check everything with Sean. Let me see if there's anything else. Okay. Checking for updates. Okay. Then he says, I don't know how I jumped to about some fingernails, but it says, how did he like your nails? She says, white French tip. Hair. She says, I shaved my head in 2009. Your body. He told me to work out. Prepare for a freakoff. How did you feel about his comments? It varied. Okay, he's not back yet. She's asked, what did Sean pay for? She said, cars. Did he give you cash? She says, yes, but he would take things away depending on how he felt. What else would he take away? She says, my self-confidence. Who would take things away? She says, staff. Let me see if we have anything else for context. Here's a little recap from earlier. I'll drop it in the chat. Okay, he's back.
All in real time. But I just want to check in with everyone and say I appreciate all our viewers continuing to watch with us here. We are all in this together, obviously, because we do not have the video feed from inside. There is no video of this taking place because it is a federal case. No cameras allowed inside the courtroom. So we are dependent on the court reporters that are bringing us the information really as it comes in and as it's mentioned. Cassie on the stand right now talking about first her relationship with Diddy, how they met, what she was introduced in. And prosecution really wanted to drive home the fact today and really tried to showcase to the jury that Cassie came into this relationship really as a innocent person when it comes to sexual activities. They did not want to have it come across that maybe and have some doubt in the minds of some of the jurors because she was an entertainer, because she was in the music industry, that she may have had a lot of sexual experience. They were trying to really nip that in the bud early on here in this testimony. And Cassie described on the stand in open court how she was inexperienced when she was early on in this relationship with Diddy, and that he introduced her to not only oral sex, but voyeurism, swinger attitudes, and swinger parties, as well as what is described as these freakoffs. Of course, these freakoffs have been really crucial in the early testimony. And
Okay, he's giving a recap as well. There's some more in. So after she was asked who would take things away, she said staff. And then she said, I assume staff. And there's an objection, probably speculation. And then the judge says, jury would disregard that last answer. And she was asked, who took your laptop and phone? She said, security. And how long would they be gone for? She says, however long I was being punished for. Let me see if I have any more context before I so it says, my self-worth took a hit. Okay. It says Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Diddy Combs was very involved in her physical appearance and started making comments about the way she looked almost immediately in their relationship. Appearance was very important to him. My appearance, she said, adding that Combs would make comments about her hair and nails. We had tons of conversations about my body at that time, she testified. That included discussions about breast implants and keeping my shape in a certain way, she said. My self-worth took a hit for the entirety of the relationship, just trying to establish who I was, who I wanted to be, who I was allowed to be, Ventura said. Cassie Ventura testified if Sean Diddy Combs disapproved of her, he had his staff take her belongings. I would get my car taken away. I got kicked out of the house, my apartment. I had jewelry taken away. It was very random depending how he felt, she said. Ventura said there were times when Combs personally took her electronics from her, and other times his security personnel did it. She eventually got them back. It depended on how long I was being punished for, I guess. Ventura said Sean would give them back to me if I would go to his house. Let me check the other traps. Okay, here's another sources. She says, Cassie Ventura is testifying about that her controlled, obsessed ex-boyfriend Sean Combs was intensely involved in her appearance throughout their relationship, making comments and demands daily. She said Combs would tell her that I look too Mexican with my hair like that, or I needed to have my nails done a certain way. Ventura told the jury that she and Combs discussed whether she should get breast implants, and that her look during their freak-off sessions were especially important to him. Some days he would want me to be really sexy and be his woman on other days, she testified. Okay, let me get back to check this other resource before I get back to him. Okay.
Talking to the fact that if Cassie did not perform in these freak-offs, she felt that Diddy would somehow try to blackmail her with maybe some of the recorded images that he had, or just try to sabotage her career. So she felt at every turn in the Diddy relationship that she had to obey him and do what he asked. Now, he is 17 years older than Cassie, and she felt that at times she was very, very emotional when it came to performing in these so-called freak-offs that included baby oil, that included male escorts, that included Diddy in the corner of the room, sometimes recording it, sometimes even masturbating to it as well in the corner, and directing what the male performer and Cassie should be doing. So we are just getting into the early stages. Right before the break, we learned of the freak-offs and what they consisted of, and sometimes a marathon sessions filled with drugs, alcohol, of course, sex, and sometimes those would last for up to 4 days. Cassie said in open court that that was the longest freak-off experience that she had, and it would take days and days after to recuperate from the drug use, the alcohol use, and the physical exertion from sexual activities. So we are going to be learning a lot more here as Cassie is back on the stand. We are bringing you this information worldwide online.
All right, there's another update. She's asked, how often were you in contact with Sean's staff? She says, daily. Who are in these photos? She says, Christina Coram and Miss Fletcher. Uh-oh. Remember, Christina Coram was one of the ladies who was sued over and over again in civil lawsuits. Remember, LaRod had her named, and several other people. Remember that? And her attorneys, meaning Christina Coram's attorneys, fought or was fighting to have her deleted from those lawsuits, right? Cassie was asked, what did you call Miss Coram? Cassie says, KK. She's asked, and who is this? She says, D-Rock. He was Sean's security. Okay, so now the prosecution is laying foundation to talk about the enterprise, because remember, the enterprise is something that the prosecutors have to prove, right? They have to prove those facts in the case. Ooh, let me check here for other updates. Ooh, Christina Coram, girl. Oh, girl. Oh, you had me fooled, girl.
Live now from Fox as it does become available here to us. Again, our court reporters are in there, and again, we're waiting for more information.
Okay, let me see if we have some more updates while I advance that. Okay. Cassie's asked, and this is the prosecutor's case in chief, right? So you know these questions are being asked by the prosecutor, and I'll tell you when they switch over. All right. She's asked, how frequently were you in Sean's residence? She says all the time. Did they all have safes? Says yes. What did you observe in them? Says cash, jewelry, cameras, and videotapes, guns in New York, LA, and Miami, and Alpine, New Jersey. She's asked, do you recall an incident between Sean and Suge Knight? She says, yes. We were having a freakoff in LA. D-Rock came in and said Suge was down at a dinner. Sean drove over there. She's asked, what was your reaction? She said, I cried. Said, don't do something stupid. Girl, what? They talking about, oh, Lord. This is getting terrible. Hold on, let me check some more traps. Hold on. Let me see that back. Let me pause that real quick because I don't want to miss what he says. Okay, so these two sources are a little behind, but they provide a little bit more context, right? So Cassie Ventura testified if Sean Diddy Combs disapproved of her, he had his staff take her belongings, right? I would get my car taken away. I got kicked out of the house, my apartment. I had jewelry taken away. It was very random depending on how he felt, she said. Ventura said that there were times when Combs personally took her electronics from her, and other times his security personnel did it. She'd eventually get the items back. It depended on how long I was being punished for, I guess Ventura said. Sean would give them back to me if I would go to his house. Okay, and then Cassie Ventura has been asked about Sean Combs' associates. She mentioned Christina Coram and Tony Fletcher, who were trusted Combs' assistants. She is also being asked about members of Combs' security staff. Earlier, Ventura testified that Combs' employees would track her down when she tried to avoid the hip-hop executive. Let Let me refresh again. Okay, so remember when I left off, she said that he was, I guess, going over there to confront Suge Knight. Okay, remember she said, I cried. I said, don't do something stupid. Then she's asked, were you ever handed a gun? She says, yes, we were doing going to a club in downtown LA. We taking mushrooms. I was high. I was told to put the gun in my bag. I was freaking out. Who was present? She says a driver, security, and Sean. Well, what was they gonna do to Suge Knight? Okay, let me check some more traps before I get out of this. Y'all, do you think this can be an opening to this? Well, I don't want to say the lies, but to this theory that Sean Combs had something to do with Tupac's death. Okay, let me see what we got here.
They would entail hiring an escort and setting up this. She eventually had sex with Combs on a boat trip to Miami. She said she had wine in the afternoon, and then Combs introduced her to ecstasy for the very first time. Having sex with Combs for the first time, it felt like a turning point for Cassie, she testified. After that, she said she felt closer to the rapper and producer, started spending more time with him, and thought at the time that they were in a monogamous relationship. In hindsight, she said, she knows that wasn't the case. Asked why, she responded, Sean Combs had many girlfriends. As Cassie testified, the prosecution introduced photos of her and Combs at events in the mid 2000s. The numerous photographs included a photograph of the boat in Miami. Another photograph depicted the fledgling couple at a strip club in New York on Halloween in 2007, shortly after the trip to Miami. Another picture showed them in the back of a car at the beginning of their relationship, Combs' arm wrapped around her. I was just enamored by him. We were just having a good time. It was really fun at this point, Cassie said on the stand. Cassie noted that early on in their relationship, they weren't public about it. She said Combs had expressed concerns about perceptions, given that his company was also producing her music. At times in her testimony, Cassie rested her hands on her pregnant belly. At particularly emotional points, she sniffled and dabbed her eyes with the tissue. Over time, Cassie testified, Combs became increasingly controlling and sometimes was violent. She said Combs would get abusive over the smallest perceived slights, if she wasn't smiling at him the way he wanted, or if he thought she was acting like a brat. You make the wrong face, and the next thing I know, I was getting hit in the face, she said. Cassie said that if she didn't respond to his calls right away, there would be incessant calls until she did, and Combs' staff, including security workers, would join in on the pursuit. Cassie testified that she was insanely jealous at the beginning of her relationship with Combs. Jealousy was cited during opening statements yesterday as a source of much of the conflict between Combs and Cassie. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson elicited from Cassie that she and Combs were seeing other people at times. In the beginning, Cassie said she was insanely jealous. She said that resulted from being super young. I didn't get that he was him. As he would say, I'm Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy has many rules, likes the company of women, she recalled. She said at the time, as time passed, she came to believe more often than not that they were in a monogamous relationship. Expected that of me, so I assumed it was the same. She said Combs told her, I'm not dealing with anyone else. It's just us. Prosecutors delved deeper into the control Cassie says Combs exerted over her. She noted that the rap star paid her rent at apartments close to his residences in New York and later Los Angeles, had his own set of keys, and made a lot of unannounced visits. Cassie said that as a birthday present, Combs rented her a Manhattan apartment a few blocks from where he lived. Another apartment Combs rented for Cassie in Los Angeles was just a 3-minute drive from his home, and he'd sometimes drive a golf cart to get to one residence to another. The freak-offs became a job, Cassie said in open court. She testified that the longest freak-off she was involved in lasted for 4 days. She noted that these were marathon sessions that lasted anywhere from 36 to 48 hours sometimes. The marathon sessions frequently required periods of recovery from dehydration, fatigue, and drug use. Cassie testified about her music career and unreleased material as well. Before the trial paused for a 40-minute lunch break, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson pressed Cassie to explain what happened to her music career and the 9 albums that were never released. Cassie said she created hundreds of songs, some of which were released on the internet prior to proper release, and some just didn't see the light of day. Cassie testified that much of her week went toward the freak-offs. Freak-offs became a job where there was no space to do anything else but to recover and just try to feel normal again, as she testified in open court here. So again, more updates continuing to come through, all right here on Live Now from Fox. So we are doing our best to get these updates for you in real time to the best of our abilities right here, bringing you the nature and experiences involved, as Cassie is describing it, to the prosecution right now. I'm host Mike Pace. Will be with you for the duration of this trial and giving you some insight from the court reporters that are bringing us these updates all in real time. But again, I do want to bring you the latest updates and really just go back a little bit, just in case maybe some viewers are just joining us on Live Now from Fox and wanting to know the latest updates and blackmail threats. Sean controlled a lot of my life, whether it was a career, the way I dressed, everything he controlled. I just didn't have much say in it at the time, Cassie testified. Elaborating on why she felt it was difficult to refuse Combs's demands, Cassie reiterated her fears of violence and blackmail videos from freak-offs being being displayed on the internet. Sean is a really polarizing person, also really charming. Cassie said it's hard to really be able to decide in that moment what you need when he's telling you what he wants. I just didn't know. I didn't know what could happen. Cassie talked about Combs kissing her for the first time during a 21st birthday trip to Las Vegas. After touching on the violence and freak-offs that are central to the federal charges, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson returned to eliciting biographical and historical information about Cassie, including when she first signed to Bad Boy Records in early 2006. She said her interactions with Combs, who owned the label, were platonic at first, but then he kissed her during her 21st birthday trip to Las Vegas in the bathroom of his hotel suite. I was just really confused at the time, she said, and I was very, very young. After the Las Vegas trip, Cassie said she was invited by Combs to hotels in New York where they talk about music projects and albums. When the Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson asked what else happened at those hotels, Cassie took a deep breath and said that she was introduced to the idea of oral sex at the hotels. Cassie also noted that Combs is 17 years older than her and that she was sexually inexperienced when they first got together. And she said she eventually had sex with Combs on a boat trip to Miami. She said she had wine in the afternoon, and then Combs introduced her to ecstasy for the very first time. Having sex with Combs for the first time, it felt like a turning point for Cassie, she testified. After that, she said she felt closer to the rapper and producer, started spending more time with him, and thought at the time that they were in a monogamous relationship. In hindsight, she said, she knows that wasn't the case. Asked why, she responded, Sean Combs had many girlfriends. As Cassie testified, the prosecution introduced photos of her and Combs at events in the mid-2000s. The numerous photographs included a photograph of the boat in Miami. Another photograph depicted the fledgling couple at a strip club in New York on Halloween in 2007, shortly after the trip to Miami. Another picture showed them in the back of a car at the beginning of their relationship, Combs' arm wrapped around her. I was just enamored by him. We were just having a good time. It was really fun at this point, Cassie said on the stand. Cassie noted that early on in their relationship, they weren't public about it. She said Combs had expressed concerns about perceptions given that his company was also producing her music. At times in her testimony, Cassie rested her hands on her pregnant belly. At particularly emotional points, she sniffled and dabbed her eyes with the tissue. Over time, Cassie testified Combs became increasingly controlling and sometimes was violent. She said Combs would get abusive over the smallest perceived slights, if she wasn't smiling at him the way he wanted, or if he thought she was acting like a brat. You make the wrong face, and the next thing I know, I was getting hit in the face, she said. Cassie said that if she didn't respond to his calls right away, there would be incessant calls until she did, and Combs' staff, including security workers, would join in on the pursuit. Cassie testified that she was insanely jealous at the beginning of her relationship with Combs. Jealousy was cited during opening statements yesterday as a source of much of the conflict between Combs and Cassie. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson elicited from Cassie that she and Combs were seeing other people at times. In the beginning, Cassie said she was insanely jealous. She said that resulted from being super young. I didn't get that he was him. As he would say, I'm Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy has many rules, likes the company of women, she recalled. She said at the time, as time passed, she came to believe more often than not that they were in a monogamous relationship. He expected that of me, so I assumed it was the same. She said Combs told her, I'm not dealing with anyone else. It's just us. Prosecutors delved deeper into the control Cassie says Combs exerted over her. She noted that the rap star paid her rent at apartments close to his residences in New York and later Los Angeles, had his own set of keys, and made a lot of unannounced visits. Cassie said that as a birthday present, Combs rented her a Manhattan apartment a few blocks from where he lived. Another apartment Combs rented for Cassie in Los Angeles was just a 3-minute drive from his home, and he'd sometimes drive a golf cart to get to one residence to another. The freak-offs became a job, Cassie said in open court. She testified that the longest freak-off she was involved in lasted for 4 days. She noted that these were marathon sessions that lasted anywhere from 36 to 48 hours sometimes. The marathon sessions frequently required periods of recovery from dehydration, fatigue, and drug use. Cassie testified about her music career and unreleased material as well. Before the trial paused for a 40-minute lunch break, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson pressed Cassie to explain what happened to her music career and the 9 albums that were never released. Cassie said she created hundreds of songs, some of which were released on the internet prior to proper release, and some just didn't see the light of day. Cassie testified that much of her week went toward the freak-offs. Freak-offs became a job where there was no space to do anything else but to recover and just try to feel normal again, as she testified in open court here. So again, more updates continuing to come through, all right here on Live Now from Fox. So we are doing our best to get these updates for you in real time to the best of our abilities right here, bringing you the reaction from court reporters inside right now as they are doing the work here of getting us the information. We should also know that Cassie Ventura is now being asked about Sean Combs' associates. She mentioned some associates were trusted Combs assistants. She is also being asked about members of Combs' security staff. earlier, Ventura testified that Combs' employees would track her down when she tried to avoid the hip-hop executive. This is all coming to talk about the abuse and really the mental abuse that Diddy is alleged to have, that Cassie is now trying to zero in on with the prosecutors. So we'll continue to wait for more updates. All right, just some of the updates from earlier. Back out live with you here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the latest. Thanks to all our new viewers continuing to be with us worldwide on Live Now from Fox. Cassie is back on the stand in day 2 of the Diddy trial. Already explosive, already very, very sexually graphic. That's why we have the viewer discretion advised up there for our viewers, because some of the things that we do discuss are very graphic in nature, as these court reports continue to come on, talking about the sexual nature of the relationship of Cassie and Diddy, but also the alleged physical violence, mental abuse, and so much more. But let's talk a little bit about how the defense right now is preparing for cross-examination, whether that comes later this afternoon or tomorrow. We should let you know that they are definitely taking notes on all of the remarks that Cassie is doing. And
so let me pause it right there to check any updates, and then I'm going to advance him so he could be. Let me see what we have. Okay. So remember, so they was headed over there to confront Suge Knight. She had said they had taken drugs. She told him don't do something stupid. He had given her a gun. All right. She's asked by the prosecutor, well, how did you feel? And she said, I was high. So I didn't feel much, dirty and confusion, and that he was happy with me. Wait a minute. Oh, like he done skipped the whole. Hold on, let me go to the other track. I know they ain't just jump right there. Hold on. I wonder why they jumping right there to freakoffs when the last. Hold on, let me talk a little bit. Okay, one source got us some more information about this Suge Knight deal, because we don't know about that, right? Because there has been alleged information that some people believe that Sean will eventually be also indicted with regarding the death of Tupac, right? They already got Keefe D. You know, we don't believe nothing Keefe D says. We don't even know if Keefe D was there. Okay, so but your girl got all the paperwork. So when the time comes, I got you. I might have to post it. I'm probably be extremely busy. But I have been anybody, I don't give a damn who it is, anybody want to cover the cases for these people. And if I have the paperwork, if you think I can get it, just hit me up. Okay? I have no problem. I'm not that type. I might not like you. I don't have to deal with you to give you no paperwork. That's crazy, right? Anyway, so let's talk about this Cassie Ventura thing with about they was headed over there to bust Suge Knight up, I guess. So Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Diddy Combs was rivals with former rap mogul Marion Suge Knight, the former Death Row Records co-founder who was sentenced to prison for the death of a man during a hit-and-run incident on the set of the movie Strata Compton. One time, she and Combs had a freak-off at one of his homes in Los Angeles when one of his security guards came in and mentioned that Knight was at a dinner close by. They quickly packed up and drove down there, she said. I was crying, I was screaming. Don't do anything stupid. I was really nervous for them. I didn't know what it meant, what they were going to do, Ventura said. So, okay, so it does jump back into this freak off. So let's start reading. So, Prosecutor Emily Johnson turned her questioning back to voyeurism. Oh, okay. See how we get more context? You have to have several sources up. All right, because I know that's not the normal flow of questioning, right? So it must be something. It could have been something the prosecutors left out earlier, or it could have been maybe a freak off that they were doing while while they were in Los Angeles. Gonna go over there and mess with Suge. I don't know, but let me read. I'm just speculating. All right. It says Prosecutor Emily Johnson turned her questioning back to voyeurism. Cassie Ventura said Sean Diddy Combs presented it to her within the first 6 months, a year of them dating as a fantasy he had. He would want to see me with another male having sexual interaction, Ventura testified. He also brought up swinging, she said. Ventura said she was shocked when Combs first told her about voyeurism. I didn't know how to react. I didn't want to upset him if I said that it scared me or if I said anything outside of okay, let's try it, she said. Ooh. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, here's more. Says Catherine Ventura was asked to recall when Sean Combs first proposed the freak-offs to her, which she testified about in the morning. She said he raised the idea of voyeuristic sex parties after he began physically abusing her. Okay, so you can see she's well prepped. Okay, you can tell that. You can also see where the prosecutor is being careful and making sure she lays foundation after, before she starts to introduce evidence. And remember what I said, testimony is also what? Evidence. Okay. So you have to lay foundation before you start a particular line of questioning, right? You have to make sure that the person that's on the stand can answer the question because their testimony has to be what? The 3 R's: relevant, reliable, and relatable. Okay. So it says Sean Combs arranged the first freak off that Cassie Ventura participated in, according to her testimony. I understood him to be a dancer, Ventura said, referring to a male escort whose photo was being shown to the jury as she spoke. He was paid to entertain, to dance, and to have intercourse with me, she said. She added that the drugs and alcohol were present at the sex party held at a Los Angeles home Combs was renting at the time. Asked how she felt after the first freak off, Cassie Ventura answered, I was high, so there wasn't much feeling. She said She felt a mixture of dirty and confusion, but at the same time, he was really happy with me and I did something right. I didn't know what was going to happen after that, Ventura said. Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Combs involved her in freakoffs weekly for a consistent amount of years, from early in their relationship until about 2017 or 2018. She said Combs provided drugs and called all the shots, choreographing everything from her sexual position with escorts to the lighting of the room. These performances went on for hours, she said, and even when she wanted to stop, she was scared to. Oh my God. All right, and let's go back to what else. Hold on, this is all over the place. What happened to the other one? Oh. Hold on, y'all. I just can't go on being your no secret lady, mystery baby. You're the one I want. Let's listen to him talk.
Cassie, if you don't stay in this relationship, he is going to further beat you down. Is that right, Cassie Ventura? That is the kind of questioning we are going to see in this cross examination, whether that happens later this afternoon or tomorrow. I'm expecting it to be tomorrow because I think prosecution is going to spend most of the afternoon continuing direct testimony with Cassie there on the stand. But it's very interesting when we think about the different ways that the defense is going to do cross examine Cassie. Another thing to look forward to when the defense is doing the cross examination, they are going to ask Cassie directly and in open court, Cassie, have you ever touched, abused, physically threatened, or mentally threatened our client, Sean Combs? She is going to have to answer that. They are going to also ask her in open court, Cassie, why did you never leave the relationship? Did Sean Combs ever say to you, if you don't leave this relationship, the video's coming out, and also I am going to end your career? Those are going to be some of the statements that the defense is going to be mentioning here. And we are going to be continuing to update you all in real time here on Live Now from Fox. But if you're just joining us, welcome here to the stream as we are continuing to update you in real time about what's going on as Cassie is on the stand. Earlier today, Cassie and the prosecution spending a good amount of time not talking and really describing too much about the alleged freak-offs, but more about entering into a relationship with Diddy, what that really meant, what he wanted out of the relationship. He's alleged to want sexual gratification at times with Cassie, and then at times he wanted to watch Cassie have sex with other people. The prosecution also alleges that he was very controlling, wanted to know at all times where Cassie was, wanting to know what she was up to, what she was working on. These are all things that have been talked about in open court, and Cassie continues to describe some of those things, and we brought that to you here on Live Now from Fox. And we'll continue to bring you some of those details on Live Now. But I'm just looking for other updates to pass that this was happening on a weekly basis, that
let's see if you're going to catch up.
we are continuing to bring that to you on Live Now from Fox, always worldwide for you, bringing you these updates just as we get them. Cassie Ventura still on the stand right now, still taking direct questions from the prosecution, where we are providing these updates to you all in real time. Thanks to all our viewers worldwide joining us. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always.
Okay, I got some more updates. Okay. Alright, let me get that one. Okay. It says, all right, let me read this testimony from the stand. And I'm going to go back and interject something, right? That one, I guess one of the legal analysts noted. All right, it says, Cassie Ventura is now testifying about the first time she participated in a freak-off. She was about 22 years old when Combs first asked her to have a freak-off. When asked why she agreed to the freak-off, she replied, "Good question. I wanted to make him happy." Ventura testified Combs arranged for a male escort to participate and that they took ecstasy and drank alcohol. She said she took the narcotics Combs gave her before they started. Ventura said Combs managed every detail, even what she wore, including masks to disguise their appearances. Every freak-off was like directed by Sean, like he knew specifically where he wanted everyone to be, the lighting and such, Ventura said. So over that first session, we just kind of like ended up getting closer and closer, then eventually had to put oil on each other. Ventura said she felt mixed emotions after the first freak-off. I was high, so there wasn't too much feeling, she said, but recalls feeling dirty and confusion, but said she felt like, okay, he's really happy with me. Cassie Ventura described how she stayed awake for days and at times without sleep against her will for the freak-offs that her former boyfriend Sean Diddy Combs organized. Asked how she could stay awake for that long, Ventura said the drug honestly helped. She testified that she would take ecstasy or cocaine that Combs would give her. Ventura said Combs would decide when the freak-offs would end. He'd tell her at some point a session would be the last one, and she'd think hopefully that would be the last one, she said. Okay, Ventura said it would be impossible to remember every freak-off she participated in because of the frequency of the events and the drug used. It just felt like it was all I was good for to him. Ventura said, her voice breaking. I was humiliated. Ventura began crying as she recalled feeling good about getting one-on-one time with Sean Combs during the parties, which would last for 2 or 3 days at a time. It was the only time I could get with him, Ventura added. She said she would sometimes try to talk him out of the freak-offs, always taking care to use a gentle voice because she didn't want him to feel judged. Okay, let's see what we got. Nothing from there. Okay. Okay. Asked what she enjoyed, if anything, about the freak-offs. Cassie Ventura broke down in tears. The time spent with him, she said. She added that she felt like it was the only time she could get with him. I felt disgusted. I was humiliated. I didn't have the words to put together at the time how horrible I really felt, and I couldn't talk to anybody about it, Ventura added. Ventura said that she tried to gently bring up not wanting to do freak-off combs. I didn't want to upset him because I'm sorry, I didn't want to upset him or make him angry with me for even sharing it, she said, but I would just tread it lightly when I brought it up. Sometimes I would email him about it. I didn't want anything bad to happen. Early in their relationship, Sean wanted Cassie Ventura to call him by her grandfather's nickname, she said. He asked me what I called my grandfather, and I said Pop Pop, Ventura testified. I thought it was weird at the time, and now I just feel like it was disrespectful. He called her Cece, which she could stand, which she said stood for Cassie Combs. All right, so let me interject what this legal analyst said. As soon as I get the other source. I don't know what happened to the other source. He seemed to be disappeared somewhere. Okay, let me interject this, right? Because we need to know what's going on. All right. It says why Ventura's testimony about interacting with Combs staff is important, according to a former prosecutor. Cass Ventura testified about how she interacted with several of Sean Combs' assistants and staff during their relationship. An important part of the government's effort to prove that Combs engaged in racketeering, according to a former prosecutor, which what I said earlier. Okay, remember they needed to make sure that they describe the what? The enterprise. Okay, so good. They're supporting what I said. All right. Says Julie Grant, a court TV anchor and a former prosecutor, said that Ventura's testimony helps paint a picture for the jury of the organization and how people who work for Diddy might have been involved in the allegations. Combs has pleaded not guilty to charges that include racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Grant said that Ventura can identify instances where she witnessed other people working as agents for Combs and doing things on his behalf. Grant said, that all does that all does to the charge of racketeering. They must be meant goals. Says according to the U.S. Justice Department, to convict someone of racketeering, prosecutors must prove 5 different criteria. One of them is that a criminal enterprise existed and that there was a pattern of racketeering activity. In the indictment, the government alleges Combs was using his business enterprise and having these people who work for him in various capacities help him exert that power and control to force women like Cassie to engage in unwanted sexual behaviors, Grant said. Here are some of the things she said about Combs' staffers so far. If Combs disapproved of her, he had his staff take her belongings, she said. Ventura testified that in the first 3 years of her relationship with Combs, one of his assistants would regularly help her with her finances. She said she talked to another assistant on a daily basis about everything from scheduling to what kind of mood Sean Combs was in. Let me tell you something. Say what you want to say about me. I'm so happy no man tries me with stuff like that. They know the ones that they could try. I am so grateful that they know. I don't play none of them type of games. All right, here's another update. It says Cassie Ventura was asked explicitly who she wanted to have sex with. I wanted to have sex with Sean. Did you want to have sex with the escorts? Prosecutor Emily Johnson asked. No, Ventura replied. This has been a very emotional part of Ventura's testimony. She has paused to dab tears from her eyes, and her voice is still hoarse and tight. Wow. Y'all, I mean, my gosh, honey, you don't have to do all of this. This is crazy. Okay, wait a minute. Look like he done updated something. What is the dealio? Okay, so this is an update from another source. The prosecutor asked, did you get piercings? She said, yes, Sean came with me. She was asked, which of his homies did you have freakoffs? Wait a minute. Which of his homes, did you have freakoffs in? Miami, New York. What other homes? My homes, all but Studio City. In what other cities? Atlanta, Ibiza, Ibiza. So that could be somewhere, overseas somewhere. And this is just the prosecutor trying to establish their elements. The prosecutor says, in what hotels in New York did you have freakoffs? She says Trump and Gramercy. And she's asked Intercontinental. She says 44th Street, yes. She's asked elsewhere. She says Mandarin Oriental, Fontainebleau. She's asked what names were used. Jackie Starr. I used Frank Black. Ah. Okay, so let me update. So let's dial it back a little bit because remember I'm pulling from 3 different sources. So remember, she was told to call Sean Pop Pop. So let's go back to there. It says Cassie Ventura referred to Sean Combs as Pop Pop was first mentioned in her lawsuit against him, which was filed in November 2023. Ventura explained the origin of that nickname again on the stand. Ventura wanted to refer to Combs by a name no one else called him. Combs then asked her what she used to call her grandfather. Ventura replied it was Pop Pop. Combs then asked Ventura to refer to him that way, she said. When Cass Ventura tried to tell Sean Combs she was not a fan of freakoffs, her longtime boyfriend berated her, according to her testimony Tuesday afternoon. Ventura said that she would backpedal at the point for fear of disappointing Combs. Jurors were shown a series of 2010 emails, meaning the year 2010, between the couple, starting off raunchy and playful before turning into an argument about whether Ventura would want to participate in freak-offs. Uh-oh. That's bad. Y'all know why that's bad, right? Because that shows that she didn't want to continue with the freak-offs. And if she is seen to be pressured beyond that moment, they have just proved a piece of their case. Okay. It says when Sean Diddy Combs would get upset, he could be a very scary person and that could get violent, Cassie Ventura testified. Ventura went on to describe the ways she would alter her appearance for a freak-off. She said she would regularly get a wax, a tan, and her nails done. Her nails had to be painted white or with a white French tip per Combs' instructions, she said. She also described getting piercings at Combs' suggestion. Ventura said that she would wear see-through netted outfits and extremely high heels. Jesus. Okay. She's asked, what supplies for freak-offs? She said, Astroglide, baby oil, and condoms. She's asked, who brought the supplies? She said, security, Sean's assistants. She's asked, which brand of baby oil? She said, Johnson's. She's asked, how was it used? She said, Sean said, you need to be glistening. She's asked, where there freak-offs where you ran out of baby oil? And defense object, Your Honor, this is irrelevant. And she's asked, you also mentioned Astroglide in defense. Same objection or relevant. The judge say sidebar. The person who took those
Always great to be with you and giving you these updates from our court reporters that are doing such a great job of providing the updates. They're just typing it out. May have wondered if he was going to come after you or his associates were going to come after you. Taking notes on all of the remarks that Cassie is doing. And some of the ways that Cassie is going to be cross-examined by Diddy's defense team are going to be on a multitude of angles, but one of them that we want to really dare you into and really take in a listen when this does happen is defense attorneys are likely going to ask Cassie on the stand, what did Diddy say to you, if anything, that you felt that there was no way for you to get out of this relationship?
Okay, more um about the oh Lord, the lubricants child. So they back from the sidebar. And so she's asked, we were just talking about Astroglide. How was it used? She says as a lubricant. ASAS, if you ran out, what? Ventura said, we call another staff or the bell desk, give them a tip. She says, were the freakoffs lit? She says, initially it was candle, strong smelling, glade. Let me see, is there any more? Okay. Just checking the other traps. Nothing thus far. Let's let him talk.
They would say, you may have felt one way, you may have felt another way, but what in the reality is why, how come you did not leave this relationship? You may have felt that there was going to be videos leaked. You may have wondered if he was going to come after you or his associates were going to come after you. But those were all your thoughts, Cassie, correct? No one ever went up to you and told you, Cassie, if you don't stay in this relationship, he is going to further beat you down. Is that right, Cassie Ventura? That is the kind of questioning we are going to see in this cross-examination, whether that happens later this afternoon or tomorrow. I'm expecting it to be tomorrow because I think prosecution is going to spend most of the afternoon continuing direct testimony with Cassie there on the stand. But it's very interesting when we think about the different ways that the defense is going to do cross-examine Cassie. Another thing to look forward to when the defense is doing the cross-examination, they are going to ask Cassie directly and in open court, Cassie, have you ever touched, abused, physically threatened, or mentally threatened our client, Sean Combs? She is going to have to answer that. They are going to also ask her in open court, Cassie, why did you never leave the relationship? Did Sean Combs ever say to you, if you don't leave this relationship, the video's coming out, and also I am going to end your career? Those are going to be some of the statements that the defense is going to be mentioning here. And we are going to be continuing to update you all in real time here on Live Now from Fox. But if you're just joining us, welcome here to the stream as we are continuing to update you in real time about what's going on as Cassie is on well. And again, Cassie saying in open court that she felt that he would be angry at her
Hold on.
inside right now. But again, it's great to just think about just some of the ways that the defense is going to use some of these examples as they are being discussed here in this open court.
So he's probably going to repeat what I've
Sean
already
Combs
read. Sounds
arranged
like
the
it.
first freak-off that Cassie Ventura participated in. According to her testimony, I understood him to be a dancer, Ventura said, referring to a male escort whose photo was being shown to the jury as she spoke. He was paid to entertain, to dance, and to have intercourse with me, she said. She added that drugs and alcohol were present at the sex party held at a Los Angeles home Combs was renting at the time. So again, these are just some of the things that are coming out now early, and we're getting now more involved into these alleged freak-off parties and times with Diddy, Cassie, and others who would be invited to participate in this. So before lunch, it was all about getting to know Diddy and Cassie as a couple. Now we are progressing pretty quickly by the prosecution on how these freak-offs wanted to be executed by Diddy, how Cassie was to perform with these sexual partners, and what the expectation was after these freak-offs as well. And again, Cassie saying in open court that she felt that he would be angry at her if she did not perform at a level that he felt was entertainment on behalf of him, this whole voyeurism, the swinger lifestyle. We are also expecting defense attorneys, when they do the cross-examination and really closing arguments, to say, look, people have different sexual experiences, and Cassie and Diddy certainly had one that was not what you would describe as normal for a partnership to have. But just because it's not normal doesn't mean he's a sex trafficker, or it doesn't mean that he is engaging in prostitution. They are going to really come in on Cassie and say, why did you perform with these sex workers? Why did you just not say to the person, look, it's not happening with me. I don't know what you've been told, but I am not having sex with you. Why did you not say that to these sex workers? Even if Diddy was telling you, please do not do that. Continue to do these freak-offs or I will beat you or I will end your career. Why didn't you just get out of the home, call 911, and say everything to the police? That is going to be a lot of the questioning that we are going to be getting from the different amounts of cross-examination to Cassie and really other witnesses that prosecutors come on the stand with. Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Combs involved her in freak-offs weekly for a consistent amount of years, from early in their relationship until about 2017 or 2018. She said Combs provided drugs and called all the shots, choreographing everything from her sexual position with escorts to the lighting of the room. These performances went on for hours, she said, and even when she wanted to stop, she was scared to. So again, the defense will ask her in the cross-examinations, what were you so scared about to say, no, I've had enough? What would have happened? Why do you feel that Diddy was so controlling like this, and if you didn't stop, what would have happened? Remember, these are all questions. They need to poke holes into the testimony there of Cassie, and that will be coming up a little bit later, maybe as early as tomorrow here. So again, we are providing you these updates as Cassie is now describing to the prosecution and to the jury that she was involved in freak-offs weekly for a consistent amount of years. She felt that this was happening on a weekly basis, that Diddy provided the drugs, the alcohol, the venue, and even the sex workers to do this, and that he called all the shots at all times. So that is another key piece of evidence that we are learning from Cassie on the stand right now. And again, this is always fast moving just because these updates are coming in real time right now, and we want to try to get those to you and really reach out to you at all times. Also in open court, Cassie recalled an incident in which Combs left her during a freak-off at his Los Angeles home to confront a rival record executive, Suge Knight, at Mel's Drive-In, a landmark diner nearby. Combs sprang into action after his bodyguard came in and told him of Knight's whereabouts, she said. Combs and the bodyguards, dressed in black clothes, grabbed guns from a safe and loaded into an SUV, she said. I was crying, I was screaming, like, please don't do anything stupid, Cassie testified. I was really nervous for them. I didn't know what they were going to do. She said, it's like I wasn't even there. Cassie said Combs later returned, but she didn't say if he told her what happened. It's unclear if he ended up encountering Knight at the diner here. So again, more updates coming in real time right now. We're doing our best to stay on top of all of that for you on Live Down from Fox. Another major update, Cassie Ventura said it would be impossible to remember every freak-off she participated in because of the frequency of the events and the drug use. It just felt like it was all I was good for him to do was freak-offs, Ventura said, her voice breaking. I was humiliated. Ventura began crying as she recalled feeling good about getting one-on-one time with Sean Combs during the parties, which would last for 2 or 3 days at a time. It was the only time I could get with him, Ventura added. She said that she would sometimes try to talk him out of the freak-offs, always taking care to use a gentle voice because she didn't want him to feel judged. So this is another major takeaway from this Cassie Ventura on the stand right now. Prosecution trying to get that all out there, that at some point, remember we just talked about how defense would try to put some holes into the testimony while Cassie says that she was on drugs during most of these freak-offs, and then she's adding that she feels like she can't remember all of the times because of her consistent drug use and because it was happening at such a rate weekly, and some of these parties would last 2 or 3 days. She is also saying under oath right now that she had to use a small voice and a light voice when telling Diddy maybe she doesn't have to do this amount of freak-off right now or be in this party zone setting with this sexual nature that continues. She felt she had to use that small voice because she did not want him to get really irate and very upset. So these are just major things that we are learning right now from the trial, and we are continuing to bring that to you on Live Now from Fox, always worldwide for you, bringing you these updates just as we get them. Cassie Ventura still on the stand right now, still taking direct questions from the prosecution, where we are providing these updates to you all in real time. Thanks to all our viewers worldwide joining us. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you and giving you these updates from our court reporters that are doing such a great job of providing the updates. They're just typing it out as they are hearing it, as they are looking and watching what is being transpired inside of this courtroom. Remember, if Diddy is convicted on all of these counts, he is looking at life in prison here. So this is an all-in moment for Diddy, and also we are waiting for the cross examination of Cassie. That will be very, very fiery. We are learning that now Cassie is breaking down on the stand. She is openly crying on the witness stand as she.
So let me stop here because there's some updates. Okay. Let's see what came first. Okay. Says Sean Diddy Combs used aliases like Frank White or Frank Black for hotel room where they had freakoffs. Cass Ventura testified. If she booked the rooms or dancers, she said she often used the alias Jackie Star. Ventura said freakoffs were held at both her and Combs' houses, in addition to hotels in New York City, Miami, Los Angeles, Atlanta, Las Vegas, Ibiza, and Turks and Caicos. Sometimes she would book the hotel rooms, and other times staff would, she said. His staff would provide materials such as baby oil, lubricant, and condoms, she said. Okay, further filling out the enterprise. Okay, and establishing um, some of the elements and some of the facts in the case, which is what the prosecution has to do. Okay, another source says that Cass Ventura is now being asked about specific graphic details about how the freak-offs were set up and who helped set them up. Ventura said freak-offs were very choreographed experiences conducted by Sean Combs. And again, she repeated what I just read. She says, it says it's worth noting that Frank White is the nickname Combs' former artist, the late Notorious Big, first adopted. Says the defense, prosecution, and judge are now having a sidebar. A lot of details prosecutor Emily Johnson has sought in this part of the testimony feel a bit repetitive. She's asking Cassie Ventura the brand of lube and baby oil used, Johnson per Ventura, and how it was used. The defense has objected. Okay, now let's see. Okay. They're just saying that Rodney Jones is there. He must be wanting some money. Okay. So, more updates. It says, which hotel charged the most for damage to the room? Ventura at the Intercontinental in New York. They recorded the whole room for ridiculous money. She's asked, back to the urination. Just and Miss Johnson, only a few more questions. She's asked, why didn't you say no? Ventura, it was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by two men. And the AUSA asks, where did you find escorts? And Ventura initially, Craigslist. Um, and the judge says, we break here. So let me go to this guy.
She is discussing the amounts of freak-offs that she is in. Remember, this has to be a very humiliating time for her, or an awkward time. She is describing this in open court. This is being described all over the world now, of her nature, of her sexual nature with Diddy, about these freak-off allegations and so much more. She feels like right now that maybe the whole world is watching her, even though there's not cameras on her, but she feels that the whole world is now judging her sexual activity with Diddy, and many wondering why she just did not leave. That is going to be the major question from defense attorneys once they do get a shot at Cassie on the stand. They are going to say, Cassie Ventura, describe to us why you felt you could never get out of the relationship, why you felt you could never. All right, just some updates for you regarding Cassie still on the stand right now. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you as we continue to track the latest here in this ongoing trial. Day 2 only. I know, hard to imagine. It's only day 2, and some of this testimony that is coming out is really extraordinary. So let's back up here. I got some more updates to provide to you. Cassie Ventura was asked explicitly who she wanted to have sex with. I wanted to have sex with Sean. Did you want to have sex with the escorts? The prosecutor asked. Cassie Ventura replied, no. This has been a very emotional part of Ventura's testimony. She has paused to dab tears from her eyes, and her voice is still hoarse and tight. That Cassie Ventura reported Sean Combs as Pop Pop was first mentioned in her lawsuit against him, which was filed back in November of 2023. Ventura explained the origin of that nickname again on the stand. Ventura wanted to refer to Combs by a name no one else called him. Combs then asked her what she used to call her grandfather. Ventura recalled it was Pop Pop. Combs then asked Ventura to refer to him that way, she said. When Cassie Ventura tried to tell Sean Combs she was not a fan of freak-offs, her longtime boyfriend berated her, according to her testimony this afternoon. Ventura said that she would backpedal at that point for fear of disappointing Combs. Jurors were shown a series of 2010 emails between the couple, starting off raunchy and playful before turning into an argument about whether Ventura would want to participate in future freak-offs. And again, we are waiting for more updates on this massive in-demand Diddy trial as it continues. Cassie is still on the stand. We are waiting for more updates, and we'll pass them along to you when we get them.
Okay, so we have some updates right there on the break, so it's perfect time to catch up. It says Cassie Ventura testified that they used quite a bit of baby oil in freak-offs because Sean Diddy Combs wanted them to be glistening. Ventura said Combs would instruct her to apply more oil if he felt like she didn't have enough on. Ventura said that they used somewhat around 10 large bottles of baby oil per freak-off. Huh? One time, there was a baby pool filled with baby oil, Ventura testified. Combs told her to get into the pool to cover herself in the oil, she said. She testified she did as she was told because she felt like she couldn't say no. If that's something Sean wanted to happen, that's what was going to happen. There wasn't another way around it, she said. When they ran out of lubricant during a freak-off, Ventura said they called someone on Combs' staff or the hotel desk to bring more. Combs would call an assistant himself or direct Ventura to call them, she said. Law enforcement seized more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant during the searches of Combs' homes in Miami and Los Angeles last year, according to an indictment from that time. That was added. That wasn't testimony. Ventura said the hotel rooms they used for freak-offs would typically be trashed after the drug-infused sex performances. She testified that she would try to clean up a bit, and typically they leave a good tip. Many times, one of Diddy's staff members would go in and clean up more. Combs said Combs was often charged by the hotels for the damages, Ventura said. She recalled hearing Combs' staff members take calls from the hotel about the matter. One specific time, Ventura recalled the Intercontinental in New York charging Combs a really high number for damage to a hotel room. Lord, like what they doing? Other than, they're gonna tear up the room. Okay, so there's going to be a break until 3 Eastern time. There's about 2 minutes. Let's see. Is there any? Okay.
Update you all in real time here on Live Now from Fox. But if you're just joining us, welcome here to the stream as we are continuing to update you in real time about what's going on as Cassie is on the stand. Earlier today, Cassie and the prosecution spending a good amount of time not talking and really describing too much about the alleged freak-offs, but more about entering into a relationship with Diddy, what that really meant, what he wanted out of the
Let me
relationship.
advance
To her
that.
testimony, I understood him to be a dancer, Ventura said, referring to a male escort whose photo was being shown to the jury as she spoke. He was paid to entertain, to dance, and to have intercourse with me, she said. She added that drugs and alcohol were present at the sex party held at a Los Angeles home Combs was renting at the time. So again, these are just some of the things that are coming on now early, and we're getting now more involved into these alleged freak-off parties and times with Diddy, Cassie, and others who would be invited to participate in this. So before lunch, it was all about getting to know. Friends will ask her in the cross-examinations.
Okay, he is
2 or 3 days at a
speculating.
time. It was the only time I could get with him, Ventura added. She said that she would sometimes try to talk him out of the freak-offs, always taking care to use a gentle voice because she didn't want him to feel judged. So this is another major takeaway from this Cassie Ventura on the stand right now. Prosecution trying to get that all out there. That at some point, remember we just talked about how to try to put some holes into the testimony while Cassie says that she was on drugs during most of these freak-offs, and then she's adding that she feels like she can't remember all of the times because of her consistent drug use and because it was happening at such a rate weekly, and some of these parties would last 2 or 3 days. She is also saying under oath right now that she had to use a really small voice and a light voice when telling Diddy maybe she doesn't have to do this amount of freak off right now, or be in this party zone setting with a sexual nature that continues. She felt she had to use that small voice because she did not want him to get really irate and very upset. So these are just major things that we are learning right now from the trial, and we are continuing to bring that to you on Live Now from Fox, always worldwide for you, bringing you these updates just as we get them. Cassie Ventura still on the stand right now, still taking direct questions from the process.
Okay, let me pause right there because we had something else in. Okay, so Cassie Ventura testified that the freak-offs orchestrated by Sean Diddy Combs became disgusting and overwhelming. She told the jury how, at times, Combs himself would urinate on her and demand an escort do so. Ventura testified that she didn't want anyone to urinate on her, adding that she felt humiliated. It was disgusting. It was too much. It was overwhelming, she said. Oh, God.
Prosecution, where we are providing these updates to you all in real time. Thanks to all our viewers worldwide joining us. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you and giving you these updates from our court reporters that are doing such a great job of providing the updates. They're just typing it out as they are hearing it, as they are looking and watching what is being transpired inside of this courtroom. Remember, if Diddy is convicted on all of these counts, he is looking at life in prison here. So this is an all-in moment for Diddy, and also we are waiting for the cross-examination of Cassie. That will be very, very fiery. We are learning that now Cassie is breaking down on the stand. She is openly crying on the witness stand as she is discussing the amounts of freak-offs that she is in. Remember, this has to be a very humiliating time for her, or an awkward time. She is describing this in open court. This is being described all over the world now, of her nature, of her sexual nature with Diddy, about these freak-off allegations, and so much more. She feels like right now that maybe the whole world is watching her, even though there's not cameras on her, but she feels that the whole world is now judging her sexual activity with Diddy, and many, many wondering why she just did not leave. That is going to be the major, major question from defense attorneys once they do get a shot at Cassie on the stand. They are going to say, Cassie Ventura, describe to us why you felt you could never get out of the relationship, why you felt you could never tell anyone about what was going on, why you could never call 911, why you felt that you were always the victim but never ever the aggressor. Why is that? That is what they are going to be doing. And again, we are waiting for those updates all in real time, everyone. Watch with us here live on Live Now from Fox as we break it down for you, waiting on more updates from our court reporters that are continuing to do such a great job. We'll be back with much. All right, just some updates from earlier. Again, I am your host, Mike Page, worldwide for you on Live Now from Fox, as we continue to bring you the latest as Cassie Ventura is on the stand, day 2 of the Diddy trial. And I want to just showcase some of the latest developments that came from all of this, including one of the major takeaways that Cassie talked about. She described in open court how each freak-off involved about 10 large bottles of Johnson's brand baby oil. Cassie said the freak-offs were a very choreographed experience with lots of baby oil. The substance would be heated up, a closed bottle placed in a sink filled with hot water, and applied liberally because Combs wanted her glistening constantly, she said. Combs would call out Cassie when she looked dry and ordered her to reapply, sometimes requiring a new coat of baby oil every 5 minutes or so, she said. On one occasion, she said a blow-up pool of baby oil and lubricants was placed in a hotel room, and she was told to get inside, even with her outfit on and shoes on. She said close to 10 large-sized bottles of baby oil would be used during a freak-off. It was such a mess, she said. It was like, what are we doing? As she was being questioned, prosecutor Emily Johnson returned again and asked a simple but important question. Whose decision was it? Sean, Cassie replied, each time referring to Combs. It was his decision, she said, to involve her in freak-offs, to incorporate baby oil and male sex workers, to pour candle wax on her body, and much more. And right now, they are just in a brief break. They need to take little short breaks here and there because Cassie is pregnant and on the stand. And right now, it is getting very emotional as well. The defense, prosecution, and judge just moments ago had a sidebar. A lot of the details prosecutor Emily Johnson has sought in this part of the testimony feel a bit repetitive. She is asking Cassie Ventura the brand of lube and baby oil used in these freak-offs and how it was used. The defense objected to that. Just moments ago, the judge called a short break. Last week, prosecutors mentioned that their witness, Cassie Ventura, would need frequent bathroom breaks. A reminder that she is very pregnant. That may be why the judge ordered a break, but this has also been very difficult testimony to listen to. We should also point out that Rodney Jones, a producer on Sean Combs' latest album, who's been sitting in on the trial, has alleged in a separate civil lawsuit against Combs that he was aware of the freak-offs, naming associates who were allegedly recruited for and participated in the sex acts, as well as others allegedly in charge of securing Combs' drugs and guns. Cassie Ventura was asked earlier very specific and graphic details about how the freak-offs were set up and who helped set them up. Ventura said freak-offs were very choreographed experiences conducted by Sean Combs. They happened in hotel rooms in New York City, Atlanta, Los Angeles, Miami, and internationally as well. These hotel reservations were made under aliases: Jackie Starr for Ventura, Frank Black or Frank White for Combs. When Cassie Ventura tried to tell Sean Combs she was not a fan of freak-offs, her longtime boyfriend berated her, according to her testimony this afternoon. Ventura said she would backpedal at that point for fear of disappointing Combs. Jurors were shown a series of 2010 emails between the couple, starting off raunchy and playful before turning into an argument about whether Ventura would want to participate in future freak-offs. We also learned that Cassie Ventura referred to Sean Combs as Pop Pop, was first mentioned in her lawsuit against him, which was filed back in November of 2023. Ventura explained the origin of the nickname again on the stand. Ventura wanted to refer to Combs by a name no one else called him. Combs then asked her what she used to call her grandfather. Ventura recalled it was Pop Pop. Combs then asked Ventura to refer to him that way, Cassie said on the stand earlier today as well. And again, we are providing you these updates all in real time. On Live Now from Fox, we are worldwide for you, continuing to bring you the updates from inside of this courtroom. They are just on a brief break right now, but again, we want to continue to update you all in real time as these updates continue to be discussed. Obviously, a lot of moving parts here with this trial. Coming up at about 5 p.m. Eastern, we will have defense attorney Benjamin Taylor on to talk a little bit more about really what a wild day two of this Diddy trial was, and talk about Cassie on the stand and other things all related to the Diddy trial.
Okay, and just to repeat, the reason why he can face up to life imprisonment is because the prosecutor has added special sentencing factors that I read off yesterday. Other than that, he would be facing what it would be per count. Now, I've heard analysts speculate. They said up to 25 years. That definitely is not life. But in federal court, it's up to the judge, right? The sentencing guidelines are only advisory now, right? It's not mandatory anymore. And the defense can ask for a downward departure. The the feds can ask for an upward departure, or they can put these special sentencing factors in the indictment. Well, he's in a bad position.
These major updates on Cassie is still on the stand. Day 2 of the Diddy trial. I am your host worldwide for you, Mike Page, continuing to provide you the accounts from inside of that courtroom. Thanks to our great court reporters that are continuing to update in real time. We so wish, I know that so many of you watching wish this could be on the camera and so you could just watch it yourself. We all wish that as well, but because this...
So I have an update. They're back in. She's back on the stand. Prosecutors asked Ms. Ventura, in what cities did you respond to ads on Craigslist? She says New York. She's asked, did you respond to the ads on Backpage as well? She says yes. Oh, Lord. Hold on. Okay, here's another source. It says earlier the government had asked Ventura for more details about the freakoffs, who made the decisions regarding lube, the colors used during freakoffs, where the candles were laid out, who chose the candles, to what temperature the room was set. In each instance, Ventura said it was Combs. Okay, that's furthermore establishing the facts in the case and maybe some of the elements in the indictment, but more important, to let it be known that it was all Sean Combs' idea, because we already know what the defense is going to do on cross, right? And remember, because it is cross, they get to they get to ask leading questions. Okay, you can't do that on direct, but you can do that on cross. All right. She further says linens would also be laid out to protect the furniture, Ventura said. Combs would direct escorts to urinate on Ventura and would make her participate in these freak-offs while on her period. Oh my God. Miss Ventura, did you want to be urinated on? The government asked. She says no. Ventura responded. It was not discussed beforehand, she said, but it happened because it was a turn on for Combs. Let me see if there any more context I can get from the other source. She's asked, who directed you to communicate with the escort? Defense says objection. She says apparently it was overruled. And she says, who, if anyone? And the defense says same objection, assumes a fact not in evidence, meaning that it's not in discovery, right? And they said, did you ever reach out to an escort independently? And she says no. Let me see if there's any more updates from him while I'm over here.
is a federal case. Again, these are the rules here with no cameras allowed. So this is the next best thing. You get me, right? And you continue to get these updates from the court reporters as we bring them to you. But we are now getting into much more graphic and explicit nature of these updates coming from Cassie on the stand, and really the pointed questions as well from the prosecution. We should note that before the lunch hour, Cassie was briefly asked about freak-offs, but really concentrated more. The questioning was geared towards the relationship with Diddy, talking about how they met, what the relationship was like, what he expected from her, and really what were the perks of a relationship where she did get many different apartments, but she said it came at a cost because he would have keys and access and would come unannounced to the homes, and if she did not pick up right away, he would send security over, or he would come over, or he would continue to call her until she picked up here. So those are just some of the details that came out here in this early phase. It's only day 2. I know it's hard to imagine, but some of the details that we've already gotten from this case, I mean, that is hard to imagine. It's day 2 already, but it feels like we should be on day 25 by now with the amount of coverage and really details that were coming. But that's because we have the number one witness on the stand for the prosecution. Cassie Ventura continues to give the answers to the prosecution right now, and we are waiting for more updates right now and continuing to update you all in real time. Earlier, the
So while he is going back, let me interject this from, hold on. Well, let me elaborate on the male escorts. Because Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Diddy Combs tasked her with finding escorts for the freak-offs, and she noted that Combs had very specific physical requirements for the men. Ventura said she found escorts by responding to ads on Craigslist and Backpage at Combs' direction. The jury is now reviewing a text message conversation between Ventura and a man she said would facilitate escorts. He would send her photos of the men they could hire, she said. I'd usually show them to Sean and see if that person was of interest for a freak-off, Ventura said. Combs had to approve the escorts, she testified. I definitely had to show him. Okay. And remember, a long time ago, before he was ever charged, and we was talking about this, and I told you that there are texts, there are emails, calls, whatever, where they use people to find people. Remember, I was saying, well, darn, I want to know what had people started. Well, I didn't say it like that. I said, I was pretty much explaining that way that they get people, to come to these parties and do whatever. And I said, no, I did say, I wonder had they now using another form, like going to prostitutions and stuff like that, because that's what we were starting to hear, that he was getting, they had prostitutes and all that type of stuff. I said, well, maybe they remember I said it on my live, I said, well, maybe they got tired of the same people showing up. Okay? We had, I know I said, I went over that about two or three last night. We went over just having a conversation. We was talking about that. And I was wondering, I said, darn, they was using prostitutes and all that type of stuff. Wow. Getting them off the back page, child. Okay. Again, the court has started again with Cassie Ventura back on the stand. Assistant USA Emily Johnson is asking for details on how male escorts were solicited and picked to participate in freak-offs. Ventura said that they would contact dancing or stripping services, then showed Sean Combs images of potential male escorts for his approval. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, more updates. Okay, she's asked, did you ever not use an escort who arrived? She says one couldn't perform, so Sean sent him on. She's asked, what was a safe escort? Ventura said, not a cop and someone who not run and tell everyone about their experience with us. She's asked, why not a cop? She said, I learned this whole situation was not legal. Defense says objection. Uh-oh. The judge said jury would disregard that last answer, so that objection was sustained. She's asked, how did Cash get there? Judge says security or he brought it himself. The judge ended up weighing in, child, with the answer. I'm real interested in this part. Okay, let me check these other traps before I go back to our friend. Oh, okay.
Government had asked Ventura for more details about the freakoffs, who made the decisions regarding lube, the colors used during freakoffs, whether candles were laid out, who chose the candles, to what temperature the room was set. In each instance, Ventura said it was Combs. Linens would also be laid out to protect the furniture, Ventura said. Combs would direct escorts to urinate on Ventura and would make her participate in these freak-offs while on her period. Miss Ventura, did you want to be urinated on? The government asked. No, Ventura responded. It was not discussed beforehand, she said, but it happened because it was a turn on for Combs. We should also delve a little bit deeper into these urination accusations. The assistant U.S. attorney asking her, why were you choking? Ventura said, too much urine in my mouth. The prosecution said, who else urinated on you? Ventura said, Sean. Did you want Sean to urinate on you? I didn't want anyone to urinate on me, she said. How often did it happen? Ventura said, often enough. So these are just some of the very, very graphic details that to continue to come out here in this case. That remember, folks, we are only on day 2 of this trial. But some of this information that has been coming out has been very, very graphic. And she's discussing the ways that these freak-offs were coordinated, the amount of lube and baby oil that was a part of these freak-offs. And she says it was all organized and choreographed by Diddy, getting the help sometimes of his staff. Some of the big takeaways, remember, Cassie said the freak-offs were a very choreographed experience with lots of baby oil. The substance would be heated up, a closed bottle placed in a sink filled with hot water and applied liberally because Combs wanted her to be glistening constantly, she said. Now, these are just some of the very, very graphic details talking about the amount of baby oil and the way that it was used as well. Combs would call out Cassie when she looked dry and ordered her to reapply, sometimes requiring a new coat of baby oil every 5 minutes or so, she said. On one occasion, she said a blow-up pool of baby oil and lubricants was placed in a hotel room, and she was told to get inside even with her outfit on and shoes on. She said close to 10 large-sized bottles of baby oil would be used during a freak-off. It was such a mess. It was like, what are we doing here? Some more of the graphic details that came out. And Cassie testified that her first freak off occurred in Combs' Los Angeles home when she was 22, around the year of 2008. She said a male Las Vegas stripper came to the home just months after Combs told her about his interest in voyeurism. Cassie said she felt a mix of emotions when they were finished, dirty and confused, but also relief that Combs was really happy with me, that I did something right, she said. She also said she felt obligated to go along with future freak-offs. I just didn't want to make him upset. I just didn't want to make him angry and regret telling me about this experience that was so personal. Asked if there was anything she enjoyed about freak-offs, an emotional Cassie said the time spent with him. Wiping away tears, she explained that those encounters provided some of the only one-on-one time she had with Combs. Soon, she said, she was doing freak-offs weekly. The final one, she said, occurred in 2017 or 2018. Cassie recalled an incident in which Combs left her during a freak-off at his Los Angeles home to confront rival record executive Suge Knight at Mel's Drive-In, a landmark diner nearby. Combs sprang into action after his bodyguard came in and told him of Knight's whereabouts, she said. Combs and the bodyguard, dressed in black clothes, grabbed guns from a safe and loaded into an SUV, she said. I was crying. I was screaming, like, please do not do anything stupid, Cassie testified. I was really nervous for them. I didn't know what they were going to do, she said. It's like I wasn't even there, Cassie said. Combs later returned, but she didn't say if he told her what happened. It's unclear if he ended up encountering Knight at the diner. Before the trial paused for a 40-minute lunch break, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson pressed Cassie to explain what happened to her music career and the 9 albums that were never released. Cassie said she created hundreds of songs, some of which were released on the internet prior to proper release, and some just didn't see the light of day. Cassie testified that much of her week went toward the freak-offs. Freak-offs became a job where there was no space to do anything else but to recover and just try to feel normal again. Jealousy was cited during opening statements on just yesterday as a source of much of the conflict between Combs and Cassie. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson elicited from Cassie that she and Combs were seeing other people at times. In the beginning, Cassie said she was insanely jealous. She said that resulted from being super young. I didn't get that he was him. As he would say, I'm Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy has many rules, likes the company of women, she recalled. She said that as time passed, she came to believe more often than not that they were in a monogamous relationship. He expected that of me, so I assumed it was the same. She said Combs told her, I'm not dealing with anyone else. It's just us. And that is just...
Let me pause it right there because he's just giving an update, a recap of what has been said so far. So let me bring you what the latest. Okay, so remember they were talking about these escorts, right, showing up. All right, Cass Ventura said escorts were typically paid between $1,500 to $6,000 after the freak-offs. She often handed them the money, although it was provided by Sean Diddy Combs, she said. Sometimes the cash was brought to the location by Combs security. The escorts were almost always men, with a few exceptions, according to to Ventura. And for the let me see, there's another update. It says Catherine Tour described how she would vet a new escort if they hadn't used them before. Sean would want me to clarify if the person was a cop, she testified. I learned that this whole situation was not legal, Ventura said. Her remark prompted Judge Arun Subramanian to tell the jury to disregard the comment about the legality of the freakoffs. And let's see. Now you know why, and like I said, she seems like she's a very intelligent young lady because, or she had an excellent person who prepped her because she is making sure she established that although she was kind of the go-between, that it was at the direction of Sean, it was his money, his staff of security guards and all of that, right? So right there, the prosecutors are establishing a bunch of points and laying the foundation as they go. So they're doing an excellent job with regards to her direct, right? Because if not, the defense is going to come up there and say, listen, you want to have these things. That's why you were willing to give the money. You was willing to be the go-between or whatever. Or that's what I would think that they would, the way they would approach it. They may say, no, this was your ideal and whatever. It all depends, right? Myself, I would say, yeah, you were willing, right? You were willing to do this. You were an active participant. You were under no no pressure to do these things and so on and so forth. Was Sean Combs standing up there with a gun to your head telling you to do this, this, and the third, right? Now, 1 minute ago, the judge says security or he brought it himself. The AUSA says the escort, Dave, do you know his real name? Ventura said Clayton Howard. She's asked, who is this? The photo is shown to her. She says it's Daniel. She's asked, what service did you use? She said a dancing service. She's asked I'm sorry, do you recognize Jules? She says yes. In what city did you have a freak off with Jules? She says New York, LA, and Vegas. She says, she's asked, do you know his real name? She says no. She's asked, who is this? She says, I know him as the Punisher. Oh. Let me check these other sources. Before I go back to our friend. Okay, just to go over what I said. Another source has it. It says Cassie Ventura described how she would vet a new escort if they hadn't used them before. Sean would want me to clarify if the person was a cop, she testified. I learned that this whole situation was not legal. Oh, I've already read that. Okay. Go back to our friend.
Just some of the early testimony from Cassie on the stand, continuing to give some detail right now. Court has once again started again after a brief break with Cassie Ventura back on the stand. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson is asking her for details on how male escorts were solicited and picked to participate in freak-offs. Ventura said she would contact dancing or stripping services to then show Sean Combs images of potential male escorts for his approval. This goes along with more of the details that we are getting from Cassie as she and really the prosecution trying to frame up how Diddy was the choreographer of all of this, the organizer of the freak-offs, and he was very, very particular in the ways that he wanted a certain freak-off to go. What's not being mentioned here is the involvement actually of Diddy at these freak-offs. We are not getting too much information just yet. We know that Diddy would sometimes be pleasuring himself in the corner or actually directing what Cassie and the male escort do next. But we are not getting many details if Sean Combs participated in these freak-offs or if he just watched more of his voyeurism style that Cassie said that he really enjoyed. And this was all brought up within the first year of their relationship. And Cassie is saying on the that she felt that there was no way to say no to Diddy because she felt her career would be in jeopardy, and also maybe even the way that different situations could arise, like more physical or mental abuse by Diddy. Those are just some of the ways that this is all being described on the stand right now. Again, we are providing you these updates in real time as court is back in session after a brief break. Cassie getting some time just to collect her thoughts and have the jurors have a brief break as well, because when it comes to so many startling evidence and testimony, sometimes it can be hard to concentrate on one fact or one factoid because you just heard something maybe so graphic that your brain doesn't have time to really catch up to figure out, okay, what are they talking about now? So it's important that the prosecution is giving the jurors some time to really take this in as well. Coming up in just moments, we'll be talking to a defense attorney to give us some insight here on really what is happening here in this explosive day 2 of the Diddy trial, as we are getting more insight from Cassie Ventura on the stand, continuing to describe her relationship with Diddy and almost giving a roadmap of how their relationship was in the beginning. She said she was jealous in the very beginning. She was young. She knew that Diddy was in a relationship with other women. He said to her flat out that Puff Daddy likes the company of women. And she even admitted on the stand, too, that she was at times in different relationships as well, but always coming back to these so-called freak-offs because she did not know what was going to happen with her career or the videos that were recorded by Diddy. So that is just some new information and more that we have just been getting from inside of the courtroom. Again, we're providing you these updates from our great court reporters that continue to give the updates almost in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. Again, court has started again after a brief break. Cassie Ventura back on the stand. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson is at her for details on how male escorts were solicited and picked to participate in freak-offs. Ventura said she would contact dancing or stripping services, then show Sean Combs images of potential male escorts for his approval. Prosecution, when questioning Cassie, prosecutor Emily Johnson returned again and again to a simple but important question. Whose decision was it? Sean, Cassie replied each time, referring to Combs, about the alleged involvement of these freak-offs, of the organization of them, where they were located, and who was participating in it. And again, it seemed like, according to Cassie's testimony, that he definitely wanted to be in part of all aspects of this case. So we again are providing these details to you all in real time on Live Now from Fox, as we are getting more information from court reporters inside as Cassie continues to be on the stand, and we are bringing you this information all in real time, everyone. We thank our viewers worldwide for being with us, for being active in the YouTube stream, to be active in the chat as well. And again, we'll be updating you all in real time on Live Now from Fox as we get more information. Stay right here with us worldwide on Live Now. We'll continue to wait for more updates.
Okay, let's see if there's any updates in. Okay, so they left off talking about one of the escorts. She knew him as the Punisher. She's asked, "Did you use drugs every freak off?" She says, "Yes. I need to disassociate and become emotionless." And she's asked, "Who else used drugs at the freak offs?" Ventura says, "Sean did. Sometimes the escort." She's asked, "What other drugs did you use?" She says, "Special K, GHB, mushrooms." Let me see if we have any other updates to provide more context. All right, it's taking it back a little bit. So here's an update. It says, Cassie Ventura is being asked about the individual escorts, which names she knew them by, how they were hired, where they were hired, and where they traveled to. One person whose real name she didn't know, she called him the Punisher. These images of the escort is simultaneously being shown to the jury. All the photos so far show Black or Latino men. Okay. Another little update says prosecutor Emily Johnson is showing photos of some of the escorts who participated in freak-offs. Some of those pictured participating in freak-offs in multiple states, Cassie Ventura testified. So that is establishing the trafficking element, right? It says Ventura said that the escorts travel was sometimes coordinated by her, sometimes by a travel agent or Sean Diddy Combs' company, and sometimes by the escort himself. Remember, he's being charged with RICO conspiracy, right, which is different than the substantive RICO that R. Kelly was charged with. Now, with the conspiracy, they need to prove that he knew about what was going on, right? So here, he clearly knew, allegedly, because he participated in setting up this travel. He was there with the freak offs and so on and so forth, right? So clearly he would know. And conspiracy is two or more people agreeing to break crime to commit a crime. It says Ventura testified that she would tell Combs' travel agent that she needed to arrange travel for a new staff member when she needed to fly an escort in for a freakoff. Let me see if we have any other updates before I go back to our friend. I'm waiting to hear if he participated with men, and did it have something to do with Tupac and Biggie, the death of. All right, let's go back to our friend.
And also, I am going to end your career. Those are going to be some of the statements that the defense is going to be mentioning here. And we are going to be continuing to update you all in real time here on Live Now from Fox. But if you're just joining us, welcome here to the stream as we are continuing to update you in real time about what's going on as Cassie is on the stand. Earlier today, Cassie and the prosecution spending a good amount of time not talking and really describing too much about the alleged freak-offs, but more about entering into a relationship with Diddy, what that really meant, what he wanted out of the relationship. He is alleged to want sexual gratification at times with Cassie, and then at times he wanted to watch Cassie have sex with other people. The prosecution also alleges that he was very controlling, wanted to know at all times where Cassie was, wanting to know what she was up to, what she was working on. These are all things that have been talked about in open court, and Cassie continues to describe some of those things, and we brought that to you here on Live Now from Fox. And we'll continue to bring you some of those details on Live Now. But I'm just looking for other updates to pass along to you. We do have some other big news to report here. We are learning some new information. So just stay with us here. Other items Cassie Ventura said she saw in Sean Combs' safes were cash, jewelry, videotapes, and SD cards from cameras. Cassie Ventura was asked to recall when Sean Combs first proposed the freak-offs to her, which she testified about earlier in the morning. She said he raised the idea of voyeuristic sex parties after he began physically abusing her. Sean Combs arranged the first freak-off that Cassie Ventura participated in, according to her testimony. I understood him to be a dancer, Ventura said, referring to a male escort whose photo was being shown to the jury as she spoke. I want to say that again to everybody. I understood him to be a dancer, Ventura said, referring to a male escort whose photo was being shown to the jury as she spoke. He was paid to entertain, to dance, and to have intercourse with me, she said. She added that drugs and alcohol were present at the sex party held at a Los Angeles home Combs was renting at the time. Asked how she felt after her first freak off, Cassie Ventura answered, I was high, so there wasn't much of a feeling. She said she felt a mixture of dirty and confusion, but at the same time, he's really happy with me and I did something right. I didn't know what was going to happen after that, Ventura said. Now, also, let's keep an eye. Of course, I've been talking about defense, of course, taking notes during this. No doubt they are going to be zeroing in on some of this testimony, saying that she said openly in court that she was on drugs at the time of this freak off. They are going to ask her in open court on this cross examination, you say you were on drugs during this first freak off. How do you remember things so vividly? It's to our understanding when you're on drugs, things can become a little bit loose, and you may forget things from time to time, but it seems like you have a pretty clear understanding of what happened. How is that? And if you're not telling us the truth on the drug use, how are you telling us the truth and the jury on this alleged freak off? So, again, these are just some of the things that are going to be discussed here in open court as the cross examination will begin at some point here. But again, we're providing you these updates all in real time. And again, just waiting for more major updates to come from this right now. But again, Cassie Ventura is on the stand in day two of this Diddy trial, and we're bringing you updates as they happen from the court reporters inside right now. But again, it's great to just think about just some of the ways that the defense is going to use some of these examples as they are being discussed here in this open court.
Okay, so he's jumping ahead to what the defense, he's giving legal commentary, so that's fine. But we got some updates in, so let's see. Okay. So remember when they left off, she testified that during the freak off, she was given, she used special KGHB and mushrooms. She's asked by the prosecutor, I'll read Sean's part of this email. You read, I guess, yours. Ventura said, when should I take the thing? When will you be there? And the prosecutor says, pausing, you there? What did you mean? She said, drugs. Prosecutor says, Sean, I took mine. I'm blind. And the prosecutor says, what does that mean? What does he mean? She says, he's high. Let me see if there's any more tweets that goes along with that. Okay, so let me give you some context. All right. Cassie Ventura testified that she used drugs at every freak off and took all kinds of drugs, including ecstasy, marijuana, and mushrooms. For me, it was the dissociative and numbing. I couldn't imagine myself doing any. I couldn't imagine myself doing any of that without having some sort of buffer or just way to not feel it for what it really was, she said. Combs provided the drugs, and sometimes his staff would drop them off, she testified. Someone would drop off drugs to me wherever I was, Ventura said. More context. As Cassie used drugs during every freak off, she testified, because she needed mental distance as she engaged in a host of unwanted sexual activities with strangers. It was dissociative and numbing, she said. I couldn't imagine doing any of that without having some sort of buffer. She told the jury that Sean Combs and his staff provided her with drugs of all sorts for these emotionless ordeals: marijuana, ketamine, GHB, sometimes mushrooms, she said. Whatever was the drug of choice at that point. Let's see if we have anything else. Refresh. Okay. So after Ventura was asked, what does he mean by saying I'm flying? And she said, he's high. She's asked, why did you take more drugs? She says, to not be present with the experience. She's asked, why? Cassie says, because it was something I hated. She's asked, how did you react to ecstasy and MDMA? She said, it could make me vomit. She's asked, what would he say? She said, to continue. She's asked, did you want to continue to have intercourse when you wanted to vomit? She said, no. Then how does GHB make you feel? She says, drunk and tipsy. She says, cocaine? She said, makes my heart race. I'm not a huge fan. Says mushroom. Asked about mushrooms. He said, the walls come alive. Oh, Lord. I hope she wasn't doing all of those drugs at the same time. Jesus Christ. Let me see. Because that came in pretty fast. So let me check these other traps. My Lord, honey. Like, that's.
Sean Combs arranged the first freak-off that Cassie Ventura participated in. According to her testimony, I understood him to be a dancer, Ventura said, referring to a male escort whose photo was being shown to the jury as she spoke. He was paid to entertain, to dance, and to have intercourse with me, she said. She added that drugs and alcohol were present at the sex party held at a Los Angeles home Combs was renting at the time. So again, these are just some of the things that are coming on now early, and we're getting now more involved into these alleged freak-off parties and times with Diddy, Cassie, and others who would be invited to participate in this. So before lunch, it was all about getting to know Diddy and Cassie as a couple. Now we are progressing pretty quickly by the prosecution on how these freak-offs wanted to be executed by Diddy, how Cassie was to perform with these sexual partners, and what the expectation was after these freak-offs as well. And again, Cassie saying in open court that she felt that he would be angry at her if she did not perform at a level that he felt was entertainment on behalf of him, this whole voyeurism, the swinger lifestyle. We are also expecting defense attorneys, when they do the cross examination and really closing arguments, to say, look, people have different sexual experiences, and Cassie and Diddy certainly had one that was not what you would describe as normal for a partnership to have. But just because it's not normal doesn't mean he's a sex trafficker, or it doesn't mean that he is engaging in prostitution. They are going to really come in on Cassie and say, why did you perform with these sex workers? Why did you just not say to the person, look, it's not happening with me. I don't know what you've been told, but I am not having sex with you. Why did you not say that to these sex workers? Even if Diddy was telling you, please do not do that. Continue to do these freak offs, or I will beat you, or I will end your career. Why didn't you just get out of the home, call 911, and say everything to the police? That is going to be a lot of the questioning that we are going to be getting from the different amounts of cross examination to Cassie and really other witnesses that prosecutors come on the stand with. Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Combs involved her in freak-offs weekly for a consistent amount of years, from early in their relationship until about 2017 or 2018. She said Combs provided drugs and called all the shots, choreographing everything from her sexual position with escorts to the lighting of the room. These performances went on for hours, she said, and even when she wanted to stop, she was scared to. So again, the defense will ask her in the cross examinations, what were you so scared about to say, no, I've had enough? What would have happened? Why do you feel that Diddy was so controlling like this? And if you didn't stop, what would have happened? Remember, these are all questions. They need to poke holes into the testimony there of Cassie, and that will be coming up a little bit later, maybe as early as tomorrow here. So again, we are providing you these updates as Cassie is now describing to the prosecution and to the jury that she was involved in freak-offs weekly for a consistent amount of years. She felt that this was happening on a weekly basis, that Diddy provided the drugs, the alcohol, the venue, and even the sex workers to do this, and that he called all the shots at all times. So that is another key piece of evidence that we are learning from Cassie on the stand right now. And again, this is always fast moving just because these updates are coming in real time right now, and we want to try to get those to you and really reach out to you at all times. Also in open court, Cassie recalled an incident in which Combs left her during a freak-off at his Los Angeles home to confront a rival record executive, Suge Knight, at Mel's Drive-In, a landmark diner nearby. Combs sprang into action after his bodyguard came in and told him of Knight's whereabouts, she said. Combs and the bodyguard, dressed in black clothes, grabbed guns from a safe and loaded into an SUV, she said. I was crying, I was screaming, like, please don't do anything stupid, Cassie testified. I was really nervous for them. I didn't know what they were going to do. She said, it's like I wasn't even there. Cassie said Combs later returned, but she didn't say if he told her what happened. It's unclear if he ended up encountering Knight at the diner here. So again, more updates coming in real time right now. We're doing our best to stay on top of all of that for you on Live Down from Fox. Another major update, Cassie Ventura said it would be impossible to remember every freak-off she participated in because of the frequency of the events and the drug use. It just felt like it was all I was good for him to do was freak-offs, Ventura said, her voice breaking. I was humiliated. Ventura began crying as she recalled feeling good about getting one-on-one time with Sean Combs during the parties, which would last for 2 or 3 days at a time. It was the only time I could get with him, Ventura added. She said that she would sometimes try to talk him out of the freak-offs, always taking care to use a gentle voice because she didn't want him to feel judged. So this is another major takeaway from this Cassie Ventura on the stand right now. Prosecution trying to get that all out there, that at some point, remember we just talked about how defense will try to put some holes into the testimony while Cassie says that she was on drugs during most of these freak-offs, and then she's adding that she feels like she can't remember all of the times because of her consistent drug use and because it was happening at such a rate weekly, and some of these parties would last 2 or 3 days. She is also saying under oath right now that she had to use a small voice and a light voice when telling Diddy, maybe she doesn't have to do this amount of freak off right now, or be in this party zone setting with this sexual nature that continues. She felt she had to use that small voice because she did not want him to get really irate and very upset. So these are just major things that we are learning right now from the trial, and we are continuing to bring that to you on Live Now from Fox, always worldwide for you, bringing you these updates just as we get them. Cassie Ventura still on the stand right now, still taking direct questions from the prosecution, where we are providing these updates to you all in real time. Thanks to all our viewers worldwide joining us. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you and giving you these updates from our court reporters that are doing such a great job of providing the updates. They're just typing it out as they are hearing it, as they are looking and watching what is being transpired inside of this courtroom. Remember, if Diddy is convicted on all of these counts, he is looking at life in prison here. So this is an all-in moment for Diddy, and also we are waiting for the cross-examination of Cassie. That will be very, very fiery. We are learning that now Cassie is breaking down on the stand. She is openly crying on the witness stand as she is discussing the amounts of freak-offs that she is in. Remember, this has to be a very humiliating time for her, or an awkward time. She is describing this in open court. This is being described all over the world now, of her nature, of her sexual nature with Diddy, about these freak off allegations, and so much more. She feels like right now that maybe the whole world is watching her, even though there's not cameras on her, but she feels that the whole world is now judging her sexual activity with Diddy, and many, many wondering why she just did not leave. That is going to be the major, major question from defense attorneys once they do get a shot at Cassie on the stand. They are going to say, Cassie Ventura, describe to us why you felt you could never get out of the relationship, why you felt you could never tell anyone about what was going on, why you could never call 911, why you felt that you were always the victim but never ever the aggressor. Why is that? That is what they are going to be doing. And again, we are waiting for those updates all in real time, everyone. Watch with us here live on Live Now from Fox as we break it down for you, waiting on more updates from our court reporters that are continuing to do such a great job. We'll be back with much more on Live Now from Fox as we get these updates. Well, thanks to all our viewers worldwide, continuing to bring you these major updates on Cassie is still on the stand. Day 2 of the Diddy trial. I am your host worldwide for you, Mike Page, continuing to provide you the accounts from inside of that courtroom. Thanks to our great court reporters that are continuing to update in real time. We so wish, I know that so many of you watching wish this could be on the camera and so you could just watch it yourself. We all wish that as well, but because this is a federal case, again, these are the rules here with no cameras allowed. So this is the next best thing. You get me, right? And you continue to get these updates from the court reporters as we bring them to you. But we are now getting into much more graphic and explicit nature of these updates coming from Cassie on the stand, and really the pointed questions as well from the prosecution. We should note that before the lunch hour, Cassie was briefly asked about freakoffs, but really concentrated more. The questioning was geared towards the relationship with Diddy, talking about how they met, what the relationship was like, what he expected from her, and really what were the perks of a relationship where she did get many different apartments, but she said it came at a cost because he would have keys and access and would come unannounced to the homes. And if she did not pick up right away, he would send security over, or he would come over, or he would continue to call her until she picked up here. So those are just some of the details that came out here in this early phase. It's only day 2. I know it's hard to imagine, but some of the details that we've already gotten from this case, I mean, that is hard to imagine. It's day 2 already, but, it feels like we should be on day 25 by now with the amount of coverage and really details that were coming. But that's because we have the number one witness on the stand for the prosecution. Cassie Ventura continues to give the answers to the prosecution right now, and we are waiting for more updates right now and continuing to update you all in real time. Earlier, the government had asked Ventura for more details about the freakoffs, who made the decisions regarding lube, the colors used during freakoffs, whether candles were laid out, who chose the candles, to what temperature the room was set. In each instance, Ventura said it was Combs. Linens would also be laid out to protect the furniture, Ventura said. Combs would direct escorts to urinate on Ventura and would make her participate in these freakoffs while on her period. Miss Ventura, did you want to be urinated on? The government asked. No, Ventura responded. It was not discussed beforehand, she said, but it happened because it was a turn-on for Combs. We should also delve a little bit deeper into these urination accusations. The assistant U.S. attorney asking her, why were you choking? Ventura said, too much urine in my mouth. The prosecution said, who else urinated on you? Ventura said, Sean. Did you want Sean to urinate on you? I didn't want anyone to urinate on me, she said. How often did it happen? Ventura said, often enough. So these are just some of the very, very graphic details that to continue to come out here in this case that, remember, folks, we are only on day 2 of this trial. But some of this information that has been coming out has been very, very graphic. And she's discussing the ways that these freak-offs were coordinated, the amount of lube and baby oil that was a part of these freak-offs. And she says it was all organized and choreographed by Diddy, getting the help sometimes of his staff. Some of the big takeaways, remember, Cassie said the freak-offs were a very choreographed experience with lots of baby oil. The substance would be heated up, a closed bottle placed in a sink filled with hot water and applied liberally because Combs wanted her to be glistening constantly, she said. Now, these are just some of the very, very graphic details talking about the amount of baby oil and the way that it was used as well. Combs would call out Cassie when she looked dry and ordered her to reapply, sometimes requiring a new coat of baby oil every 5 minutes or so, she said. On one occasion, she said a blow-up pool of baby oil and lubricants was placed in a hotel room, and she was told to get inside even with her outfit on and shoes on. She said close to 10 large-sized bottles of baby oil would be used during a freak-off. It was such a mess. It was like, what are we doing here? Some more of the graphic details that came out. And Cassie testified that her first freak-off occurred in Combs' Los Angeles home when she was 22, around the year of 2008. She said a male Las Vegas stripper came to the home just months after Combs told her about his interest in voyeurism. Cassie said she felt a mix of emotions when they were finished, dirty and confused, but also relief that Combs was really happy with me, that I did something right, she said. She also said she felt obligated to go along with future freak-offs. I just didn't want to make him upset. I just didn't want to make him angry and regret telling me about this experience that was so personal. Asked if there was anything she enjoyed about freak-offs, an emotional Cassie said, the time spent with him. Wiping away tears, she explained that those encounters provided some of the only one-on-one time she had with Combs. Soon, she said, she was doing freak-offs weekly. The final one, she said, occurred in 2017 or 2018. Cassie recalled an incident in which Combs left her during a freak-off at his Los Angeles home to confront rival record executive Suge Knight at Mel's Drive-In, a landmark diner nearby. Combs sprang into action after his bodyguard came in and told him of Knight's whereabouts, she said. Combs and the bodyguard, dressed in black clothes, grabbed guns from a safe and loaded into an SUV, she said. I was crying, I was screaming, like, please do not do anything stupid, Cassie testified. I was really nervous for them. I didn't know what they were going to do, she said. It's like I wasn't even there, Cassie said. Combs later returned, but she didn't say if he told her what happened. It's unclear if he ended up encountering Knight at the diner. Before the trial paused for a 40-minute lunch break, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson pressed Cassie to explain what happened to her music career and the 9 albums that were never released. Cassie said she created hundreds of songs, some of which were released on the internet prior to proper release, and some just didn't see the light of day. Cassie testified that much of her week went toward the freak-offs. Freak-offs became a job where there was no space to do anything else but to recover and just try to feel normal again. Jealousy was cited during opening statements on just yesterday as a source of much of the conflict between Combs and Cassie. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson elicited from Cassie that she and Combs were seeing other people at times. In the beginning, Cassie said she was insanely jealous. She said that resulted from being super young. I didn't get that he was him. As he would say, I'm Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy has many rules, likes the company of women, she recalled. She said that as time passed, she came to believe more often than not that they were in a monogamous relationship. He expected that of me, so I assumed it was the same. She said Combs told her, I'm not dealing with anyone else. It's just us. And that is just some of the early testimony from Cassie on the stand, continuing to give some detail right now. Court has once again started again after a brief break with Cassie Ventura back on the stand. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson is asking her for details on how male escorts were solicited and picked to participate in freak-offs. Ventura said she would contact dancing or stripping services, then show Sean Combs images of potential male escorts for his approval. This goes along with more of the details that we are getting from Cassie as she and really the prosecution trying to frame up how Diddy was the choreographer of all of this, the organizer of the freak-offs, and he was very, very particular in the ways that he wanted a certain freak-off to go. What's not being mentioned here is the involvement actually of Diddy.
Okay, y'all didn't hear a thing I said. Okay, so she's back on the stand, and she's asked by the prosecutors, when drugs ran out, how did you know who to reach out to? She said Sean would tell me. She's asked during the sessions, how would you know how to move to the next step? She says Sean. Let me check again to see if there's any more information to provide context. And again, we kind of coordinated the sources and this guy live because he's pretty much backing up what I'm saying, right? Earlier, I told you that they have to make sure that they establish the facts in the case as well as prove the elements in the indictment. They have to make sure that it looks like Sean is the person who is pretty much telling her what to do, how to do it, providing the money, and so on and so forth. All right. Okay, because it shows that one. Remember, he's been charged with a RICO conspiracy, so it shows that he more than knew. Allegedly, he participated. He provided the money and whatever. He financed the whole freak off. Okay, as well as he coordinated with other people. They fulfilled the requirements for a what? An enterprise, because he had people that allegedly worked for him, arranging some of the travel and acting as security guards and so on and so forth, right? Before I go back to the guy, let's see if there's any tweets. Okay, there's another update. All right. Prosecutor asks, what would happen after the escort finished on you? She said Sean would want it put on his body in the next room. And she's asked, did you do that? She said, I did. The prosecutor says, where? She says, usually on his nipples. Prosecutor said, did you want to do that? She said, no. Wait a minute, put what on now? Oh, baby, we're going to have to wait a minute. We're going to have to get context. Put what on his nipples? Oh! Oh, baby. Bella, you're going to have to wait. We're going to get back to you. Let me see if we get context out of this. It says most of the freak-offs followed a similar pattern, Cassie Ventura testified. It was established pretty early on in doing the freak-offs that Sean enjoyed a lot of conversation and describing, she said, of her former boyfriend, Sean Diddy Combs. Ventura said a freak-off could typically start with oil and touching. After that, she said, participants would engage in oral sex before progressing to intercourse. It was like a gradual process, she said. Ventura said she would often ask Combs if they could move to the next act in the pattern. She said she wanted to speed the process. He was controlling the whole situation. He was directing it, she said. You're going to have to tell me what was going on. Put what on his nipples? Okay, now that's talking about. Come on now. Okay, let's let him talk for a minute. I need to go to the restroom real quick. Girl, put what? Hey, smarter. Put what on the nipples? I paused it.
At these freak-offs. So we are not getting too much information just yet. We know that Diddy would sometimes pleasuring himself in the corner or actually directing what Cassie and the male escort do next. But we are not getting many details if Sean Combs participated in these freak-offs or if he just watched more of his voyeurism style that Cassie said that he really enjoyed. And this was all brought up within the first year of their relationship. And Cassie is saying on the stand that she felt that there was no way to say no to Diddy because she felt her career would be in jeopardy, and also maybe even the way that different situations could arise, like more physical or mental abuse by Diddy. Those are just some of the ways that this is all being described on the stand right now. Again, we are providing you these updates in real time as court is back in session after a brief break. Cassie getting some time just to collect her thoughts and have the jurors have a brief break as well. Because when it comes to so many startling evidence and testimony, sometimes it can be hard to concentrate on one fact or one factoid because you just heard something maybe so graphic that your brain doesn't have time to really catch up to figure out, okay, what are they talking about now? So it's important that the prosecution is giving the jurors some time to really take this in as well. Coming up in just moments, we'll be talking to a defense attorney to give us some insight here on really what is happening here in this explosive day two of the Diddy trial, as we are getting more insight from Cassie Ventura on the stand, continuing to describe her relationship with Diddy and almost giving a roadmap of how their relationship was in the beginning. She said she was jealous in the very beginning. She was young. She knew that Diddy was in a relationship with other women. He said to her flat out that Puff Daddy likes the company of women. And she even admitted on the stand, too, that she was at times in different relationships as well, but always coming back to these so-called freak-offs because she did not know what was going to happen with her career or the videos that were recorded by Diddy. So that is just some new information and more that we have just been getting from inside of the courtroom. Again, we're providing you these updates from our great court reporters that continue to give the updates almost in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. Again, court has started again after a brief break. Cassie Ventura back on the stand. Assisting U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson is asking her for details on how male escorts were solicited and picked to participate in freak-offs. Ventura said she would contact dancing or stripping services, then show Sean Combs images of potential male escorts for his approval. Again, folks, we are worldwide for you, continuing to showcase the very latest here in this trial. Diddy trial day two. Cassie still on the stand right now, and we have been featuring that viewer discretion advised because of the graphic nature that continues. We are learning a little bit more information from Cassie on the stand. When a prosecutor asked why, she replied, "For me, it was because." Let's back up here. Cassie says that she used drugs during every freak-off she participated. When a prosecutor asked why, she replied, "For me, it was numbing. I couldn't imagine myself doing any of that without having some sort of buffer or way to not feel it for what it really was, which was emotional sex with a stranger that I didn't really want to have sex with." During her testimony, Cassie identified some of the many male escorts she says she hired for freak-offs at Combs' behest. As she spoke, prosecutors displayed photos of the men on courtroom monitors. She identified some by their real names, others she knew only by their nicknames, including the Punisher. Cassie said some of the men that were procured online were flown to freak-offs in such places as LA, Miami, and Las Vegas. And again, we are providing you this coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Sorry, we were caught in that loop right there, but we are back up here for you. And Cassie said some of the men that were procured online were flown to freakoffs in such places as LA, Miami, and Las Vegas. Others were only used for encounters in New York City. One of those men, a stripper named Daniel Phillip, testified today and yesterday. Let's continue to wait for more details to come.
Okay, while he waits, let's see if some more them come in. Cause somebody got to tell me. Okay. Now, so remember, she's putting something on his nipples. Okay, she's asked, "Did you want to do that?" She says no. And the prosecutor asks, "How did you feel?" She says, "I was an object, being heavily objectified by men. Sometimes he would watch by FaceTime." Oh my God. Oh, that might get her right there. Prosecutor says, "Were some sessions recorded on your devices?" She says, "Because they were there." Wait a minute. Okay, the prosecutor asks, "Were some sessions recorded on your devices?" She says, "Because they were there." Prosecutor said, "If you saw them on your device, what would you do?" Um, Hold on. Okay, let's see if we can get some context or something, because that's a lot of stuff missing in that. Okay. That Cassie described for the jury the order in which Sean Combs expected things to happen during a freak-off. The parties kicked off with a mandatory discussion of each other's nude bodies, she testified. This led to oral sex, the use of baby oil, and more explicit events. Mature said it was awkward and pretty humiliating to talk to Combs about an escort's penis, but he expected it. Hmm? Um, More context says most of the freak-offs followed a similar pattern, Cassie testified. It was established pretty early on in doing the freak-off that Sean enjoyed a lot of conversation and describing, she said, of the former boyfriend, Sean Diddy Combs. Ventura said a freak-off could typically start with oral and touching. After that, she said participants would engage in oral sex before progressing to intercourse. It was gradual process. I just read that. Okay, she said, I'll continue reading. So Ventura said that she would often ask Combs if they could move to the next act in the pattern. She said she wanted to speed up the process. He was controlling the whole situation. So I already read that one. Let's see if we get any more context. And this is why you need transcripts. Let's go back to the live tweets. Okay, remember, so the prosecutor left off saying, if you saw them on your device, what would you do? She said, I would delete them. And she's asked why. She said, they were disgusting. I never wanted anyone to see them. She's asked, were Sean's devices used sometimes? She says, yes. I asked them to delete them. And she's asked, did he? She said, I don't know. Oh, so they're trying to, so the prosecutor, oh boy, wow, they are giving the defense a lot to work with. Because one, she says sometimes he watched by FaceTime, which indicates maybe he wasn't there. Okay. Two, she says some of these freak-offs were recorded on her devices. And then they double back and say, well, if you saw them on your devices, what would you do? She said, I would delete them. Now, the defense got a little leeway with that. Like, well, why would you record it on your device in the first place? Why you ain't act like you was recording it and then didn't record it? Why you, if you knew it was already there, why, if you recorded it, why you just didn't delete it shortly afterwards? If you were just going to delete it anyway, no.
The amount of coverage and really details that were coming, but that's because we have the number one witness on the stand for the prosecution. Cassie Ventura continues to give the answers to the prosecution right now, and we are waiting for more updates right now and continuing to update you all in real time. Earlier, the government had asked Ventura for more details about the freak-offs, who made the decisions regarding lube, the colors used during freak-offs, whether candles were laid out, who chose the candles, to what temperature the room was set. In each instance, Ventura said it was Combs. Linens would also be laid out to protect the furniture, Ventura said. Combs would direct escorts to urinate on Ventura and would make her participate in these freak-offs while on her period. Miss Ventura, did you want to be urinated on? The government asked. No, Ventura responded. It was not discussed beforehand, she said, but it happened because it was a turn-on for Combs. We should also delve a little bit deeper into these urination accusations. The assistant U.S. attorney asking her, why were you choking? Ventura said, too much urine in my mouth. The prosecution said, who else urinated on you? Ventura said, Sean. Did you want Sean to urinate on you? I didn't want anyone to urinate on me, she said. How often did it happen? Ventura said, often enough. So these are just some of the very, very graphic details that to continue to come out here in this case that, remember, folks, we are only on day 2 of this trial. But some of this information that has been coming out has been very, very graphic. And she's discussing the ways that these freak-offs were coordinated, the amount of lube and baby oil that was a part of these freak-offs. And she says it was all organized and choreographed by Diddy, getting the help sometimes of his staff. Some of the big takeaways, remember, Cassie said the freak-offs were a very choreographed experience with lots of baby oil.
Let me pause right there because we have some more context, okay? All right. Cassie Ventura said that Sean Diddy Combs began recording the freak-offs or drug-fueled sex performances pretty early on in the first year. She testified that at first they were recorded on a video camera. Later, they were recorded on both his and her electronic devices. She said there wasn't really a conversation before he began recording. Sean brought out a camera and set it up, she testified. Ventura said she would later delete the videos on her devices when she saw them because they were humiliating and disgusting. She testified that she frequently asked Combs to delete the videos he had, as well as particularly because his staff members had access to his devices. I never wanted anyone ever to see me like that, she said. Oh. Okay, here's a little bit more context to go along with that. It may repeat some information. It says, in the beginning, Cassie Ventura testified Sean Combs' freakoff parties were recorded on video cameras, then on cell phones and other personal electric devices, both his and hers. Ventura recalled telling Combs she didn't want to be recorded. She felt insane about it at first, and she testified. He replied that the recordings brought him enjoyment after the parties ended, she said. Ventura said she would watch the videos with Combs, usually while they were having intercourse. She said she also saw the videos as she was trying to delete them from her phone. Let's see if we got a tweet or anything. Okay, let's join our friend already in session.
I was crying, I was screaming, like, please do not do anything stupid, Cassie testified. I was really nervous for them. I didn't know what they were going to do, she said. It's like I wasn't even there, Cassie said. Combs later returned, but she didn't say if he told her what happened. It's unclear if he ended up encountering Knight at the diner. Before the trial paused for a 40-minute lunch break, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson pressed Cassie to explain what happened to her music career and the 9 albums that were never released. Cassie said she created hundreds of songs, some of which were released on the internet prior to proper release, and some just didn't see the light of day. Cassie testified that much of her week went toward the freakoffs. Freakoffs became a job where there was no space to do anything else but to recover and just try to feel normal again. Jealousy was cited during opening statements on just yesterday as a source of much of the conflict between Combs and Cassie. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson elicited from Cassie that she and Combs were seeing other people at times. In the beginning, Cassie said she was insanely jealous. She said that resulted from being super young. I didn't get that he was him. As he would say, I'm Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy has many rules, likes the company of women, she recalled. She said that as time passed, she came to believe more often than not that they were in a monogamous relationship. He expected that of me, so I assumed it was the same. She said Combs told her, I'm not dealing with anyone else. It's just us. And that is just some of the early testimony from Cassie on the stand, continuing to give some detail right now. Court has once again started again after a brief break with Cassie Ventura back on the stand. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson is asking her for details on how male escorts were solicited and picked to participate in freak-offs. Ventura said she would contact dancing or stripping services, then show Sean Combs images of potential male escorts for his approval. This goes along with more of the details that we are getting from Cassie as she and really the prosecution trying to frame up how Diddy was the choreographer of all of this, the organizer of the freakoffs, and he was very, very particular in the ways that he wanted a certain freakoff to go. What's not being mentioned here is the involvement actually of Diddy at these freak-offs. We are not getting too much information just yet. We know that Diddy would sometimes be pleasuring himself in the corner or actually directing what Cassie and the male escorts do next. But we are not getting many details if Sean Combs participated in these freak-offs or if he just watched more of his voyeurism style that Cassie said that he really enjoyed. And this was all brought up within the first year of their relationship. And Cassie is saying on the stand that she felt that there was no way to say no to Diddy because she felt her career would be in jeopardy. And also, maybe even the way that different situations could arise, like more physical or mental abuse by Diddy. Those are just some of the ways that this is all being described on the stand right now. Again, we are providing you these updates in real time as court is back in session after a brief break. Cassie getting some time just to collect her thoughts and have the jurors have a brief break as well, because when it comes to so many startling evidence and testimony, sometimes it can be hard to answer one fact or one factoid because you just heard something maybe so graphic that your brain doesn't have time to really catch up to figure out, okay, what are they talking about now? So it's important that the prosecution is giving the jurors some time to really take this in as well. Coming up in just moments, we'll be talking to a defense attorney to give us some insight here on really what is happening here in this explosive day 2 of the Diddy trial, as we are getting more insight from Cassie Ventura on the stand, continuing to describe her relationship with Diddy and almost giving a roadmap of how their relationship was in the beginning. She said she was jealous in the very beginning. She was young. She knew that Diddy was in a relationship with other women. He said to her flat out that Puff Daddy likes the company of women. And she even admitted on the stand, too, that she was at times in different relationships as well, but always coming back to these so-called freak-offs because she did not know what was going to happen with her career or the videos that were recorded by Diddy. So that is just some new information and more that we have just been getting from inside of the courtroom. Again, we're providing you these updates from our great court reporters that continue to give the updates almost in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. Again, court has started again after a brief break. Cassie Ventura back on the stand. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson is asking her for details on how male escorts were solicited and picked to participate in freak-offs. Ventura said she would contact.
So we've already heard about that. Let me check to see if there's any updates. It's great when I can sync up the updates with some context. Okay, let me see. Okay. Okay. So let me read the tweet first and see if the context was supported. All right. Prosecutor asks, before, remember the prosecutor was asking, did you delete them? Did he delete them? She said she didn't know, right? Delete the freak-offs off her devices, off his devices. Prosecutor asks, did you ever leave a freak off before it was over? She said yes, at the Century City Intercontinental. I finally had a premiere coming up and I didn't want to mess it up, but Sean hit me. Prosecutor said, at what point did Sean hit you? She said, between sessions. Okay. Now, that's some context. So we've circled back to the security footage famously aired on CNN last year of Sean Combs beating and dragging Cassie Ventura in the halls of a Los Angeles hotel in 2016. Ventura testified that the beating took place the only time she tried to leave a freak-off before it was over. Jurors have already seen a version of the footage, but prosecutors are likely to begin asking Ventura about the details. Okay, let's see about this. Okay. All right. Cassie Ventura testified today that she took drugs during freak off with Sean Diddy Combs, including a version of ecstasy called Blue Dolphin. Ecstasy, also known as Molly MDMA, is a part of a class of psychoactive drugs that produce experiences of emotional communion, relatedness, and openness. Some users report having less of an urge to eat, drink, or sleep, contributing to its use as a party drug. All right. In March 2016, Cassie Ventura testified that she tried to leave a freak off before it was over at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. It got violent and I chose to leave, Ventura said. Sean followed me into the hallway by the elevators. He grabbed me up, threw me on the ground, kicked me, and tried to drag me back into the room, took my stuff. Says the jury just viewed a text thread between Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie Ventura from March 5th, 2016. Remember, the surveillance footage that showed the altercation at the Intercontinental Hotel was also dated March 5th, 2016. Ventura said that the conversation happened just before she had her first big movie premiere. Sorry, y'all, my lips are swollen. She testified that Combs wanted to plan a freak off, and she didn't want Combs to be angry if she said no, but she also didn't want to compromise herself before the premiere. Cassie Ventura said she was having a freak off in the hotel room with Sean Combs and an escort when the 2016 altercation happened at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. I'm not sure what happened, but I got hit by Sean and I had a black eye. And at that point, all I could think about was getting out of there safely, she said. I had my premiere. I didn't want to mess it up, so I left. She also said that the escort was in a separate room in the hotel suite when Combs hit her. After it happened, she said she grabbed her belongings and ran out as fast as I could. Ventura ran out of the room when Combs was in the shower, barefoot, with her sneakers still in her bag. It was faster that way, she testified. The jury is viewing hotel surveillance footage again. This is at least the fifth time the jury has watched Sean Diddy Combs assault Cassie Ventura on surveillance footage in the hotel hallway. After the jury was shown the hotel surveillance video showing Sean Diddy Combs assaulting Cassie Ventura, prosecutor Emily Johnson asked Ventura how many other times Combs had beat her in that way. She says too many to count. I don't know, Ventura testified. Are there occasions when you tried to fight back when Sean hit you, Johnson asked. No, Ventura said. It says if you, no, that's something. It says, hold on. And let me check the last trap. Okay, the prosecutor asked, what were you doing? She said, trying to use the hotel phone. Prosecutor asked, what is Sean doing? She says, taking my phone and my bag. And at this moment, they stopped for today. Let's see what our friend is talking about.
Personal electronic devices, both his and hers. Ventura recalled telling Combs she didn't want to be recorded. She felt insane about it at first. As she testified, he replied that the recordings brought him enjoyment after the parties ended, she said. Ventura said that she would watch the videos with Combs, usually while they were having intercourse. She said she also saw the videos as she was trying to delete them from her phone. Cassie Ventura described for the jury the order in which Sean Combs expected things to happen during a freak-off. The parties kicked off with a mandatory discussion of each other's nude bodies, she testified. This led to oral sex, the use of baby oil, and more explicit events. Ventura said it was awkward and pretty humiliating to talk to Combs about an escort's penis, but he definitely expected it. Cassie Ventura said she would often get sick and vomit after taking drugs, especially MDMA and ecstasy. If she got sick in the middle of a freak-off, she said, Sean Combs would push her to continue having sex. Cassie Ventura, who was visibly emotional on the stand earlier in the day, is now speaking in a flat, low voice with no real variance. All right. Again, folks, we are worldwide for you, trying to get you as many different updates that are coming from the court. We are awaiting um, for this to be. We're almost wrapped up here for the day. I don't sense this going much longer. Cassie has been on the stand pretty much the whole day. Just there was about 30 minutes when The male escort was still on the stand from day one. But other than that, it has been all Cassie, of course, and all prosecution questioning. We will see if tomorrow will be the day for cross-examination with Diddy's defense to try to poke some holes into this testimony from Cassie. You are watching live now from Fox. Everyone, we've got you covered. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you. We will get into some more in just moments of Diddy and the trial. We will be talking to an attorney to get a breakdown of the day that was very wild. And we'll continue to wait for more updates all right here as well. So we got you covered definitely on Live Now from Fox, bringing you these top stories, of course, with the Diddy trial. Cassie still on the stand. We'll get more updates in moments. You're watching Live Now. Worldwide on Live Now from Fox. Again, we appreciate all our new viewers continuing to watch with us. Cassie is on the stand, continuing to talk about their relationship. And we just discussed moments ago how the prosecution is now trying to establish for the jurors that early on in the relationship, Cassie was very jealous because that there was multiple partners that not only she had, but also that he was experiencing while they were seeing each other on and off. So this is crucial because the defense is going to try to poke holes and say that they had a very, very jealous relationship. That because she was so jealous that maybe she would come up with different ideas in her head about how the relationship was perceived and so forth after that. So that is crucial for the prosecution right now to be entertaining these ideas and also suggesting it to the jury that, again, when we're talking about the sexual nature of Cassie early on, she's describing there on the witness stand in open court about how she felt sexually inexperienced before coming into the relationship with Diddy, and that he introduced her to this swinger lifestyle, to also this voyeurism. But they briefly touched upon that when the initial testimony began from Cassie on the stand. Now it's going more into the relationship and how she felt jealous in the early stages. She also had that jealousy, they are alleging, because he was in multiple relationships at the time, as she was. She describes that too. So that's important to get that out there as well for all our new viewers continuing to watch with us, getting these updates all in real time, as really establishing the relationship between Diddy and Cassie and talking about the psychological abuse that she felt. That is more testimony that is being described right now on this witness stand, where he would call her so many times during the day, message her, and she would have to say where she was at all times. And if she let some of those calls go, there would be knocks on her door, she alleges, from Diddy's staff, Diddy's entourage, maybe security guards as well. They would put the notion out there that you have to always respond to Diddy, and that Diddy always wanted to know where she was. This goes in line with the jealousy questioning that is going on right now between the prosecution and Cassie on the stand, to really try to nail home for the jurors, to show that this was not only a physical violent relationship, the prosecution is alleging, but also very mental abuse as well, wanting to know what you're doing at all times. She felt at times she was assigned busy work for him, because he felt, according to the prosecution, that if if she was not responding to him, that she may have been doing something else, maybe something sexually else with somebody else, and that infuriated Diddy to a point where he had to have his entourage and members of his team continuing to check in on Cassie. So that is where we're at right now here in this trial. We're continuing to get the updates all in real time. I do want to give you just some more of what we have seen already today. Maybe if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox as well. We are learning again jealousy being cited during these opening statements just yesterday as a source of much of the conflict between Combs and Cassie. Also, we are learning about the initial first stages of the relationship and their sexual encounters together. Elaborating on why she felt it was so difficult to refuse Combs's demands, Cassie reiterated her fears of violence and blackmail videos from freakoffs being disseminated on the internet. Sean is a really polarizing person, also really charming, Cassie said. It's hard to really be able to decide in that moment what you need when he's telling you what he wants. I just didn't know. I didn't know what could happen or would happen. After touching on the violence and freak-offs as well that are central to the federal charges, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson returned to eliciting biographical and historical information about Cassie, including when she first signed to Bad Boy Records in early 2006. She said her interactions with Combs, who owned the label, were platonic at first, but then he kissed her during her 21st birthday trip to Las Vegas in the bathroom of his hotel suite. I was just really confused at the time, she said, and I was very young. After the Las Vegas trip, Cassie said, she was invited by Combs to hotels in New York where they talk about music projects and albums. When Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson asked what else happened at hotels, Cassie took a deep breath and said she was introduced to the idea of oral sex at the hotels. Cassie also noted that Combs is 17 years older than her and that she was sexually inexperienced when they first got together. She said she eventually had sex with Combs on a boat during a trip to Miami. She said she had wine in the afternoon, and then Combs introduced her to ecstasy for the first time. After that, she said she felt closer to the rapper and producer, started spending more time with him, and thought at the time that they were in a monogamous relationship. In hindsight, she said she knows that wasn't the case. Asked why, she responded, Sean Combs had many, many girlfriends. As Cassie testified, the prosecution introduced photos of her and Combs at events in the mid-2000s. The numerous photographs included a photograph of the boat in Miami where they had sex on. Another photograph depicted the fledgling couple at a strip club in New York on Halloween in 2007, shortly after the trip to Miami. Another picture showed them in the back of a car at the beginning of their relationship with Combs' arm wrapped around her. I was just enamored by him. We were just having a good time. It was really fun at this point, she said. Cassie noted that early on in the relationship, they weren't public about it. She said Combs had expressed concerns about perceptions, given that his company was also producing her music. At particularly emotional points during this testimony, she has dabbed her eyes with tissues. She also said over times, Cassie has testified, Combs had become increasingly controlling and sometimes was violent as well. She said Combs would get abusive over the smallest perceived slights if she wasn't smiling at him the way he wanted, or if he thought she was acting like a brat. You make the wrong face, and the next thing I know, I was getting hit in the face, she said. Cassie said that if she didn't respond to his calls right away, there would be incessant calls until she did, and Combs' staff, including security workers, would join in the pursuit. Jealousy was cited during opening statements just yesterday as a source of much of the conflict between Combs and Cassie. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson elicited from Cassie that she and Combs were seeing other people at times. In the beginning, Cassie said she was insanely jealous. She said that resulted from being super young. I didn't get that he was him. As he would say, I'm Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy has many rules, like the company of women, she recalls. She said at the time, as time passed, she came to believe more often than not that they were in a monogamous relationship. He expected that of me, so I assumed it was the same. She said Combs told her, I'm not dealing with anyone else, it's just us. We are now being told more information, including she noted that the rap star paid her rent at apartments close to his residences in New York and later Los Angeles, and had his own set of keys and made a lot of unannounced visits. Cassie said that as a birthday present, Combs rented her a Manhattan apartment a few blocks from where he lived. Another apartment Combs rented for Cassie in Los Angeles was just a 3-minute drive from his home, and he'd sometimes drive a golf cart to get from one residence to the other. All right, everyone, we are continuing to bring you the coverage of the Diddy trial, day 2. Cassie still on the stand, and yeah, what a moment this has been. I know it's only day 2, but boy, it does feel like this has been already about 30 days of this trial, the type of news and really evidence that has been coming out, the allegations that Cassie has been talking about in open court. We want to talk about that, and then we also want to talk about how the defense is preparing for the all-important cross-examination that will happen maybe sometime tomorrow. And of course, we'll be bringing you those insights as well. But I do want to bring in our next guest here to break down the wild day that it has been. Ben Taylor, attorney and legal analyst. Thanks so much for joining us, Ben. And like I was saying, it's been such a wild day with all of these major accusations being pointed out there by Cassie. How do you feel the prosecution is doing, setting her up for these types of answers that they want the jury to hear?
Cassie Ventura is their main witness. So the prosecution wants the jurors to feel sympathetic to her. As we talked about before, she is pregnant, so they see that she's pregnant. And she's going to talk about her whole relationship with Sean Combs throughout the many years of dating him. So the prosecution is doing the best job they can to set it up. However, one issue I'm seeing so far is they have to prove that Sean Combs did something illegal. And right now, so far, the defense has mentioned that, yes, Sean Combs might have done something immoral, might have been doing things that doesn't make sense to the normal average person every day. But where has the prosecution pointed out of anything illegal being done? So I think that's the key point there. They need to get to a point of where's the racketeering? Where's the extortion? The actual charges, they're going to have a hard time doing that, but maybe this witness will do it tomorrow. But right now, just talking about the relationship and painting the picture of it, he's a bad guy. But we have to see if there was any money exchange, was there anything illegal done? And that's the bottom line is going to be coming down to whether or not Sean Combs did anything illegal, or is this immoral acts?
Yeah, Ben, you're so right. We're not hearing this testimony like Diddy like put a knife to Cassie and saying, you know, if you leave this room, I'm going to kill you. We're not hearing that kind of damning testimony right now. It's more of Cassie being scared about maybe the repercussions about what could happen. But again, that is what is in her head maybe, and how is that going to be perceived once this defense team gets their chance at cross-examination?
Yeah, yes. As a defense attorney, basically, I would cross-examine to say, was there any money exchange? Was there anything illegal being done? Yes, the defense has already admitted that Sean Combs wasn't the best person, and he has some domestic violence issues, and he did, assault. And there's gonna be a video they'll play, and they'll show the whole jury about that. However, what he's being charged with is racketeering. So at the end of the day, the prosecution has to prove that. So they are doing a good job, showing him as a bad person, showing him as a bad character, not the person that you see on TV or in the videos. But I think they're having a hard time still showing and proving the actual charge itself.
Yeah, that is so true. Another thing I want to ask you, we are hearing a lot from Cassie's testimony that every time she participated in a freak off or was told to be in a freak off, that she was on drugs. How is that? It seems like the defense will easily be able to jump on this notion by asking her, if since she was on drugs, how do you have such a good recollection of everything that's happened and transpired? Is that going to be a real takeaway? Maybe come tomorrow once this cross examination starts.
Exactly, Mike. When you cross-examine a witness, you're going to pretty much go after them and pretty much poke holes in everything they said. So if she was on drugs, the defense attorney is going to say, well, how do we know your memory isn't as great as you said? Plus, are you a willing participant? It might not be the greatest thing that you did, but there's this thing called consent. So under the law, if a person consents, that means it's not sexual assault or rape. So I think the defense attorney is going to try to prove that Cassie volunteered being there. She put herself there, even though Sean Combs might not have been the greatest person. She still participated, and nobody held a gun to her head, or nobody forced her, and she was free to leave. If she was free to leave at any time notice, then the defense has a great chance here. However, if there's evidence showing that Sean Combs put a knife to her throat or held her down or put a gun to her head, then that's where we get into the gray area. But at the end of the day, they still got to prove racketeering. This is not an assault trial. This is not the domestic violence trial. This is a trial to see whether or not he paid money and did things illegally.
Okay, so, and that is what I was pretty much saying earlier, right? The defense, see, this is a little different with the Kales case, right? But again, as the counsel said, it's not about violence and sex abuse and whatever, which I was telling y'all yesterday and before. This is about proving the elements of the crime. It's about sex trafficking. It's about all those crimes on the indictment as it is described under statutory law, meaning the penal codes. Okay? If they can show where, per the definition of sex trafficking, under the statute, he did this, and this. Per the definition under the statute, when it comes to racketeering, it's described as this, and this. And he did this, and that. So while they are described, and my thing is, this is my opinion, I believe, because I read that this is the 5th time that the jury has seen surveillance, right? I believe that they're doing this, and this is just my opinion. Because remember, I felt funny. I kept saying, I was like, okay, look at this paper thin indictment. What, 5 counts? Tell me they're going to be up there 8 weeks. They're going to be there 8 weeks. Like, what's going on, right? You have a couple witnesses, a couple of victim witnesses. Let me put it like that. And then I don't know how many witnesses, right? I'm like, well, you must be got a gang load of witnesses. I believe that the prosecution case, they don't have much evidence outside of a bunch of sex tapes, the tape about the violence, what else is it? And the testimony that they had escorts to fly out these different places. So I believe that they are trying to play on the emotions of the jurors by continuing to beat them down with the evidence that they're showing. Because you see how they circle back. I know this damn cat ain't it no. They circle back and start talking about the beating at the at the what is that? That's not there. That beat down at the hotel, right? So if you talking about this beat down at the hotel, keep going back over that. Keep going back over the freakoffs. Keep talking about the freakoffs, you know. She doesn't have specific dates, right? Or times. Or she can't coordinate them all with a particular moment in time, right? Like an event or something. Other than the one she said that she had before the premiere of the movie, which is connected to what? The beatdown at the hotel. So now you don't have no specific dates and times, whatever. The defense can easily go up there and talk about your memory. So this is a little different. But New York is smart, okay? They know to charge it as a conspiracy. Okay, they knew to charge it as a conspiracy. But the thing about it is, you got to convince that jury of what you need to prove, right? So I don't know. Let's continue to listen.
And Ben, do you think the jury at some point is going to see some video of, or maybe excerpts of videos of these freak-offs that were recorded by Diddy to try maybe to get a sense of what it was like inside that room?
Yeah, I mean, this is what makes this trial so interesting. I mean, this is something that the normal public hasn't heard. The freak-offs, you heard people talk about, 1,000 baby oils in his house. So this is very unusual. And these jurors who are listening to this are probably wondering what in the world is going on here. So this is probably.
Hold on, I got a question. Rhonda says, good grief, how can you come to this at day 2? Government does not make it a habit to look like fools. They lose less than 1% of cases they bring to trial. First of all, I didn't come to a final conclusion. Second of all, I'm usually right. Apparently, you're new here. I'm just evaluating what they have thus far. I understand this is day 2. I always speak early on. We always, we kind of fast track it over here. That's why. Now, if you wouldn't come in with the good grief, I would just answered your question, in a normal tone. But you act like you came in a place where someone just started work. No. You act like I made an opinion whether or not he's innocent or guilty, whether or not he'll be found innocent or guilty. I'm just saying what the prosecutor is doing, what the defense can do. That's it. What did I come to on day 2? Since you want to come in and you want to allege something that I didn't do. What did I come to? Let me know. What did I come to in day 2? What did I say was going to happen on day 2? What did I say? Did I say they were going to lose their case? No. Didn't I just say, did you not hear me say that New York is very smart? Huh? Did you not hear me say that? Huh? Don't leave. You came in here guns blazing. I want you to tell me, what did I say that I came to? What conclusion I come to on day 2? Huh? People always come in here, one, don't know what they talking about, didn't listen, and jump into conclusions, all fueled off emotions. Huh? I'm still waiting. And I have you to know, the other attorneys, the other legal analysts, we've all been in sync. Are they coming to the same conclusions on day 2? Huh?
Probably going to confuse the jurors a lot. And these freak-offs, this is not a normal everyday thing. However, the defense attorney is going to say, hey, yes, there's some crazy stuff going on in the house. It might have been the most moral thing or the most godly thing out there. However, it wasn't illegal. And Cassie Ventura participated. It was a willing participant. And that's what the defense's main argument is going to be.
And how does the defense get that separation? Because, like you said, there, for a jury member that is listening to this and these wild accusations and this wild lifestyle, for most, the jurors are just leading a normal life, and they're thinking, "Wait a minute, this life is bizarre." And so maybe internally, right off the bat, they think, "Okay, this is a bad thing that happened to Cassie and to others, so therefore Diddy is guilty." So how do they get that separation of a lifestyle is way different than some of the accusations that the government is alleging here?
Yes, the government is definitely painting a picture of a wild, crazy man with Diddy having freak offs, having these wild, crazy parties. And this is not the normal everyday activities. So the defense attorney is going to have to poke holes in Cassie's testimony. Talk about the drug use, talk about her, being willingly to do everything that Diddy said to do. Pretty much, they had a long-term relationship for several years. So the defense attorney can easily say, why did you stay with him? If this was so bad and you didn't like what was going on, what made you stay with him for almost a decade of off and on dating? So this is what the defense attorney has to prove and show, because as we know, Cassie Ventura is pregnant. That's going to draw sympathy from the jurors, but it has to be a delicate balance in cross-examination. When you do cross-examination, you want to poke holes in the witness, but you don't want to attack and go after the witness so bad where the jurors feel sorry for the witness and believe the witness everything she says. So it's gonna be a delicate balance of poking holes, but still being delicate with her, because she technically is the victim here in this case.
Yeah, so true there, Ben. Another question I want to ask you, I was thinking about this during the trial because we had just learned that day 2 has now wrapped up. So day 3 will again feature Cassie on the stand. But Ben, I want to ask you, because she is in her third trimester of her pregnancy, what would happen if in the overnight hours or even tomorrow, if she goes into pregnancy and is not able to get the cross examination from the defense? Well, what would happen in this situation?
Yeah, doing trials myself, sometimes witnesses can't appear because certain things happen. They get sick, their car breaks down, and they can't appear in trial. So what would probably most likely happen is they probably either call a timeout and cancel trial for a day or two, or call another witness and have the trial proceed with other prosecution witnesses. And when Cassidy Ventura is available to come back and testify, either in a week, 2 or 3 weeks, then they will recall her back to the stand. So if she does have her baby in the middle of this trial, they would probably, call another witness, a different witness, and have her come back at a later date. If she can't come back in a later date, then it'll be up to the judge to decide whether or not she has to testify virtually, via the phone, or virtually via a camera on a computer.
And Ben, what about the aspect of a life after Diddy for Cassie? How will the defense look at that? Because really, after a year after being dating Diddy, she gets into a relationship and is now with this person. Could they tomorrow, if there is cross examination tomorrow, could they say to Cassie that it seems like you were able to move on pretty quickly? This doesn't seem to have any really challenges with men or that kind of stuff? Can they go that route?
Yes, on cross-examination, pretty much once the door has been opened, so Cassie Ventura has been talking about various things, the defense attorney is allowed to cross-examine the witness on pretty much everything. However, the prosecution can always stand up and object and say, objection, Your Honor, this is not relevant type of cross-examination. It'll be up to the judge to decide whether or not the defense attorney's questions are relevant. But yes, you're going to see the defense attorney go in and try to poke every single hole to make her seem not credible, to make her seem that she consented. And like you said, make to seem like she moved on. I mean, she has a new husband, she's pregnant, to say, hey, this must not have affected you too badly because you have moved on. It's a very, very delicate balance again, because she is pregnant and she's moved on and she is the alleged victim here. So they're going to do it in a very sensitive way, but still get their point across to the jurors to show that maybe she's not as credible as the prosecution wants her to think.
And Ben, last question to you. I know this is being discussed as well, as Diddy family members have been coming to court daily and showing a united front there. But there is also times when, of course, this is extremely sexually graphic. And I'm just wondering to you, is there times do you think the jury members are wondering, hey, like, why is the family still here? And are they getting
Okay, so y'all know the counsel is wrong about that one. Generally sexual abuse victims, they can't be questioned about like their sex life, their if they I think mental health. It's a list of stuff that they can't be questioned about. Remember, that came up in the R. Kelly case, and that's a part of one of those acts, one of those laws. And we've gone over that before. I just don't feel like pulling it up. But yeah, because one is not relevant. Even if the door is open, it's not relevant. And I don't know if usually the prosecutors make sure that doesn't come out when they put in a motion in limiting, right? And make sure that the defense does not go down that road, right? So but I don't know if this particular case, if that question is on the table, whatever, but 9.5 out of 10 times you can't ask a victim, an alleged victim, those kinds of questions.
sidetracked it maybe on that because I mean to hear allegations about your father or your son in this kind of light, I mean it gets really intense.
Yes, I mean, the family members are involved here. Sean Combs' family members are there watching the trial, his mom, his son. So, of course, hearing this from their own family member, I'm sure it's very intense and very emotional from them. And they're probably confused too. Like, is this my actual family member who's actually doing these alleged acts that I'm hearing and watching videos about? So they're definitely confused. And think about the jurors. Jurors watch everything. When you're doing a trial, the jurors are looking at the witnesses, they're looking at the judge, and they are looking in the audience too. And they're definitely looking at Sean Combs to seeing how he reacts to the testimony. So the jurors who are going to ultimately decide this case to say whether or not Sean Combs is guilty or not guilty, they are watching everything throughout the courtroom.
All right, there we go. Ben Taylor, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. As day 2 wrapped up and that wild ride has come to an end, but we know day 3, and it looks like it'll be much more of the same, and we'll continue with more of this testimony. So, Ben, thanks again for joining us, giving us great insight. We appreciate it.
Anytime. Thank you.
Take care. All right, everyone. So we are going to wrap up our coverage here on YouTube. Thanks so much again for joining us on this very special stream. We'll be back at it tomorrow with much more updates, live updates as they are coming in from the trial. Day 2 wrapping up.
Okay, so that would be a violation of Rule 412. Okay. So no, you can't use that, but only in cases like if you're trying to prove that someone else is responsible for the sexual abuse, or if you're using it to say that wait a minute. Oh, and if to prove consent, okay? So to prove consent. So that's why I said 9.5. So he can't say that, yeah, you can ask those questions when largely that question is off the table. Now, if the defense beforehand has said that, yeah, one part of our defense will be, that they gave consent, maybe the judge will allow it. But you can't ask those victims all those kinds of questions. What's it called? It's called the Rape Shield Act. That is not what I do, okay? So. Okay, so let me disconnect from them. And let's see if we, I know what I wanted to bring y'all. So that was some legal analysis. Okay. So I have two legal analyses I wanted to share, right? It says attorney explains why Ventura's testimony about freakoffs in multiple states is important. Prosecutors are trying to use Cassie Ventura's testimony to prove that crime Sean Diddy Combs is accused of happened in multiple states, one lawyer said, which gives the federal government jurisdiction. In order for the case to be brought in federal court, prosecutors have to be able to show that the alleged crimes occurred across the state lines. Bob Bianchi, a criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor, Combs' former girlfriend, testified that some escorts participate in freakoffs in multiple states. She also said that she would tell Combs' travel agent that she would need to arrange for travel for new staff members when she needed to fly an escort in for an encounter. In order for the federal court to have jurisdiction over this or prosecutors, U.S. attorneys, they have to be able to show that there was either enticing, harboring, transporting, or advertising, and it traveled in interstate commerce. Bianchi said, enticement is when people travel between states, he said. Ventura said freakoffs were held at both her and Combs' houses, in addition in hotels in New York City, Miami, Los Angeles, Atlanta, Las Vegas, Ibiza, and Turks and Caicos. Okay, so I'm glad I read that. Do y'all remember when Jennifer Bonjean was using the word enticing, and I may be wrong, I just want to make sure. I forgot what she was using, but she had now you know what? No, I ain't gonna let that go. Hold on. I got to remember what it was. We went over that particular paper so many times. I still know the docket number. Hold on. Hold on. Because I'm getting confused with, y'all had y'all's way of looking at the view at the at the at the law. Then there was the correct way, and then there's Jennifer Bonjean's way, her interpretation. I just want to make sure. I don't want to put nothing. I don't want to put y'all's idea of what they were saying, but really Levi's. I just put it like that because he was the only one that was acting like counsel. I still know the docket number, child. I'm on another computer, but I'm finna pay to download it again. That's crazy. I am scarred. Man, does anybody remember what it was? Oh, I sent it to people that didn't read it but want to argue about it. It's really a waste of time, child. Try. And we're rolling, young, rolling. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna hold you. But anyway, I forgot how Jennifer Bondine was using it. But you guys, some of you, was thinking that enticing meant that he enticed her, and or someone was enticing each other. Now, let me go to, because I want to read exactly what it is for the law in that language. see. Okay, that's what he was under, I think 24, 22, that code. So when it's a minor, has something to do with sexual activity. When it's an adult, it has something to do with still luring someone. So you know why he said enticement like that? We must be missing something. But anyway, let me tell you what it is, right? So and yeah, I don't like to contradict other counsel, especially if because I don't know if this guy has experience or whatever. This is not my field. Also, there could have been some other stuff left out, right? So I'm not sure exactly what he's talking about, but I think I know what he's trying to say because of the sentence prior, which all makes sense, which is what I always have told you guys, right? Because we're talking about traveling in interstate commerce, right? And when you get on the phone or use any type of communication device, that can be seen as using a communication device to lure someone or entice someone to go across state line. It's not like luring is what you think, like begging them or luring them under false pretenses and what have you, right? That's getting into something else. You just stop with lure, okay, or stop with entice. If you add something on that, that's a different element of the crime if you're building an indictment in a case. So but anyway, I'm going to forward that. But so he's pretty much saying that because they went to different states that gave the feds jurisdiction to try this case in a federal court. That's pretty much what he's saying. But I remember us having knockdown dragouts about that word enticement. And you know that line that was in the indictment, that R. Kelly indictment. And Bonjean was trying to make her case like maybe like the mom knew, or the mom was doing the texting, so it was them who did the luring, or something like that. That was either Bonjean's take on it or y'all's take on it. Okay. There's one perfect thing in sugar. Okay, and then the other one I wanted to read says an analysis says Cassie Ventura's testimony could be an empowering moment for her. Okay, no, that's just somebody talking about. I'm just interested in legal analysis. It says judge denied request to show sexually explicit videos and images in court. Judge Arun Subramanian previously denied the news organization's application to have sexually explicit videos and images shown in court. He told the prosecution and defense to submit any additional letters to complete the record, but said something would have to change his mind. He agreed with the prosecutor's argument that showing the sexually explicit videos of the sexual encounters would re-victimize Cassie Ventura and Jane. I'm not seeing any case that would suggest in any way, shape, or form that images or videos of these types of acts that are alleged to be sexual abuse would be required to be shown in open court when they pose the obvious risk of victimization, especially when those individuals are testifying about these incidents, Subramanian said. Subramanian also previously provisionally denied the media's alternative suggestion to allow three pool reporters view the images and videos. Let us. Okay, there's something I want to do a recap on the wall. And let me see what else we have. Okay. Let me see if I can find one sec. This one. I'm going to see if okay. All right, let me see if I refresh that. That was a lot of refreshing one. That's real lengthy. I don't know if y'all want to hear all of that. Child, look at Law and Crime and start putting stuff in members only. Well, when they started that? I'm just grabbing some clips real quick. Okay, grab that. Grab rolling. Grab that. This is, I mean, the pen on pen. I don't know what's going on with all of that. What is that about? Mm, okay, we want to include that. Okay, this yesterday stuff. Boy, this is crazy. Boy, they getting them all. I just can't believe this. Mm, 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 mm. Shot that darn Billy McFarland fry thing and came up in my. Y'all be watching. I know some of us watch the same stuff. So, but I really want to know the rest of y'all watch this stuff that I be recommending. Cause honey, baby, I just can't get over that. And then the boy tried to double back and do it again. Like, you have the nerve to come out here and do this festival again when the first one didn't go too well. The first one didn't go too well. And on top of that, let me put this one in there too. On top of that, this one you done canceled. Like what? And they got mad when the people asking, it's gonna go off this time or you gonna have it. Child, I don't have time for that. So let's get some views to see if we can get some more context of what happened, in the afternoon. Dumb people think just because they don't work from home, that nobody works from home. I don't understand none of this. I don't understand how they think. But let me take this down, the overlay. Well, I'll play it.
Star witness Cassie Ventura taking the stand today in a New York courtroom in the sex trafficking and racketeering trial of Sean Diddy Combs. This trial's marked the first time Ventura and Combs are seeing one another in person since their 2018 split. Federal prosecutors claim Combs used lies, drugs, threats, and violence to coerce his ex-girlfriend into sexual encounters with male prostitutes. Ventura said the alleged sexual encounters typically lasted between 36 to 72 hours, the longest one lasting 4 days. Ventura is currently married and pregnant with her third child. She told the jury today about how the hip-hop mogul controlled her life and their relationship, describing the alleged physical abuse, saying, quote, he would bash my head, knock me over, drag me, kick me, stomp me in the head when I was down. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all 5 charges he's facing, including racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, and transportation to engage in prostitution. A warning for our viewers: this story may contain accounts, descriptions, visual content of actual or alleged events that some viewers may find disturbing. So for more now, let's bring in ABC's Rena Roy live from outside the courtroom, along with ABC News legal contributor and trial attorney Brian Buckmeyer. Rena, we will begin with you. Cassie Ventura, of course, on the stand most of the day. She's talking in graphic detail at times about her participation in these freak-offs. So what did we learn so far today?
Yeah, Trevor, very graphic indeed. I can tell you that I got a chance to listen to her testimony inside court here behind us, and she was emotional. She broke down into tears at one point when she talked about participating in those freak-offs. She says that she was just 22 years old, had just turned 22 when Combs first proposed to her those drug-fueled sex marathons with escorts. She says eventually, though, they became almost weekly, and that they lasted on average, as you said, about 2 to 3 days, the longest one 4 days, and that she stayed awake by drugs that she says Combs gave to her, including ecstasy, cocaine, and Molly. She testified that those freak-offs made her feel dirty and worthless, but that she felt like she did not have a choice but to participate because she says Combs would become violent with her. As you pointed out, she says that he would bash her in the head, kick and drag her, and that she didn't know what would happen if she didn't do what he wanted her to do. She told the jury that she tried to express her feelings about participating, but in at least one text message shown to the jury, Combs told her to make it happen anyway. Trevor?
Brian, given how emotional and explicit all this testimony is, what kind of strategy do you think we might see from the defense attorneys in cross-examination?
So I think the defense is going to try to move away from the emotion and some of the more explicit terminology that we're seeing in this case and try to go for a much more logical argument that they're making, that Sean Combs participated in domestic violence, allegations that would rightfully so be attributed to state charges, but that there was no racketeering conspiracy. There was no sex trafficking. It was domestic violence for domestic violence sake, based on jealousy, infidelity, and just anger. And so I think that's the angle they're going to take. But some of the testimony, as Rena pointed out, and just how Cassie is on the stand, that's going to be a very hard argument to distinguish between the different types of force and how they were used.
So, Rena, Diddy is there in court. He's watching all this testimony from his ex-girlfriend. There's also many of his own family members there. Did we see any kind of reaction from Diddy today?
Right. For the most part, he appears to be pretty focused on Cassie Ventura, his ex-girlfriend. He is listening intently. At one point, we saw him scribble down some notes and speak to his attorney, but at other times he appears to be more passive with his hands in his lap at the defense table with not really a certain kind of expression on his face. She, on the other hand, has not appeared to look at him once since she took the stand. She has looked at her husband, who is inside court, to support her. Remember, this is the first time that Combs and Ventura are seeing each other face to face since 2018, so you can imagine how this might feel for both of them.
Brian, how do you imagine this might land with the jury hearing all of this extensive testimony of this nature?
So I think at this point, with direct examination, without anyone coming up and crossing Cassie, I think the jury is looking at Sean Combs, and I was in court this morning to see some of those looks with disgust, with disdain, to think about how one individual can do this to another in this way. And so I think it's going to be a high hill or even a mountain for the defense to kind of walk this case to the jury to suggest that, yes, Sean Combs, as Tenny Garrigo said in opening statements, has done some indefensible things, but it's a matter of what he's being charged with and what he did. A very difficult distinction, because I think earlier on in her testimony, it seemed much more about domestic violence. Now we're starting to see the allegations and some of the facts that bleed into that sex trafficking by force, fraud, and coercion, and that enterprise, that criminal enterprise that the government alleged is surrounding Sean Combs' inner circle. Because when she looked at some of those photos of the security guards, the chief of staff, at least for me, as I sat in that courtroom, I could hear the tone of her voice change. I can see her body language change, and you can see that she had some very particular feelings of maybe even fear in describing some of these individuals. And I think that's really proving the case for the government.
Brian Buckmeyer and Rena Roy, both with that in-court perspective. Thank you both.
As I speak right now, Cassandra Ventura has taken the stand. Now, unfortunately, in this case, in a federal case, there are no cameras in the courtroom. There is no audio in the courtroom. But we are going to do our best to report to you in real time what is happening with her testimony and analyzing her testimony in real time. And we're going to also be taking your questions about this testimony, about the case in general, as it progresses. So if you have a question, submit it on YouTube. We will answer it here on air. I'm not going to do it alone. I have with me here in studio Rich Schoenstein, trial attorney. It's great to see you, Rich. Thanks for jumping here so quickly. Really appreciate it.
Glad to be here. Big day in this trial.
This is a big day because she is victim number one in this case. I think it would be fair to say we probably wouldn't have criminal charges if it wasn't for Cassandra Ventura filing her lawsuit in November of 2023. We all know that the videotape of her purportedly being beaten by Sean Combs in 2016 changed the course of this entire legal saga. It came up a lot yesterday. She came up a lot yesterday. And now her testifying for the prosecution, I think a fair argument is this case either rises or falls with her testimony. So what has she testified to so far? Well, first of all, she's quite pregnant. She's about 8.5 months, 9 months pregnant. She's 38 years old. She explained that she was with Sean Combs for 10 years. We're talking about a 17-year age difference. She admitted that during the course of their relationship, he introduced her to certain sex acts. She asked to describe the relationship she had with him. Quote, there were violent arguments that would usually result in some sort of physical abuse, dragging, different things of that nature. Again, why is this important? He's charged with sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. He's charged with racketeering conspiracy, a criminal enterprise, underlying crimes like sex trafficking, kidnapping, arson, bribery, obstruction, and also transporting sex workers for purposes of prostitution. She went on to say that he would stomp her in the head if she was down. There was frequent violence. She would have black eyes. She would have bruises. She was asked by the prosecution to describe what a freak-off was. And she said, quote, it basically entails the hiring of an escort and setting up this experience so that I could perform for Sean. It involved Combs being able to watch with me, the other person, and actually direct us on what we were doing. Eventually, it became a job for me, pretty much. And by the way, this comes after the testimony of a male performer who says he was hired by Cassandra Ventura and Sean Combs to have sex with Cassie in front of Sean Combs. She described how their their relationship was quite complex. Talking about these freak-offs when she was first introduced to them, she says, I was confused, nervous, but also loved him very much. She explained how Sean Combs ultimately controlled a lot of her life. She talked about blackmail materials, so videos that Combs purportedly shot of her during these sexual encounters. She was concerned that they would be published, they would be released. Quote, he had many resources to do that. She was shown the 2016 video of that hallway attack, as I mentioned. She confirmed it was after a freak-off, which is important, because while the defense would say this is an unfortunate incident of domestic violence, and domestic violence is not sex trafficking, she has confirmed that this was after a freak-off. This was in furtherance of sex trafficking. She says she was afraid that if she said no to him, it would make him angry. So again, we're going to get more of her testimony in real time. So far, Rich, from what I've said, what are you taking away from her testimony?
Well, obviously, this is a horrendous relationship, and she suffered a lot. I think the defense is arguing, in essence, that she was a consensual, willing participant in this relationship. It was a 10-year relationship. It had ups and downs, and the defense is arguing that some of the things she argues now she was forced to do, she did willingly and perhaps even enjoyed at the time. So that's what we're getting at. But this is really shocking stuff for a jury to have to hear all of this, and I think see some of it is coming up.
Don't you think that there is a potential problem for the prosecution? Because we heard it, it was funny. We have a question from TDB. Jesse, does the male dancer's testimony about Cassie contradict the prosecution's opening statement? Now, he had testified that he thought he heard Sean Combs slapping her, that there were instances where he saw him dragging her, but at the same time, he was getting paid by her. He was texting her. She was participating in these freak-offs. You wonder, this case is a thin line. Was it coercion or not? Was she a victim or partner in this? Do you think when you hear the testimony of that male dancer and you hear her testimony now, it'll be difficult for the jury to believe that everything was coerced and against her will?
I don't think the jury is going to believe that everything was coerced and against her will at the time, but it doesn't have to. There's a massive power imbalance here. So even if she willingly participated for parts of this relationship, he has all of the power and he's using it. And the one thing you mentioned, I wrote down, blackmail video. That stuff's really important to the case, right? This is carrot and stick territory, but he kept, allegedly, things like these videos to keep people in line. And the allegation here is if she sort of got a little bit antsy about how the relationship was going, he would threaten to release videos that would destroy any chance of her having a career.
The defense would say the only person that was in possession of the videos was Cassandra Ventura. That's a point that they made yesterday.
That's an evidentiary point. I don't know the answer to that.
Let me ask you this. We have a question from Lauren, who, by the way, has this cute little emoji, smiley face with the hearts. I like it. It's nice. I have a question. Do you think now that the prosecution has played their ace with Cassie, that they have more damning evidence to come?
I would expect so, because when you're prosecuting a case like this, you want to start strong. And I think some of the idea of putting her on in day 2 of this trial is to start strong. They put on a little corroborating testimony first, right, from this dancer, escort, whatever you want to call him. And now they have her, the security guard, and they get to show the video, that horrible video, and now she testifies. But it can't be the prosecution's plan to try this case that now they're just going to wind their way through some other inconsequential witnesses. I mean, they have 2 more victims, as I understand it.
Well, let's talk about this. The practical reality is, A, they need to get her on the stand before she gives birth, okay?
Well, that's true, too. That's true. Good point.
Yeah, because victim 3 is nowhere to be found, so they may have to make sure that victim 1 is still available. But also, I agree that they started very strong with corroborating evidence before they brought her on, because what happened? When she filed her lawsuit in November of 2023, made these wild allegations, I think people said, how do we know this is true or not? As soon as that video was released by CNN, the whole game changed, because people not only believed that particular incident in the complaint, they believed overall all the allegations that she made. And it seems the prosecution is doing just that. Now, it's interesting thinking about this. By the way, I'm going to give more updates about her testimony. So right now, Ventura said, "I thought we were monogamous." The prosecutor asked, "Was it made public?" "No, I was his artist, also his family, his children," meaning their relationship wasn't public yet. "Who was linked to him publicly?" "Kim Porter," Miss Ventura responds. "How did Sean treat you at this time?" "We had fun." So a lot of this is talking about the beginnings of their relationship, and she has to concede some points, right? She can't just say, "It was a disaster at the very beginning. I hated him from the very beginning. I was under a distress from the very beginning." There has to be an aspect to it where she explains, "No, I started this relationship. I was young. I was excited, but then it devolved," right? In order to be credible on the stand about the story, I think.
I agree with that. And also to acknowledge that there were benefits to her of being in this relationship. It would, at least in theory, help her career. It would get her to meet people that she otherwise wouldn't have been able to meet. So all of that is true. There's nothing wrong with her conceding that, because none of that justifies being dragged down a hallway and beaten.
Exactly. And by the way, we jumped on here on air immediately as soon as we found out that Cassandra Ventura was officially taking the stand. And one thing that makes Law and Crime a little bit different than other outlets like that is our viewers. Not only do we value our viewers, but we are making content right now purely for our viewers on YouTube. We want to give you the most up-to-date information about this case in real time. And again, we are the only channel, the only news organization that is producing content for you specifically. We value that. YouTube is where the most hard cutting edge news is coming from, and we want to get it out to you as quickly as possible. So thank you so much to our supporters. We are going to continue to take your questions for a while now, because she's going to be on the stand. So let's keep it going. Again, thank you to our YouTube audience. Jane, are there any more witnesses to Cassie getting attacked by Diddy apart from the bodyguard? I mean, I don't know. I would imagine so.
Yeah, I don't know either. There's a videotape, so that's kind of a witness. But yes, I would imagine there are other witnesses who are going to talk about the relationship and probably talk about some of the physical stuff.
Well, they mentioned chiefs of staff. They mentioned a chef. They mentioned, one of the questions from the defense yesterday was, how is this a conspiracy, right? For a conspiracy, you need two or more people to agree. Yeah. Who are the people that coordinated and facilitated this racketeering and sex trafficking operation are not criminally charged?
So I see two major hurdles for the prosecution in this case. One is what we've been talking about. They have to get past the idea that this is consensual behavior by other people who are behaving in a questionable fashion. They have to get past that. The second bigger hurdle to me is turning an abuse case into a racketeering case, right? Because yes, they have to prove RICO is very challenging. You have to prove a RICO enterprise. You have to prove a pattern of racketeering activity. You have to prove multiple predicate acts that are violations of separate federal laws. It is hard to sustain a RICO case. We've seen some other cases where people have tried. That's going to be a major hurdle here. The fact that he had this 10-year relationship, and even if it's arguably true, he took advantage of her, he treated her horribly, he beat her, he did all these terrible things to her. That's not racketeering.
I say that the prosecution spent so much time yesterday in their opening statement trying to explain to this jury why it's a crime. Because it's not a garden variety trafficking or racketeering case. And I think the more they have to explain it, that's a problem for them. I think it's a weakness in their case, personally. Now we have an update from court. Prosecutor asked Cassandra Ventura, what was his lifestyle like? Ventura responds, he had all these assistants. He could get things done. He traveled quite a bit. And then apparently she's shown a photo, and she says, this is Sean and I at a strip club in New York, like 2007, 2008, Halloween. How did Sean Combs' moods vary? Day to day. Now look, he is charged with specific crimes that John Smith on the street can't meet. There is an argument here, very powerful, had all these businesses, different resources, different employees. He would be in the position to be able to carry out a sex trafficking or racketeering operation. That's what makes him unique, though.
Sure. But is that what he's doing? Is he running an entertainment and fashion industry, or is he running essentially a criminal organization?
By the way, we have a poll up right now. You can participate in it. Do you think Cassie Ventura was a victim or partner in this? You ready for this? 82%. Well, this doesn't make sense. 82% say yes. I don't know if that's yes to, I think we need clarification. 82% say victim or partner. We'll get a clarification on that.
By the way,
right now.
But that's my answer to that question.
Oh,
Was
okay.
she a victim or a
82%
partner?
say victim. 82% say victim. Maybe based on we're reporting on the testimony right now.
Yeah. I mean, I think she is a victim if the allegations are true, but also she is involved in some of the criminal act. I mean, she's getting those prostitutes, right? She's making payments to them, allegedly. She's having them come. So she's involved in some of the alleged criminal activity. And that's an interesting point that wouldn't just apply to her. Other people in his orbit might be some combination of victim and co-conspirator.
But you know what? That video changes everything, because the argument would be, what do you think happens if she says no?
Yeah.
What do you think happens if she says, I'm not in the mood for a freak off tonight. I'm not going to pay the dancer. That's what's going to happen. That video is arguably the most important piece of evidence because it sets the stage when we're talking about coercion or force. Question from Angelina. How old was Cassie when they first started dating? I think she was 19 years old. So you're talking about a 17-year age difference. That's important. I think that's an important factor if you're talking about power and control, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that he's older and obviously has much more power anyway.
Sherry Williams asks, what kind of time is Diddy facing if he's found guilty? Do you want me to? I have it listed unless you want me to answer that one.
I would say life in prison, but you can tell me specifically.
So this is exactly what he would be facing. So if he's convicted of one count of racketeering conspiracy, I pulled this up because I figured people might be curious. If he is convicted of racketeering conspiracy, the top charge, that is a maximum sentence of life in prison. You know what the minimum is for that? Well, okay, so that's life in prison. Maximum sentence for sex trafficking, life in prison. You know what the minimum is for sex trafficking? 15 years in prison. And then the transportation for purposes of prostitution carries a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. Rich, I have to tell you, I don't know about racketeering. I don't know about sex trafficking if he's going to be convicted of those. I am fairly confident he's going to be convicted of allegedly transporting sex workers with the intent that they engage in prostitution. Their argument, as far as I understood yesterday, their defense yesterday was he hired people for their time and experience.
Let me tell you something. If he gets out of this trial only convicted of transporting for prostitution, that is a defense victory. That they would take that in a heartbeat, I bet.
Because I think if he is convicted of that, he might not get 10 years. He might get, a shorter amount and time served, his time already in the MDC. I don't know, but it wouldn't be life in prison. Wouldn't be 15 years.
Yeah, he might not get full 10 years. He might not get the hardest prison term, the hardest prison life, right? He would get out. He would still have a life. He would still have his enterprise. So I think that would actually be a defense victory, all things considered.
So we have an update from court. I think she's describing what the alleged abuse was like. She talks about anger, zoning out. She was asked, how did this impact you? She says, greatly. The next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. She also apparently talks about psychological abuse. He'd tell me to watch my mouth, change my face. So, I do wonder, that has a strong impact, because there's another case that we're covering right now. It's the Alexander brothers, and they're being charged with sex trafficking. And the argument you hear from defense attorneys is this is a very novel way to charge individuals. That if you're talking about romantic relationships or girlfriends or flings, and you're taking them on trips, you're paying for their meals, you're buying them gifts, maybe you're promising things, romantic gestures. Are we now in a position where romantic relationships are just on the line of sex trafficking, or where does it differ?
Well, here he is allegedly bringing in prostitutes to participate in these freak-offs and paying them for sexual services. So that to me would clearly be sex trafficking if it's true. It's not just about the girlfriend. It's not just about the relationship. It's about these sex workers that he is moving about.
We have a question from To Trune. What about male victims? Seems like this case is solely based on women victims.
This case appears to be based on women victims. I mean, I've heard speculation too about male victims. I don't know where that stands.
Well, there's lawsuits. There's a lot of lawsuits that have been filed by male victims. And I wonder, do you think that was intentional for the prosecution to not include those in this case? I mean, why weren't minor victims? Let me say this. He has been accused in lawsuits of abusing minors, okay? Allegations, accusations, okay, never been criminally charged. If you're the prosecution and you want a slam dunk case against Sean Combs and you want justice for all of the alleged federal crimes he committed, you know, the problem with the minor victim for a defendant like that is there's no consent defense anymore. Do you think it's like we want to be as specific as possible with these charges? We don't want to make this case overly broad. The bigger it becomes, the more risk it'll fall down. Thoughts?
Stop right there. So, Rhonda, you still in here, baby? Did you hear what that attorney just said? Huh? I just come back in, y'all. You know I'm fixing my favorite meal. My new favorite meal. You know what it is. You hear that? Talking about the same thing I'm saying, pretty much. Like, it's kind of like, well, you know, where's is some more people gonna show up? Is it some more charges? Or are we just gonna keep circling around with the freak-offs and the beatdown? And I believe that they probably did check to see if any of those allegations were, you know, could be proven, right? Or is it just testimony, right? Because you can have a case built off of circumstantial evidence. In my opinion, I believe that they did look at some of those allegations. They maybe determined that some of them weren't founded, some of them were frivolous, and they didn't go with it. I asked the same question. Wait a minute. Is there going to be some men taking it? I mean, that's what we're waiting for. Remember I said that's what we're waiting for, some men and the darn children. Something else I said. Huh? It's day 2. You gonna ask him about day 2? So, but it is all propaganda, or are we stupid? Well,
I don't buy that. I think the prosecution wanted as many victims as it could get, but I think the prosecution had to scrutinize every potential victim to, first of all, are they going to show up, right? We have an issue with one of the 3, whether or not they're going to show up. So they had to scrutinize that. And also, how are their claims? How are they going to be on cross-examination? How is it going to play? They wanted multiple victims. The only way this case is what it is because there are multiple victims. This is not a RICO case if it's just what he did to one person, no matter how horrible it was. That doesn't get you to racketeering. So they need the multiple victims.
And that brings up a good question I have. If you read the indictment, let me rephrase that. There's been many superseding indictments.
Yeah.
It says alleged victims, right? Alleged victim 1, 2, 3, 4. But then it says victims including, like victims, many victims, including alleged victim 1, 2, 3, 4. Does that mean we're going to hear other people who are not enumerated as one of the alleged victims, but are just other victims in the case? Because I don't.
It could be. They could bring people who are other victims in the case, especially the way the case is pled, the way the case is being tried. Now, they would have had to tell the defense by now who those potential witnesses are, and I assume, well, I don't know if we would have heard about it in this particular. Usually you would have heard about it. You would see it on the docket. but I don't know.
So talking about this alleged criminal enterprise and how, based on the opening statement from yesterday, he didn't just have staff who were helping him commit the crimes, but also covering them up. Just now, an update from court. Prosecutor asked Cassie Ventura, how would he keep tabs on you? To which she apparently responds, he didn't live far apart. We didn't live far apart. He'd send security to come find me or a trusted assistant. Like who? David James, Christina Coram, who we all know has been a central figure in this case. Maybe not the criminal case, but she's come up in lawsuits before. The prosecutor asks her, was your relationship exclusive? Ventura replies, no. If she's naming names like David James or Christina Coram, do they have to testify, you think?
I don't think they have to testify, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I would think this is all planned out, that she's going to indicate some people and then the prosecution is going to bring them in later in the trial to verify, right? One thing you really want to do with a witness like this, the defense is going to say that she's embellishing. They might say she's lying, but that's going to be a little hard to do with that video, right? They can't just say she's a liar. But they're going to say she's exaggerating, she's embellishing, they're painting it a certain way because of the case. So you have to bring in these corroborating witnesses and whatever other corroborating evidence you have to verify what it is she's saying. So it would be very useful, for example, if she says, yes, David James came around to check on me on behalf of Mr. Combs, and then David James takes the stand and says, yes, I did that.
Yeah.
That would be helpful.
Well, and yesterday they talked about the defense, her lawsuit in 2023, her attorney being in the courtroom, that she has an incentive, a monetary incentive to fabricate this situation. We've got a question from Daniela. By the way, we're taking your questions on YouTube about this case, about Cassandra Ventura's testimony that's happening in real time. We're trying to update you as quickly as possible about what she says in that courtroom. No cameras in the courtroom. No audio in the courtroom, so this is the best we can do to bring you her testimony in real time. Question from Daniela, 3984, talking about the video. What version of the hotel video was played in the courtroom? Was it the sped up version? Now, I believe it was portions of the surveillance video, not the CNN video, and cell phone video that was taken by the security guard who testified, Israel Flores. He had apparently taken a cell phone video of the surveillance footage to show his wife, but that became a big pretrial issue about what the jury was going to see.
Yeah. And by the way, that story was a little odd. I took a video of it to show my wife. For what purpose? I mean, that was a little strange.
Well, you're not going to believe this happened, even though he didn't report it to the police.
I think it's going to be difficult. I think the defense would like you to believe that video's been doctored somehow, but I think they're going to have trouble sustaining that.
Hey, would you like a civil law question?
Yes, please.
Yes, this is our litigator here. Question from Teodora Bodurova. Can Cassie sue Diddy again if Diddy's found guilty as charged?
So, Cassie, if you remember, sued Diddy. And that was the first thing we really heard about this. That was before the video. There was this blockbuster lawsuit in November of 2023 that really put these allegations out there. And she was very detailed. In fact, the front page of her lawsuit had a trigger warning on it. It was so detailed. That case was settled the next day. And I would have to think that the settlement included an agreement that she wouldn't sue him again for anything. Usually, if you're going to settle like that and pay the kind of money she would have gotten paid for settling that lawsuit, you get what is known as a general release. And a general release means you don't sue me for anything that happened. Now, here's one caveat. Up to the date of this agreement. Up to the date of this agreement. So then if you the next day punch me in the face, I have a new lawsuit against you.
Yeah.
Right? But at least up to the agreement, she can't go back now and say, I want more money.
Well, for the same conduct, right? I mean, if he comes out and he did something to her, or allegedly did something to her after the agreement was signed.
Yeah. Presumably they got it. And it also, you have to make sure the release covers all of his companies, all of these other individuals who were involved. It has to be a general release of everybody. You don't want to leave any wiggle room to have a lawsuit.
We have a follow-up question to this from Fads. So why did he settle if he was innocent?
Well, I mean, people settle all the time when they think they're not liable. People, like, with the thing that really surprised me when that case was filed is that the case was filed. Typically in a case like that, you draft the complaint and you send it to the defendant and you say, "Dear sir, please pay me a boatload of money or I'm going to file this publicly in court." And if there's any merit to it, or if just for publicity reasons, the defendant decides to negotiate and pay, and it never goes to court. So it fascinated me at the time that she actually filed that publicly and he settled it the next day. That unfortunately was pretty telling, that he didn't put up any fight on the lawsuit. He didn't even want to litigate it. He didn't even want to go to discovery. He wanted to settle it immediately.
And if he would have settled it before she filed it, I think we would have been in a very different position than we are today.
Oh, I totally agree, because that lawsuit, I think, is what sets this ship sailing.
I agree. Okay, update from court. Prosecutor asks Cassandra Ventura, "Did you see other men?" Cassandra Ventura responds, "Yes." Prosecutor asks, "Did Sean see other women?" Ventura responds, "Yes. He said, 'I am Puff Daddy. I was insanely jealous.' Did you move to LA with him?" "Yes. He wanted to be close to his kids who were there." It goes to a theme from yesterday, where the defense owned up and said, yeah, he's jealous, he's angry, he's violent. He engaged in domestic violence. That 2016 video is indefensible. When you hear her testify like that, does it help the defense? Does it help the prosecution? Because the defense got in front of it. They didn't say he's a saint.
Well, it helps the prosecution, but the defense did the correct thing in opening statement, and they had to do it. They didn't have any choice. I mean, the defense couldn't walk into this trial and say he's the victim of a conspiracy to invent evidence against him. That was never going to work. The thing's on video, and there's lots of other evidence. So they were going to have to say he is not a delightful guy. You people on the jury probably aren't going to like things that he did. He did engage in things we consider domestic violence, but this is a racketeering case. And I liked that about the opening statement. They made that very clear. You're going to have to judge the crimes alleged here, not whether you like him or dislike him.
Day 2 of the Diddy trial, prosecutors won. They didn't necessarily win for the reasons you might think. I will say that I think there was a problem prosecutors had, but we have an update at the end of this video where something happened in real time that could change everything. There was damning testimony, and I think this is why the prosecutors won today, that Cassie said on the stand that Diddy would threaten to release videos of the freakoff with her in it, various freakoffs, she said. That's extortion. And what the prosecution needs to prove is force or coercion. And there is no doubt, I think, in any jury's mind, that if you say to somebody, I'm going to release video of you in a freakoff, that's extortion, except what it requires is this: unless you do something or unless you don't do something. She has not closed that loop yet. She hasn't said he threatened to release video of the freakoffs unless I participated in more of them. If she said that squarely, case over as far as I'm concerned. That's coercion, and that's enough, I think, for the jury to convict. She hasn't completed that loop and said the threat to release the freakoff videos was so she would do X. She hasn't said that squarely, but there's certainly an intimation there that he was forcing her to do things. Is that enough? I don't know, but it's certainly something. And it's important if he's holding something like that over her head. Now, the reason I said that it's not what you think in terms of why the prosecutors won is, I think that statement about threatening to release the videos is really damning. But the other stuff that came out in the case, I don't know. I don't know that the jury is going to find necessarily force or coercion, because it's not just what's in Cassie's head, what she fears. It's what Diddy either communicates or insinuates. I didn't hear that today. So I want to give you a couple of examples of this, okay? So they talked about, I'm going to read this actually from a transcript of the hearing. We have a transcript. So here's what it says. Prosecutor, do you recall all of the freakoffs? Cassie, that would be impossible. Prosecutor, did you want to stop? She says, yes. I was humiliated. I didn't have those words then. I couldn't talk to anybody about it. Prosecutor, did you tell him you didn't want to? She says, yes. And then she says, I brought it up gently. I didn't want him to just do it with someone else. Remember, they were boyfriend and girlfriend at the time. Were you able to express your concerns to him? And the defense objects. The prosecutor rephrases the question. Why would you talk to him gently? She says, I didn't want him to be angry. So, yes, she says, I talked to him gently. What does gently mean? What does that mean? And you know that on cross-examination, the defense is going to raise that issue. What did you mean by saying you brought it up gently? Because, again, it's not what's in her head. It is what he either says or insinuates to cause coercion or create force. Okay, that's one example. Here's another one, and this gets a little bit graphic, okay? Prosecutor, did you want to be urinated on? You know, it came out with the sex worker who testified earlier that, that he would urinate at Diddy's direction on Cassie. So during the freakoffs. So prosecutor, did you want to be urinated on? Defense, objection. And they get into the objection, the judge overrules it, and she says, no, I did not want it. Prosecutor, how did it feel? Cassie, it was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it. Prosecutor, why were you choking? Cassie, too much urine in my mouth. Prosecutor, who else urinated on you? Cassie, Sean. So it wasn't just the sex worker, it was Sean, according to Cassie. Did you want Sean to urinate on you? Cassie, I didn't want anyone to urinate on me. Prosecutor, how often did it happen? Answer, often enough. And then, prosecutor, why didn't you say no? And this is what the defense is going to seize on. Cassie, it was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by two men. And then she says she never explicitly consented. Well, here's the thing about that. She says she didn't explicitly consent. The real issue is, did she explicitly object? And that, again, is what the defense is going to seize on in this case. That to convict Diddy, you have to show he did this against her will. He forced her to do it. He coerced her into doing it. And I don't feel like that loop has been closed yet. Now, it may be because of the stand, and maybe they will close it. But I don't know. You would think that when they go down that line of questioning, they would have closed that loop then, and they didn't. So a lot of this is insinuation and what is in Cassie's head. Now, look, I am not saying that, oh, well, she should have said, I don't want to be urinated on, because most people don't want to be urinated on. And that's pretty obvious. And you take her at her word that she didn't want to, and I get it. To convict him, he has to somehow overtake her free will. Did she express that free will enough for him to have objected either either directly or by insinuation. I don't know. This jury may just say, this is on its face disgusting. Nobody wants it. He knew it. He made her do it again. He degraded her. That's enough. Guilty. They may say that. But what if a juror in that deliberation room raises an issue and says, wait a minute, if you look at the jury instruction, it says you got to see force or coercion or duress. Where is the force, coercion, or duress? Then they start getting into, well, Cassie said she didn't like it. And then some other juror says, well, did she say it? And did he say you're doing it anyway? That would be the most direct thing. And so far, not seeing that. Maybe they think because of the power dynamic, it's obvious enough. I'm not advocating one side or another here. I'm just trying to give you, based on a lot of experience I've had in court and covering cases, that this is what juries do. And they could go either way on it. I just thought that this testimony specifically, based on the U.S. attorney coming out in this news conference, really strong, at least made me think, wow, they've got evidence that he forced her, that he said it. And that's what I took away from that news conference with the U.S. attorney. And it's kind of what I got from the indictment. I thought she was going to close that loop, and I didn't hear it. Now, again, that doesn't mean a jury wouldn't convict him, because there are all sorts of reasons that a jury would say, it's obvious. I mean, this is a powerful, powerful guy. She is under his thumb. So they could go that way. I'm just surprised that it didn't go as far as I thought it was going to go. Now, there's another thing, domestic violence. There is a lot of domestic violence in this case, and it is clear that Sean Combs used domestic violence as a tool in his toolbox. That's pretty obvious. And, you know, Cassie testified that there were times when she would have to hide in a hotel room for a week so the bruises on her face would heal. So there is absolutely no doubt. There's no doubt, just based on the Cassie video, that Diddy was brutal. Thing is, the defense is admitting that. They admitted it to the jury in opening statements. And, you know, the thing is that domestic violence is a state crime. And this is not a domestic violence charge that he faces. You know, this involves sex workers and interstate commerce and all of that. So, you know, his position is, look, this was mutual domestic violence. And, you know, he will point to what he says were abuses by Cassie. Again, I don't know that that airplane flies, because when you look at his size versus hers, you know, I don't know that's going to work. But, you know, they brought up that they want to introduce into evidence evidence of a bar fight Cassie was in where she wanted to kill somebody when she was high on drugs. So they're going to try to bring that in to show this kind of mutual domestic violence. Again, I don't know if that's going to work, but ultimately, this is not a domestic violence case, and I think that's one of the things. Now, I want to raise one other point, and then I'll stop, I promise. The other point I want to raise is the freakoff videos. A prosecution said they want to admit it into evidence, at least one of them. And the defense started objecting, saying they didn't want the media to see it. They haven't done that yet, and it's unclear whether the judge will clear the courtroom, whether the judge will let the jury see it away from the media, whether they sit there with, you know, some kind of a screen where the people in the courtroom can't see it other than the jurors. I don't know whether they do that or not. I don't know what the freakoff video shows. Does it show Combs in any way coercing or forcing her? It's going to be really relevant. The thing that I thought about was that Cassie is coming to court very, very pregnant. And that is hard for the jury to reconcile with these, stories about freakoffs with Cassie involved and all. If they, and that's the image of Cassie they see. If they see that video, I'm just thinking, as a prosecutor, what do you do? Because now all of a sudden the jury says, oh yeah, that was her back in the day, when she was involved in this, and she is a very different person from we see now. Do you want to create that dichotomy? In a way, in a weird way, that might be a risk for the prosecution. But bottom line, I think with the threat to release the videos, at least there, the prosecution won, but they didn't win as big as I thought they would. Okay, we're doing this in real time, so right after I finished talking about what you just saw, this happened in court, which ended the day, and it's relevant. They brought up the famous 2016 Intercontinental Hotel, where Diddy viciously beat Cassie. Here's what the prosecutor said. Did you ever leave a freak-off before it was over? Cassie, yes, at the Century City Intercontinental. I finally had a premiere coming up, and I didn't want to mess it up, but Sean hit me. Prosecutor, at what point did Sean hit you? Cassie, between sessions. I'm going to get back to that in a minute. Prosecutor, what happened next? Cassie, I got to the elevator. Next thing I knew, I was thrown to the ground. This is the video that we've all now seen. Prosecutor, who threw you down? Cassie, Sean, he grabbed me by my neck and hoodie. Prosecutor, let me show you the video. And they played the video. So what is interesting and confusing about this is she says, he hit me between sessions. It sounds like she's saying that there was a session in the hotel room and then maybe another session where she wanted to leave to go to this premiere because she says, he hit me in between sessions. I don't think that the hallway was in between sessions. I think, at least I thought, it was over by then. But she's suggesting, and I think they're going to tie this up tomorrow, that maybe there were two sessions inside the room. Bottom line is, if Diddy did hit her because she wanted to leave, that closes the loop. So if that's the case, and again, the court broke for the day right after this, but if that's the case, that he hit her because she wanted to leave, closes the loop, and that is a huge win for prosecutors.
So the trial in New York City, the federal trial of Sean Diddy Combs, really begins in earnest today. Candace Kelly, attorney, joins us right now to tell us exactly what took place in New York City.
Oh, finally, the jurors were seated. That happened today around 10 a.m. And then we went right into opening arguments. The prosecution and the defense, they made a lot of promises. Listen, some of it was a surprise. Some of it was not so much a surprise.
Day 2 of testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. The prosecution's star witness, Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, is expected to take the stand today. So far, the jury has heard graphic and very disturbing details from a man who says he was paid to have sex with Cassie Ventura. He also testified that he witnessed the music mogul assault her on 2 separate occasions. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges.
So let's go live now to CNN anchor and chief legal analyst Laura Coates right outside that courthouse in New York. Laura, so tell us more about when Ventura will take the stand. That is really such a big focus for today.
She will take the stand any moment now. She is the very next witness up. We are waiting to hear what might be explosive testimony from Cassie Ventura, the linchpin of the prosecution's case. Remember, we were told by the defense yesterday, this is the first time in 6.5 years since the death of the mother of 4 of Sean Diddy Combs' children, Kim Porter, tragically died of pneumonia, that the 2 of them will be in the same room face to face. The defense called it a moment to witness closure, or we will witness us, though, is testimony where she will try to bridge the gap over an 11-year period of what the prosecution has described as abuse and violence and coercion and intimidation, all to have her engage in these so-called freak-offs, days-long drug-fueled sex encounters without consent. But just now in the courtroom, I witnessed something truly interesting. They are arguing as we speak with the judge over whether Cassie Ventura's husband can be in the audience. Cassie Ventura has just taken the stand. You're going to watch, and we will see in just a moment, Cassie Ventura, visibly pregnant, due in less than a month or so, confronted face to face with Sean Diddy Combs, her boyfriend and lover of more than a decade. The first time they'll be together. Now, they want to make sure that her husband could not be in the courtroom. The defense is saying they may call Mr. Fine, who, remember, is a physical trainer who Diddy hired to actually train Cassie Ventura.
Laura, I want to let you go because the government is calling Cassie Ventura to the stand, so you got to get back in there. Thank you, Laura.
I will be your eyes and ears. We'll be right back. Thanks.
I know you will be. All right, and we're joined now by CNN legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Elliot Williams and entertainment attorney and former litigator Lisa Bonner. All right, so Cassie Ventura is about to take the stand. Why is she so crucial to the prosecution's case?
Right, again, and Laura touched on this a little bit. It's important to step back and remember what Sean Combs is charged with here. It's racketeering, sex trafficking, and transportation of people. Now, it's far broader than simply these allegations of sexual abuse or physical abuse. Now, what Cassie Ventura, what the prosecution says was established with her is not just that the abuse happened, but that it happened for the purpose of threatening, coercing, or forcing people, her and others, into forced sexual activity. And in fact, the video that we saw yesterday allegedly happened immediately before or in the process of one of these quote-unquote freak-offs, suggesting that this beating was to keep her there and coerce her there.
So, Lisa, to bring you in, what do you think the defense strategy will be when cross-examining Ventura? And we should also note, and this seems important, and we've been talking about this, she's pregnant. She's, I believe, several months pregnant. So how will that also play into the cross-examining, do you think, Lisa?
Well, they are going to try to establish that she was a willing participant, that she knowingly engaged into this relationship with Combs. It is no secret in the entertainment industry, in the music industry, that Cassie Ventura did not have the strongest voice, and she did not have a lot of other options in terms of signing a recording contract. So they're going to say that, listen, you went after Combs, you went and tried to establish a sexual relationship for the benefit of furthering your music career. Now, it is also important to remember that Cassie is visibly pregnant. Her husband, they want her husband in the courtroom to show that she is now moved past that she is in a loving relationship, and that is possible only because that she is now in a consensual and healthy relationship. But one of the things that they're also going to try to prove is that she was, consenting and that she stayed in this relationship. But one thing I have not heard people talk about is the Stockholm syndrome, where the victims often identify with their abusers, right? So it happens a lot in child abuse cases. So they're going to try and say that she consented. It's important to say, no, what did the defendant do to make her feel like that she could not leave the relationship?
So we're getting more information now coming in from our reporters who were inside the courtroom. They're not allowing, this is a federal trial, so there's no video, audio, live coverage allowed, but we're getting reports from our reporters inside. And under questioning from the prosecution, Cassie Ventura said some arguments between her and Combs would be violent and result in, quote, some sort of physical abuse. What do you make of that?
Well, again, the domestic violence, the defense has owned it. They have set that out, and they are trying to say, listen, we are not here to litigate a domestic violence case. This is turning on consent. In any sexual relationship, consent is explicit. She did not, at what point did she no longer consent to being in this relationship? How did Combs use his influence, his sphere of influence, to manipulate her, to blackmail her into staying? He paid all of her bills. He she never put out another record after the first record that he was released. And that was a carrot that he continuously dangled in front of her face to try and get her and manipulate her into staying. Again, this was through his business. And that is what the prosecution has to hone in on and really have people to testify to that there was not consent and that he did use people under his employ to facilitate this relationship.
Elliot, I want to bring you in on this point that Combs arrived in court yesterday holding a Bible. He was seen reading passages during opening statements. Why does the defense want the jury to see that?
Oh, absolutely. Now, the court, the whole process is designed around giving the defendant a fair trial. That's how the judge rules. Now, both parties are doing things to ensure that their side of the case looks better, and it is in a defendant's interest to be seen reading the Bible. This happens all throughout trials. So, for instance, can the defendant come in wearing a prison jumpsuit? This was something that they debated prior to the trial. Can he have dyed hair? As you notice, some of the courtroom drawings have noticed, his hair is dyed. How does that change how the jury sees him and how they may regard the things he says? There was even a fight or a debate over, can the jury see Cassie Ventura walking into the courtroom because she is 7 or 8 months pregnant right now? How will that affect how the jury regards her testimony? And judges are constantly having to resolve questions like this. Now, nothing precludes a defendant from reading a Bible. There's nothing wrong with it, but certainly it was a deliberate choice, I think it's fair to say, by the defense team to have jurors see this person who's accused of horrific acts reading a Bible.
And I just want to go back to you, Lisa, because, and I want to make clear, this idea that the government is pushing the prosecution, that Combs was using his own enterprises and businesses to further the scheme. Those are all allegations from the government. And the defense is saying that's not true. The defense is saying, look, he may have engaged in bad behavior. He may have engaged in domestic abuse. That video is really disturbing from the hotel. But he was not part of this racketeering scheme. He is not a sex trafficker, and he should not be found guilty on that. Do you think that that's a compelling argument for the jury?
Well, what else does the defense have to really offer? The fact that, one, they've already owned the domestic violence, and so that is something that they have already owned. But the other allegations against Combs in terms of the RICO charge, we have R. Kelly, who was convicted just across the river in the Eastern District of New York of very similar RICO charges. And so what they are, again, alleging is the fact that he used his businesses to lure people into a recording contract in Cassie Ventura's case, and then basically held that over her head in terms of a carrot and never released another album after her initial single that was released. And they are alleging, again, that this was done against her will. The defense really does not have any other alternative except to own this and to say, no, that this was a legitimate business. But it's important also to remember that a RICO case does not have to, the criminal enterprise does not have to exist solely for the purposes of a company. It could be a part of the company. And so that is important to remember in all of these allegations in terms of RICO. They need to establish that it is a conspiracy, that he used his company, to lure these people. And these are very damning allegations.
Right, and we're just reading some of what's coming in from the courtroom. And at one part, and this sort of goes to your point earlier, Lisa, she said, look, I was confused. I loved him. I just wanted to make him happy. I was nervous, all of those feelings. And we don't have the full context around that. But of course, we know prior to that, they were talking about the relationship and the alleged violence that occurred there. All right, Lisa Bonner, Elliot Williams, thank you so much.
But right now, I want to go live to Long Prime's very own Elizabeth Milner, who is outside of the federal courthouse, was inside that court for when Cassandra Ventura was testifying. Elizabeth, it's great to see you. I know you have to jump back into court quite quickly. So let's first start off with Ventura. She takes the stand. How did she appear? What are some of the highlights of her testimony? And most importantly, how is the jury responding to her testimony?
Yeah, well, Jesse, when she had first kind of entered the courtroom, I can't necessarily describe it as a tense moment necessarily, but I can only imagine what was kind of going through everybody's minds. You have Diddy's children on one side, his family on one side. You have Diddy, who was looking at Cassie as the moment that she walked inside that courtroom today. She was wearing a long brown dress. She is very, very much so, appears to be in her third trimester of her pregnancy. And so she kind of walked very quietly and very slowly up to the witness stand, took the, swore the oath and that type of sort, and then sat down for the prosecution's questioning. And as far as who her support was inside that courtroom, that included her brother, what we presume to be her mother, as well as even her husband, Alex Fine. And he was kind of the topic of some of these arguments outside of the presence of the jury, mainly about just some testimony that they're expected to happen, especially later on today or even possibly tomorrow, because she is expected to be on the stand for a while. But as far as when she got onto the stand, she was very soft-spoken when she was answering ASA Emily Johnson's question. She, we've been following this case from the beginning, from the moment that she had filed that federal lawsuit that was just very shocking, a very bombshell lawsuit that we all know was settled the following day. But as far as just kind of comparing the allegations to her witness testimony, it was kind of a difference in the sense that we had only seen her allegations through words, through paper, through court filings and that sort. But, when she got on the stand, it's now, for jurors in their minds, they're putting a voice and they're putting a person to, a name finally. They're seeing just from her side of the view, just kind of her relationship with Diddy. Much of the testimony was very foundational. When did she meet Diddy? How long before, the two engaged in sexual intercourse? As well as, she was briefly asked about the CNN video, and she did confirm that she was leaving a freakoff when the vicious beating kind of happened. As far as just some other big highlights, we were shown a lot of photos of her and Sean, as she refers to him in court, as well as her friends. We saw a photo of him being Diddy, Kim Porter, another friend, and Cassie all at the 2006 BET Awards. We saw a photo of Diddy with Cassie, another friend, and another potential witness to this case, all sitting on a couch. We had seen photos of their trip to Miami. We saw photos of them at a strip club together here in New York City in 2007. For Halloween, she had spoken about just, her time working as an artist for Bad Boy, and just that pretty much, some of these allegations she had talked about in her lawsuit, but also that Diddy controlled a lot of aspects of her recording career. She signed a 10-album deal. However, she only put out one album plus a mixtape. A lot of the songs that she had even recorded had just gone either, unreleased, or they were leaked and that type of sort. And so some of those were like kind of the big highlights, I would say. They were kind of touching base on who all else kind of played a role in, as far as, security. She had named people like D-Rock and Bounds and Uncle Paul and Malik. As far as assistants, we heard one of the big names being Christina Coram, as well as David James, Neil Dominic. And so that was kind of touching base a little bit as far as, how Diddy's staff kind of interacted with her. But for the most part, another eye-opening point was just that, Diddy had security around him 24/7. But she also had said that, sometimes the security's job was to kind of check on her and make sure that she was doing what she was supposed to, essentially. That, if she wasn't answering the phone when Diddy had called, that he would send his security to go and find her. And so, as far as just some of the testimony, I'm sure we'll get into more details as far as kind of, the freak-offs and that type of those types of allegations. But, it really did start off pretty foundational. And I was pretty surprised at, how composed she was keeping it all while on the stand. Again, she was very soft-spoken, but she answered the questions directly. If there was something that she was confused about or wanted Emily Johnson to rephrase or just to ask again, she was open about that. There were very brief moments of laughter, but that was just because, it was nothing that had to do with any of those graphic allegations or anything like that. But it was just, pretty much, she was asked, like, why didn't you release more albums? And she's like, is that a question for me? And then there was a little chuckle. But for the most part, it was very much a serious tone. A lot of eyes were on Cassie. A lot of eyes were also on Diddy's children when they were talking, for example, about Kim Porter and just how that relationship had ended while Cassie was starting her relationship with Diddy. And so we got to kind of see finally for a while now, because it's almost been 2 years since she had filed her lawsuit at this point, that we kind of got to see her explain her own view from her own mouth, as opposed to us seeing these allegations in like lawsuits and that type of sort.
So I have two questions for you. One, how is the jury responding to her testimony and more of the graphic points of her testimony? But also, what was Diddy doing? What was Sean Combs doing Was he looking at her? Was she looking at him at any points? So again, what was the jury's reaction and what was the reaction between Diddy and Cassie?
Well, let me tell you, it was a very packed courtroom, so it was really hard to kind of see all the jurors and their faces. But from the little view that I got of just seeing these jurors, they were listening intently like they have been even since yesterday, taking notes, kind of watching back and forth, both, you know, the prosecution asked their questions and then going over and kind of looking at the witness, that being Cassie, while on the stand. Now, as far as Diddy goes, he was watching very intently. Like, let me tell you something. He is very much so participating in his defense. He is jotting notes down. He's passing these notes because we do know when the cross-examination comes down, it's going to be Ana Maria Esteval who's going to be doing that line of questioning once the defense does get to the cross of Cassie's testimony. But as far as Diddy goes, he definitely kept his eyes on Cassie for the most duration while she was on the stand, which I can only imagine was felt intimidating on her end, possibly. I'm obviously not in her mind, so I don't know that 100% or anything like that. But as far as Cassie looking back in Diddy's direction, even when she had gotten off the stand, you know, she didn't look at him once. She just walked immediately outside through the gallery, didn't look at him, didn't look at his children. There was no type of like soft smile, none of that. I think, you know, even she might not have noticed her husband was right there in the courtroom too, but she kept laser focused, got out of the door, and then that's when everybody else kind of left the courtroom for lunch break.
Pretty surreal, to say the least. Let me ask you this. At the beginning of the day, we kind of got a sense of what's going to happen next. Everybody's been talking about the freakoff tapes or these sex tapes and how they're going to be visible in the courtroom, whether or not the gallery is going to see these tapes. I imagine when she's going to have to talk about these tapes, she's going to have to view these tapes. What was the discussion earlier this morning regarding the tapes, how a witness will be questioned about the tapes, and whether or not anybody in the gallery will ultimately see them?
Yeah, so there was a lot of concerns about these exhibits, mainly more so, I guess, from us on the press ends portion, you know, just seeing that these photos were sexually explicit and very graphic in nature. The government planned to show some of these images because they, according to the government, were 6 still images. They were nude images of victims that were sexually explicit, but the government kind of came up with a solution that, you know, they would provide headphones to the jurors so that way, you know, we wouldn't hear any type of audio of, you know, these exhibits that were going to be portrayed. The government wanted to keep this material out of public record. The defense, meanwhile, says it's pretty much adult pornography. And so that's when we kind of started connecting the dots that these were, you know, videos and images of, you know, these freak-offs that the government is kind of talking about that's central to their case. The defense says it's a privacy issue, and they question what us in the press would pretty much do with these types of images. And you know what? We have a right to kind of talk about them, especially not in a salacious manner or anything like that. I don't think that was any of our intents on, you know, being in the courtroom while these images were played or anything like that. But apparently it seems like, you know, a point for the defense that, you know, they were just wondering what the press would do about it, especially with so many eyes on this case. And so, you know, they wanted to address this issue. The media did have a response through a lawyer. Not 100% sure what outlet they were with, but the media's response was pretty much that the press needs to see these. You know, the testimony isn't necessarily suitable for these images because, you know, the big question is, was this consensual or was this coerced? And so the media lawyer, you know, offered maybe just the pool of reporters to see these types of images, so that way there would at least be some media in the room, so that way we could report about this. And so from the media's response, they completely objected to total sealment of these images and says that it's a First Amendment issue. And so this is going to be taken up probably at a later time, possibly when we all come back from the lunch break, just to kind of get a better picture of it. But it seems like, you know, from both parties that they're kind of fearful about these images getting out. But on our side, we have a right to report on what's going on. I mean, look at just the media campouts just behind me. A lot of people have interest in this, not just for salacious headlines or anything like that, but because this is a very high profile and criminal case. And of course, we will respectfully report on it if we are able to see these images.
Real quick, Elizabeth, I want to get you back in that courtroom. 30 seconds. If you could just explain what the scene is like today.
Well, the scene is very much so a lot of high energy, a lot of anxious energy, and maybe I'm just saying my own personal feelings because it was pretty tense this morning as a lot of people were just trying to battle to get inside that courtroom because everyone wanted to be in there when Cassie took the stand. Everyone wanted to see her raise her right hand, swear an oath, and to get inside that courtroom. So there was a little tense moments from people either cutting in lines or people trying to get ahead as well. But as far as, you know, from the family's perspective, I had mentioned yesterday that the daughters had walked out during Daniel Phillips' testimony. That wasn't the case today. Everyone stayed in court, stayed in place. They were listening to all the testimony that was going on today. And so for the most part, it just seems like, okay, this is day 2. A lot of people are just wanting to know more information. What are we going to be getting out of this case? Is this a criminal case, or is this, you know, very much so possibly a domestic violence case, as the defense is trying to kind of paint it out. But as far as the mood inside that courtroom, it's very tense, I will say, mainly because a lot of people just have their eyes on this very important testimony from one of the biggest witnesses and one of the biggest players inside this case today.
Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for being our eyes and our ears about what's happening in that courtroom. No cameras, no audio equipment, but we got Elizabeth, and she does a fantastic job. Thank you so much. And I know you have to head back into court. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Thanks. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to continue to take your questions. I am here once again with trial attorney Rich Schoenstein. So, Rich, you heard that description, okay? You heard the description about her testimony. We've been talking about it, hearing the jurors' reaction, hearing, by the way, how Cassandra Ventura responded, or the lack of response towards Diddy, not even looking over his way, him staring intently at her. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. And it's hard for a witness, you know, what's the right thing to do? Is the right thing to look at him? Is the right thing not to look at him? I think probably not looking at him is better optics as she takes the stand. I think that's fine.
When she's going to be in a position where she has to watch these tapes, presumably that's what's going to happen, and have to be questioned about these tapes, both under direct examination and cross-examination. I know Elizabeth has said she's very calm and composed. I wonder if things might change then and what we should take away from that testimony.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough thing to do. She's going to be asked about the tapes. She's also going to be asked to describe what's happening. She's going to be asked to identify people who are in that video. She's going to be asked to, identify the prostitutes, right? Because that's a big part of this case. So who is paid to be there in these videos? And she's almost going to have to do like a play-by-play, and it's incredibly uncomfortable. I don't know how she's going to deal with it.
I think the most significant parts of the tapes are if you see or hear Sean Combs directing her,
right,
and particularly in a aggressive manner to take certain steps or actions, that will go towards sex trafficking.
Yeah, and she's probably been through these tapes. I mean, they've taken her through them many times to prepare for the trial, to go over, to get the case ready, to figure out who everybody is. So it's a little different when you get on a witness stand and do it in front of a jury, but it's not the first time she's looking at it.
We're taking your questions right now again on YouTube as we wait for the testimony of Cassandra Ventura to resume. Question from Nomad. How many kids does he have? I believe he has 7 children. Question from Sarah McGowan. Can charges for co-conspirators come from this trial?
Well, I don't think they come from the trial necessarily. They come from the investigation leading up to the trial. And it's a question here whether the government wants to bring charges against co-conspirators or others. I think they were more interested in having witnesses. I said when this all started that probably people were deciding if they were going to be witnesses or they were going to be defendants, because I bet the government brought some pressure to bear on that decision.
Question from Alpha and Omega Forever. Will the prosecution subpoena other celebrities seen in the evidence later in the case? That's presuming there are celebrities that are, well, let me rephrase. In the lead up to this trial, during the jury selection process, there was a people and places list, right? Does the jury know any of these people and places? There were some celebrity names on there. Doesn't mean they're in the tapes, doesn't mean they're part of relevant evidence, but will the prosecution subpoena celebrities in this trial?
Yeah, I don't know. That goes back to the discussion we were having. Is it actually in the prosecution's favor to drag other celebrities into this and make it maybe seem like a Hollywood thing? If they had certain people who had important testimony to give and were willing to cooperate and do it, then they might want to put it on. But I don't know if that's happening.
Question from Rachel Wilson. If people outside the courthouse admit they're trying to influence the jury, not just protesting, could they be held accountable for that?
I don't know if they can be held accountable. You know, we see this now in trials. There's a trial some people are watching in Massachusetts where there's been a big fight about who can be in front of the courthouse and how far do they have to be from the courthouse.
For anybody who doesn't know.
Yeah, that's it. You've heard of it. So if it starts to be a problem, then the parties can address it with the court. And the court has some power to say, yeah, we're not going to let anybody line up where the jurors come in and out because that would be hard for them, right? That's the one thing you don't want them doing is influencing the jury. Otherwise, people will have a right to be outside the courthouse. They have a right to make their opinion known.
I will tell you, the time that I saw this in a way I've never seen before was Johnny Depp, Amber Heard. When I was in that courtroom, when Amber Heard was testifying, the courtroom was filled with Johnny Depp supporters. And I will tell you, as she was testifying, there were snickers, there were people murmuring under their breath. The court deputy had to come over and tell people to be quiet. That created a different environment, and I didn't like it. And that was a problem, because from a purely legal point of view, you don't want that outside pressure on the witnesses, on the court, on the attorneys, on the jury. I didn't like it.
Welcome to TMZ Live. Harvey Levin here.
Charles here.
The Diddy trial is underway. There have been opening statements, and there is now testimony in the case. And the opening statements kind of predictably laid out the prosecution's case and Diddy's defense.
Drika, how would you describe Cassie's demeanor when she took the stand today?
When she walked in there, Rachel, she had on a brown dress, form-fitting, visibly pregnant, head held high, and did not make any eye contact with the defendant, with Sean Combs.
What was Sean's reaction when he saw Cassie enter the courtroom?
You know, attorneys say that this is the first time that they've met since 2018 when she attended the funeral for Kim Porter, which is the mother of Sean Combs' 3 children. So to watch Sean Combs watching her was really interesting because they haven't seen each other in at least 6 years. But he can't say anything. You know, this is a moment for him where he has to be silent. And right now we're hearing what she says in terms of what happened during the course of their over 10-year relationship.
Is he showing any reaction to what she is saying on the stand?
I can tell you that immediately, the moment she opened her mouth, you could see that Combs was listening intently to everything that she has to say, as well as those jurors. People know that she was that star witness, the key person in all of this. When you think about that civil suit that came out in 2023, that was settled the day after, she really is the person that connects all the dots. When you look at the indictment and you look at some of the charges, she's the one talking about the freak-offs and what was involved and how she had to act. The prosecution is asking her questions to show that she wasn't in control. She said that Sean Combs directed everything from what she had on to the lighting in the room to how she was supposed to interact with the person that she was having sex with. And again, just to reiterate what is a freak-off, the freak-off essentially was something that Cassie said she learned about through Sean Combs about a year into their relationship. He described it as voyeurism, wanting to watch her have sex with someone else. And she said that she did it because she was 22, 21, she was young, she didn't know any better, and that she wanted to please Sean Combs.
And at some point in time, she actually had said that she looked forward to the freak-offs. Why did Cassie express looking forward to these said freak-offs?
When the prosecution asked her, was there ever a time that you enjoyed the freak-offs? This is when Cassie got choked up and she said, I did, but only because I got to spend one-on-one time with Combs, and I really did love him.
And that is speaking to the psychological abuse, in addition to the physical abuse that she potentially experienced as well.
She's definitely laying out someone who was young, who was influenced by wanting to have this record career. She signed a 10-album deal with Bad Boy Entertainment, led by Sean Combs, and basically describes being enamored by Sean Combs, loving him, not knowing about certain things sexually and him sort of telling her, teaching her about that. And what you hear is someone that was young and she even said, you know, I was young, I was naive, I didn't know any better. But she's really telling the story of someone who thought she was going to be with someone in this music industry that was going to help her career, that cared about her, but quickly learned after the freak-offs that wasn't the case. And what I thought was also interesting is she said that after that first freak-off, she said she felt dirty. She didn't want to do it. And when she brought up the idea of having a conversation about the freak-offs in an email, which the jurors saw, she said she backpedaled in the email because Combs responded by saying, I know, you don't want to do it. And she said, oh no, well, it's not that. But that was the beginning. That was in 2010, where she brings up in an email that she wanted to have a conversation about this. And in her words, she didn't want to do it, but she felt like she had to do it.
Gosh, it's so difficult to hear all of these details. And since taking the stand, Cassie has been emotional. What made Cassie emotional on the stand?
I think what made Cassie emotional is having to describe the details of the freak-off and why she did it. When she talked about wanting to do it to please Sean Combs, that's when she broke down. Up until that point, she had just been answering the questions. She's a little soft-spoken at times, but that's when she got emotional. When she had to answer the question about if she enjoyed it, that's when she broke down, because she said, I enjoyed being with Sean Combs. And she says, I did it because it made him happy.
What did the expressions of the jurors look like?
The jurors are laser focused on what Cassie has to say. And that's to be expected, right? Because she is the person who will likely be on the stand, according to attorneys, for 2, maybe 3 days. She's the one that was in the relationship with Sean Combs for over 10 years. So she's got a lot to say, and she's just getting started.
Just how important is Cassie's testimony to the prosecution?
I think it really connects the dots, Rachel. When you look at that initial indictment and what's being alleged, she really is the person that has probably the most information about this idea that the prosecution says, which is creating a criminal enterprise for Sean Combs' sexual desires. Something else that the jurors saw today that sort of connects it back to this alleged criminal enterprise are 7 photos of people that were very close to Sean Combs, one even his former chief of staff. And these were all people that Cassie Ventura was able to name and explain the functions in terms of what they did: security, driver, chief of staff, someone that handled financials. So it's showing that she knew some of these people, again, because she was with him, around him for so long.
What have reactions in the courtroom been when explicit details of these freak-offs are being described?
Honestly, I'm looking at his family a lot as these details are coming out, and they really don't have a reaction. They're listening. I thought it was interesting yesterday that during part of that testimony with the escort, the male escort, the girls left. So Sean Combs has 3 daughters that are in the courtroom. They left for some of that testimony yesterday, but today they are staying through all of that testimony from Cassie Ventura.
Cassie's testimony is clearly explosive to both sides, both the prosecution and the defense. What other celebrities might we see take the stand in this case?
You know, there was a moment early on when Cassie mentioned Dallas Austin, who she called a friend, who's a producer. So I don't know if that's someone that we're going to hear from. We know that there were pictures shown to prospective jurors that are well-known celebrities, you know, Kanye West, Kid Cudi, Lauren London. We don't know, though, how they fit yet into why they were even asked, do you know these people? Are you familiar with them?
So the prosecution is questioning Cassie right now, still questioning her.
The defense hasn't even got a chance to, I mean, that might change based on the timing, but, you know, because she's such a key witness, it's likely that she will be on that stand the rest of the day.
What are you learning about the nicknames that were used between Cassie and Sean?
Yeah, we learned that Cassie referred to him as Pop Pop, and Sean Combs would refer to her as CC. The prosecution says, what does CC stand for? They said, she said Cassie Combs.
What kind of witness is Cassie coming off as to the jurors?
I think naturally when you look at her visually, people see that she's pregnant and looking like she's due any day now. So they might, have empathy, sympathy for her in that way, but we don't really know. We know that they've been instructed to be fair and impartial. As to what type of witness she's coming off as, she's describing someone that she was, someone she said that was trying to figure out who she was at that time and who she was allowed to be. Now you're looking at somebody that's almost 40 years old, totally different person, but even in describing what was going on at her at that time, taking drugs, trying to please Sean Combs, she's really just sort of laying out the case for her not having a lot of control. So I think that's the takeaway. This is someone who is making it very clear that at that particular time in her life, she says she did not have any control really over what she wore, what she did, who she was having sex with. She's a different person now, but I think when she talks about those details and even reflecting on them for herself, as we saw today, she broke down in that courtroom.
Her husband's been by her side. He's in the courtroom. Have you been able to see his reaction?
I was sitting about 2 rows behind Cassie's husband, and he also not showing any emotion that I can see visibly on his face, but just staying there and there obviously to support his wife. But I can only imagine how difficult it must be for everybody listening to these details, but definitely somebody who's as close to her as her husband.
Combs and Ventura were once an entertainment power couple. She is now the star witness in this case, and in court today described in disturbing detail the very dark side of that relationship.
She testified about the drug-fueled sexual encounters with male prostitutes that Combs allegedly forced her to participate in. At one point, telling the jury, quote, "I didn't have the words for how horrible I really felt."
Ventura is also the woman in the 2016 security camera video, a key piece of evidence in the trial where prosecutors hope to prove that Combs used his power, his influence, and violence to coerce Ventura and other victims into sex.
Eyewitness News reporter Darla Miles was in the courtroom. She's live in Lower Manhattan with more. Darla.
David and Liz, this is the first time Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura have been in the same room in 7 years, and certainly the first time since she filed her explosive lawsuit in November of 2023, which kicked off this criminal investigation. There was a presence, a quiet when she came into the courtroom, and the weight of her testimony cannot be understated. A statuesque and very pregnant Cassie Ventura taking the stand Tuesday morning in the racketeering and sex trafficking trial of her ex-boyfriend, Sean Diddy Combs. As she confidently entered the courtroom, her gaze looking straight ahead, never turning in either direction and never looking over at Combs. Federal prosecutors laying the groundwork for the 8-man, 4-woman jury of their 11-year relationship that began when Ventura was 19, the music mogul 37. And describing physical abuse that predated their sexual encounters with male escorts called freakoffs. Prosecutors asking, "Can you tell me what arguments with Sean Combs were like?" Ventura asking, "If they were violent, they would result in some sort of physical abuse. Dragging, he would mash in my head, knock me out, drag me, kick me." Prosecutors following up on her response asking, "How frequently were you injured in the relationship?" Ventura responding, "Too frequently." Combs' children, Ventura's husband, all in court listening to the testimony. The 38-year-old expectant mother telling the court she was young and in love, taking the cocaine, Molly, and ecstasy she was given by Combs, and agreeing to participate in the freakoffs, wanting to please the man she loved. Ventura testifying, "They ranged from 48 hours to 72 hours. The longest was about 4 days, maybe longer." Prosecutors asking, "Between when the freak-off started, do you recall every freak-off you participated in?" Ventura responding, "That would be impossible." "Why is that?" prosecutors asked. She said, "Because of the drugs." Ventura also testifying, scheduling the freak-offs felt like it became a full-time job, taking a back seat to her music career. "Was there any part of the freak-offs that you enjoyed?" prosecutors asked. Ventura answering, "The time I spent with him. There was always so many people around him. As sad as it was, I felt like it was the only time I could get." This line of questioning bringing Ventura to tears, describing her lack of self-confidence in the relationship, testifying, "I just felt like it was all I was good for. It was disgusting and humiliating. I couldn't talk to anybody about it." Now remember, this is just federal prosecutors laying out their case. Expect for defense attorneys for Sean Combs to challenge everything Ventura says on the stand throughout her testimony today and tomorrow and throughout the rest of the week. There was a moment in court this morning where prosecutors for Sean Combs tried to get Ventura's husband, Alex Fine, banned from the courtroom. That was not allowed, but he will not be able to be in the courtroom for her testimony on the 2018 rape. So lots of happening in court today, and I'll have another update. We'll have more on this coming up on Eyewitness News at 5. For now, reporting live in Lower Manhattan, Darla Miles, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
P. Diddy's trial is underway, but did the prosecution expose a weakness in their own case on day one? Did the defense reveal they may not really have a defense when it comes to one charge? And what can we glean from the legal strategies of both sides as we analyze the major arguments, statements, and evidence from the start of Sean Combs' criminal trial? Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Okay, so let me tell you what we're going to do here on Sidebar. Okay, so we're not only going to do daily recaps of the Diddy trial, but we are also going to do more in-depth legal breakdowns of key issues that happen every day in court, because that's key. What is the law? Who's winning the case? What are the legal points being made? What's the strategy? And by the way, talking about what we're going to talk about today, did the prosecution expose a weakness in their case? Did the defense do so too? Yesterday, we did a full breakdown of day.
Hold on, you better not do that. Hey, Karen, you better not do that, because Rhonda thinks you're making early predictions. And she come in here ready to kill me. And he just said what I have been doing since I've been out here a long time ago, before I even had a channel. How about that? Don't go, Rhonda. Come back.
One of the trial of Sean Diddy Combs as he faces sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution charges. I brought on Elizabeth Milner, who was in that courtroom. You can check it out on our YouTube page. Full breakdown about what happened, finalizing the jury, opening statements, first witness testimony. But now I want to talk about the legal significance of what may have happened and who may be winning. So to do that, let me bring in Law and Crime General Counsel Elizabeth Vulai. Elizabeth, good to see you. Do I have your title right? Do I call you legal counsel? Law and Crime lawyer? What do you like to be called?
That's perfect. Technically, it's head of legal affairs, but general counsel, all that is good.
Better general counsel. All right. Opening statements. We know they're not evidence, but they are important, right?
Yes, yeah, they're really important. As you said, they're not evidence, but they set the tone for what the themes are going to be for both sides, both for the prosecution and the defense. I think they both struck certain themes. And it's also the first time that the jury is hearing from either side, right? So I think things like, obviously the content, the tone, the delivery, all of that is really, really important. And it's sort of like, I like to say, an introductory paragraph, if you're, want to think about it in terms of an essay or a paper for all the academics out there. And it's sort of a preview of what's to come.
Were you surprised how short they were? Because sometimes you have opening statements that can last the whole day, and particularly if you're talking about a complicated RICO case or a sex trafficking case with multiple victims. I thought that you were going to have the prosecution do their whole opening statement, then go to lunch, then have the defense, and then call it a day. We heard witness testimony too yesterday.
Yeah, it was really fast. I think it's in line with how the prosecution has been moving for this entire case. They've moved extremely quickly. The fact that this has gone to trial less than a year since the actual indictment, I think it falls in line with that. I think prosecutors are taking a really no-nonsense approach. They started off, with their witnesses and the type of testimony that came out yesterday. They didn't hold back. They started off strong and quickly. I think that's how they want to move in this case.
I want to start with the opening statement from the prosecution, more specifically prosecutor Emily Johnson. And what she did, in my opinion, was really focused on the elements of these charges. That Combs ran a criminal enterprise, that he engaged in crimes for years, that he used his business and associates to commit crimes and cover up the evidence of the crimes, laying out some of the underlying predicate acts or crimes that make up the racketeering charge, like kidnapping, drug trafficking, arson, bribery, obstruction, that Combs allegedly used lies, drugs, threats, violence to force and coerce victims like Cassie Ventura and Jane, who we believe is now victim 2, into these sex acts against their will, that there was a coordination of payments and transportation of sex workers. Elizabeth, to me, and this is my thesis, I felt there's a weakness in the prosecution's case that was exposed yesterday in the opening statement. It seemed to me, and I'm curious your thoughts, the prosecution spent so much time yesterday trying to explain to the jury that this is a crime, because this doesn't feel like a garden variety racketeering or sex trafficking case. They have to explain to the jury why this is a criminal act. And I think that's a problem. We cover trials all the time. It's a murder. Everybody knows it's a murder, right? You just have to prove who did it. This is like, wait, why is this racketeering? Why is this sex trafficking? Am I wrong?
Right. Yeah, I think that's going to be the biggest challenge for them, especially when it comes to the racketeering, right? That's usually a charge. Again, it involves, the setup of an enterprise, many people involved. A lot of times that's a charge that's tacked on to members of organized crime or the mafia. Here, he's the only one that's being charged with these crimes. So I think the challenge for the prosecution is going to be pointing out who are the other people involved. What they're alleging is that he exerted control, power, and influence over his employees, security guards, other members of his team, to be able to facilitate these acts. And I think that's going to be the challenge for them. And I think that's the key difference here, especially when it comes to the racketeering. And then the challenge, I think, for let's say the prostitution charge, the difference between obviously that and consensual group sex, which is what the defense tried to touch on, is, what happened in between, the setups, who was paid, how were they transported? Were they transported from state to state? That's going to be the real big thing that's going to separate the defense saying this was just an unorthodox lifestyle, this is, consensual group sex behind closed doors, versus all the other elements that make up prostitution.
The thin line is coercion. The thin line is coercion, right?
Yes.
It's the idea if they did it willingly or they didn't. Talking a legal breakdown of a massive case like Diddy, how could I not also mention legal experts Morgan & Morgan, our sponsor, America's largest injury law firm. So this is a firm in the past few months, Morgan & Morgan, they secured a $9.3 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, a $5.6 million verdict for another car accident victim in Atlanta, and not to mention $1.8 million in Kentucky after insurance offered them just $5,000 in that case. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so simple. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks, and everything from signing contracts, uploading documents, talking to your legal team can all be done through the phone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC sidebar. Do you think that's going to be a problem for prosecutors to definitively prove that these people did everything? And we could talk about Cassandra Ventura too, the difficulties the prosecution may have here, that everything she did or any of the other alleged victims did was totally against their will. Not for one night, but a repeated pattern that they kept on doing it.
Right. And that's one of the things that the defense had touched on in their opening statement, was they were saying, especially when it comes to Cassandra Ventura, she was in a relationship with him for over 10 years and sort of alluded to this thing of, well, if she wanted to leave him, she could have. She was a willing participant. They're alleging, she helped sort of elicit some of these or procure some of these male escorts, and she had a hand in it. So I think that's going to be the tough thing, is how do you draw the line between being a willing participant for many, many years versus being coerced into doing something? And also one thing that the prosecution tried to touch upon was, this allegation of women being drugged, because that's a big thing as well. It's the difference between people coming together to agree to do this consensually versus women being drugged and put under the influence. When you're drugged or put under the influence, you can't consent.
By the way, at the time of our recording this, it's possible Cassandra Ventura may be on the stand or coming on the stand. Yes. So, but I think what the issues we're talking about apply to what she testifies to or just the entire case. Because let me just go back to that for a second when we talk about Cassie. I wonder if she's going to have a hard time explaining why she allegedly agreed to do what she did. I mean, we had a man testify yesterday, Daniel Phillip, that he was recruited to have sex with Cassandra Ventura. And I'm going to get more into what he testified to in a minute. But he said he shows up, she's dressed up, she paid him, she texted him. Now, the allegation is this was all under the direction and control of Sean Combs, or did she make a voluntary choice? The prosecution's relying on her for essentially this whole case, right? I think if we wouldn't see a prosecution right now if she didn't come forward with her initial lawsuit. Is that a problem?
Yeah, so she is a critical witness for the prosecution, hence why they're probably going to put her on so early. And I think the big thing is going to be her testimony and her explaining why she did this. And one of the things that the prosecution touched upon was, yes, she was in this relationship for a long time. She did these things, but it was in an effort to please him. In the beginning, she had done it because, she was in love with this man. And I think they also touch upon, all the different factors of the age difference, the power dynamic, all of that really comes into play. And I think our society, we're at a point where we can understand that a little bit more. But then as time goes on, the distinction the prosecution made was it went from her wanting to please him and she loved him and wanting to keep this relationship to then it started to become coercion and things like, I think they're going to touch on abuse, drugs, all of those allegations, things that were used against her, and also her career. One of the things prosecution said was she was signed to his label. He had a lot more power over her. He dangled this, that's what they're alleging, dangling her career and her career prospects over her so that she would do these things.
How does the defense cross-examine her in a way that it doesn't look like you're beating up on not only an alleged victim, a pregnant alleged victim? She's what, 8.5 months, 9 months?
She's heavily along. Yeah, so we don't know for sure, but some photos surfaced of her when she arrived in New York City last week, and she looks pretty significantly far along. And I think that was a smart move for the prosecution to put her on now, because they don't want to be in a situation where if she goes into labor, she's out of pocket. They lose their biggest witness.
They lose their,
yeah.
They can't even find victim 3,
Yeah.
alleged victim 3. So you lose potentially your 2 major victims in a case like this?
Yeah, it would be awful for the prosecution if they lost Cassie. I think that would be really detrimental. So it's smart that they're putting her on right away.
So how do they do it? How do they very careful on how they cross-examine her?
Yeah, obviously she's pregnant with her 3rd child, so you want to be sensitive about that. And also, again, now that we're sort of in the post-Me Too era, I think jurors and just the general public are really smart about defense attorneys and how they're using questions that they're using to cross-examine her. So I think they're going to be careful about not using questions about her prior sex life and things like that, tone and how aggressive they are, making sure that they're not kind of appearing that they're shifting the blame on her. I think they're going to probably ask nuanced questions about how long she did this for, why she did it, how many times did she do it. I think those are the things that are going to try to play for them into showing she did this of her own free will and consensually, but at the same time not looking as if they're judging her or anything like that.
And there's a strength in numbers argument for the prosecution because we learned more about Jane, so potentially victim number 2 or alleged victim number 2. Single mom, fell in love. This is again what the prosecution said. Single mom fell in love with Combs, forced to perform in these freak-offs, that she was directed with an escort, forced to perform, says that she was beaten. Key witness for what they're alleging here, right? But also a strength in numbers argument. Talk to me about the value of explaining her position in an opening statement and what you think her role is going to be in ultimately this case.
Yeah, well, I think you said it's strength in numbers. I think that's the most important thing. And I think, again, that also plays into the enterprise part of it, right? Because if this was just a charge of, a one-time sexual assault or rape, obviously that's, horrific allegations. But what they're trying to say is this was a system that was set in place for years and years that helped support the racketeering charge. So having multiple victims testify, I think is really important. And also showing that, it wasn't just exclusive to Cassie. While they were in a 10-year relationship, I think off and on, they had several breaks that other women are purportedly telling the same story. I think that we saw that with the Me Too movement when it came to Harvey Weinstein and all of these other people, that it would be one thing if it was just one allegation from one person, but if it's coming from multiple people, again, the civil lawsuits, although they can't really use that in this case against him, it just helps.
That pattern is very important
Yes.
for the prosecution's case. Let me talk to you about the defense's opening statement from Tenny Garagos. First of all, it was deliberate for Tenny Garagos to deliver the opening statement
Yes.
as opposed to a Mark Agnifilo, right?
Yes, and one of the things that people commented on was that she might not be the most experienced, not in terms of how great her work is, but in terms of years of experience.
Right.
But I think it was really deliberate that both sides had women deliver the opening statements. We saw that with Johnny Depp. One of the things Camille Vasquez said was when she did the cross-examination of Amber Heard, that was really important to be able to do that as a female attorney. So I think it was very deliberate. Some of the things that they touched upon, I think we sort of had guessed that was coming, again, playing into this idea that this was all consensual. He shouldn't be judged for having an unorthodox lifestyle. This is one of the things that they had said was this is a government probe, that the government doesn't belong in his bedroom, essentially. This is a case, I think they had said this is a case about infidelity, jealousy, and money. So they're trying to frame it as this was, sort of an up and down relationship and, women coming in and out of his life with these claims.
They didn't shy away from it. They basically, when it came to Cassandra Ventura, said, Look at her lawsuit, very public lawsuit, 2023. Her lawyer is here, focusing on they kept coming back and now filing suits. They were jealous of his relationships. I think they made the point, Tenny Garagos made the point in an opening statement, that as soon as Sean Combs allegedly told Cassie that Kim Porter was the love of his life, that's when everything changed. Is that going to be enough?
Right. So that is one of the points that they touched upon, was that, she was upset that she wasn't made to be his wife and this was about money. I will say that's a tough argument to make. One is because, again, they settled that lawsuit the day after it was filed. Cassie already received her settlement. We don't know for how much, but I'm guessing it was, not an insignificant number. She doesn't really stand much to gain from this financially by coming forward and testifying. She doesn't come out with a tell-all book or an exclusive interview. She's not really monetizing this. So I think that's a tough sell. And then also, again, this argument that, they came back or it was all about jealousy. I think we have probably a jury in a society that's a little bit more educated on, violent relationships. And that's something they acknowledged. They said, there was domestic violence here and they had to concede to that video.
Can we talk about that?
Yeah.
They said he's an angry guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's a jealous guy. He's engaged in domestic violence. They said it.
Yes.
They said the 2016 video of him purportedly beating Cassandra Ventura is indefensible, but they said domestic violence is not sex trafficking. Interesting strategy there. You think that's going to backfire?
I actually thought that was an intelligent argument to make. They have to do the best they can with what they have. They had to concede to that video because they knew that the prosecution was going to come out with that quickly, and they did. So, I think if they were to shy away from it or try to hide it from the jury, that just wasn't going to fly. So I think they had to come out in front and talk about it. And one of the fair points that they made was, from where the defense is sitting, that video obviously is evidence of domestic violence, which they said, is terrible, and he admits to that. But is it evidence of trafficking? Is it evidence of coercion? The prosecution is saying she was trying to escape one of these alleged freak-offs, therefore it's evidence that she was doing something she didn't want to do. Whereas the defense is saying all this video is showing is just horrific domestic violence, yes, but is it evidence of the crimes that are being charged against him now?
And it seemed to me that what the defense has been doing and what they will continue to do is to negate every element of the charges, right? It doesn't match up to sex trafficking or racketeering specifically. And so, for example, at least what I saw, they tried to negate all of the underlying crimes of racketeering. So my understanding is you need to prove at least 2 underlying predicate crimes to get to racketeering conspiracy. So, for example, kidnapping. Their argument was talking about an employee of Sean Combs, was working for 10 years. Was he actually kidnapped? Continued to ask to work for him? Drug trafficking? The drugs were for personal use. Arson? He wasn't involved. Forced labor? Combs worked hard. His employees worked hard. What do you think of that?
Yeah, so that's one of the things that the defense was kind of trying to touch on with the jury questionnaires last week, which I thought it's always a really great insight as to what the themes of both sides are going to be. They had asked jurors, how do you feel about people that take drugs, that take substances? Again, what they're going to try to prove is this was a wide group of people. They consensually took drugs. Again, this was sort of an unorthodox lifestyle. People coming to these freak-offs of their own free will and volition. That shows no coercion. That shows people weren't drugged, but they took it of their own free choice. Whereas the prosecution is saying all of these elements we're going to prove throughout the trial that, women were drugged. I think they're going to have to rely a lot on personal testimony because, again, where's that hard evidence? A lot of these freak-offs took place behind closed doors. Who knows if Combs got on camera people being drugged or being given allegedly drugs without their knowledge or being slipped something. I doubt that was put on camera. So that's going to be the difficulty, is that they're going to have to rely a lot on personal testimony.
And it does make me wonder if they show videos of sex tapes and you see Sean Combs allegedly directing, do this, do that. Is that enough? Because again, you could say it's part of role playing. It's part of their relationship. I wonder what the value of those tapes are going to be.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if that will necessarily be enough. I think we saw in the testimony yesterday with the male escort, Daniel Phillip, he had talked about how he was paid and what he was told to do and what he witnessed. I think evidence like that is going to be really key. Evidence of, escorts receiving payments and, how were they transported and where they were transported versus, him necessarily directing a group sex scenario. That might not be enough.
I'll get to Daniel Phillip in a second. You mentioned before the conspiracies. Racketeering conspiracy. You need a criminal agreement, an illegal agreement, and then overt acts taken in furtherance of that agreement. This was a conversation that I think we had with Ghislaine Maxwell as well, and it was brought up yesterday. How do you have a conspiracy? You need at least 2 people Who's he conspiring with? He's the only one charged in this case. And maybe it's still early on to know, but I imagine the prosecution has to bring on people who help facilitate and coordinate this alleged criminal activity. And yet, aren't they going to be questioned, why are you not criminally charged? Did you work out a deal? I wonder if that's a problem, again, for the prosecution.
Right. So I think what we're going to see a lot of is testimony coming from members of his team. So employees, chiefs of staff, security guards. We saw a little bit, even though he wasn't under Diddy's employment, the hotel security officer who was working at the time of the 2016 incident between him and Cassie. I think we're going to see a lot of that because, again, to show an enterprise and racketeering, you have to show a wide group of people. So they're going to bring out a lot of those kinds of folks, I think. And then also one of the things that they have to show is he exerted power and control over them. So what did he pay them? Were their threats used? What kind of force did he use to really, push this through?
I will tell you, in terms of the defense, I don't think they have much of a defense when it comes to transportation to engage in prostitution. That charge, 2 charges there. Transporting people with the intent that they engage in sex work. You're looking at a max of 10 years in prison. Because in opening, as far as I understood, Tenny Garrigo said he was paying people for their time and experience. Really?
And you can kind of argue, not to be unprofessional, but isn't that what people are paying prostitution or sex workers for? Their time and technically their experience. So I know she was trying to kind of frame it as an informal, agreement. And again, these were people coming together consensually. But is that not evidence of prostitution? Again, you're paying individuals for their time and experience and to perform a certain act.
I will say, I thought the prosecution began their case brilliantly. Okay? They didn't call Cassandra Ventura as their first witness. Nope. They started with arguably the most important piece of evidence in this case from what we've seen. The first witness even laid the foundation for that. The 2016 videotape of Combs purportedly beating Cassandra Ventura in an LA Continental hotel hallway. And really, you're talking about 2 cell phone videos and multiple hotel surveillance videos. And to me, it seems that they started that way to build up the credibility of Cassandra Ventura, who will testify next, right? Because the way I see it is when Cassie filed her lawsuit in 2023, first time we ever heard anything about this, I think people could look at it and be like, how do we know this is legit or not, right? Then the tape comes out. And for me, it not only, and I think for a lot of people, not only corroborated that particular portion of her complaint, but I think you can make the argument it corroborated everything she was saying. So do you think the prosecution was deliberate here in how they started the case?
Completely. So I think it was really critical for them to introduce that video. And I think they did it in a smart way because, again, Cassandra Ventura is expected to testify very soon. So they want to make sure that they're set up in introducing that video. They want to bring it out, play it for the jury. There's a motion that was ruled several weeks ago where the judge said, yes, this can be played for the jury. And they also want to make sure they question a witness who has direct knowledge of it. So the security officer, I believe his name is Israel Flores, he was called to, basically handle that situation. Yeah. He filed an incident report about it. So they want to make sure they're questioning someone who has knowledge of it. And, they might not necessarily want to replay that video when Cassie's taking the stand, but they want to make sure that they introduce it and set it up.
Let's talk about him real quick. So first witness was former security guard Israel Flores, LAPD officer. Wonder if that is a built-in credibility there because of his position. Authenticated the tapes, testified that he got this call that there was a woman in distress, saw Combs and Cassie, that Combs tried to bribe him with a wad of cash, allegedly saying, don't tell nobody, saw Cassie with a purple eye, filed a report, didn't call the police, recorded the security video on his cell phone to show his wife, even said at one point that he pinned Combs to the wall after Combs allegedly grabbed another security guard's phone. On cross-examination, he was questioned, Combs didn't attack you, no one contacted police, you didn't put certain details in your report. What did you make overall of his testimony?
Yeah, so I think his testimony was, again, really, really critical. He was called to investigate this incident after it happened. Someone reported, again, Cassie Ventura being in distress. So he was able to talk about what he witnessed, how they behaved. Again, the bribe of Combs bribing him, which he said he didn't take, was a really, really key critical part because, again, it points to this, even though he wasn't under Combs's employment, this overall, process of him trying to allegedly bribe people or pay people off with cash that helped support the racketeering charge. So I think that was really critical. And what was interesting on cross was the defense was taking a strategy that defense attorneys have to do. That's what they're paid to do, which is try to chip away at the credibility. So one of the things they asked him was, well, why was all of this testimony that you're talking about today, why was it not included in the incident report? Which is a fair question, but I think again, that incident happened years ago. You can't necessarily put everything that happened into a report, but I think it was an interesting marker of them trying to chip away at the credibility of this witness.
And then we had Daniel Phillip. So this male performer testified about being paid to have sex with Cassie. Combs was allegedly directing their sexual performances, rubbing baby oil, role-playing, Combs pleasuring himself while this is going on, recording them, talked about red couches, Astroglide, lubricant, Combs apparently being dressed up in a bandana covering his face. Very, very detailed. But also said he observed Cassie on drugs, believes he heard Combs slapping her, saw her being dragged by Sean Combs, her allegedly saying, "I'm sorry" to Sean Combs. Also testified that Combs allegedly threw a bottle of liquor at her. Then there was this odd point where he testified that Combs took a picture of his ID for insurance. And then on cross about whether or not he was a stripper or dancer when he was assigned to perform for Ventura and Combs. That was an interesting part of the cross-examination. But what did you take away from his testimony and the value of his testimony?
Yeah, I thought it was fascinating. So I think two things there. One is I think the prosecution really wanted to spare no excruciating detail to the jury. I think part of what they wanted to do is sort of knock Combs off of his pedestal. A lot of people could argue that's already been done with what has happened the past year. But I think wanting to include all of those really painful and horrific details was important. And then two, I think his testimony was critical in, again, trying to prove the trafficking charge, that this was coercive acts. This wasn't something that she engaged in voluntarily. So when he talked about being paid, he witnessed Combs allegedly throwing items at her, dragging her by her hair, her saying, "I'm sorry." All of this was evidence, and especially allegations of her being drugged. All of this is to show this wasn't a consensual act, but this was trafficking. And the cross-examination was really interesting. I think one of the things that his defense attorney had asked her was, well, did it appear that she enjoyed it? And again, they keep trying to emphasize on this theme of consent and saying, well, if she appeared to enjoy it, if she appeared, they had asked, is she physically stimulated? I'm trying to say in the most G-rated way. But all of that goes to show that they keep trying to push on this idea of consent, and this is something she wanted. Whereas his main testimony and what prosecution is pushing forward is these weren't consensual acts. This helps to prove the trafficking charge, that this wasn't something she wanted.
And I'm sure the defense will jump on the fact that she was the one who paid him. She was the one who texted him. She was the one who's dressed up, that she was a willing participant in all of this. There was a part in the cross-examination, I want to finish up with this, where it was almost like he didn't want money for being with Cassie and Combs. There was a part where he said, "In my head, I was just excited I was in this world and happy to be involved with people of such notoriety." What do you think about that?
Yeah, that was interesting that he was so honest about that someone would forego money just to be in the presence of these people. But I think that really kind of ties into what the prosecution first said in their opening statement is, yes, Sean Combs is this mogul and he's larger than life, but he had a whole other side to him. And again, trying to sort of knock him off of his pedestal. And look, people are human. Witnesses, jurors, they might get starstruck, even given all of the allegations and things we've seen of Diddy. He's been someone that's been in the public eye for years and years. So it didn't surprise me that he thought that, but it did surprise me that he was so honest about it in his testimony. And again, it's something that I think we're going to see the prosecution doing over and over again, is saying, trying to knock him off his pedestal, basically.
Elizabeth Vulai, thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
We can skip ahead.
Hello and welcome back to Diddy on Trial from the BBC World Service YouTube channel. We're here, it's day one, and Diddy's family have just arrived. Just a warning, this episode contains descriptions of violence, sexual violence, and
Okay. I think I've put enough on the record today. So, we all pretty much said the same thing. When evaluating both sides, trying to predict where each side will go next. You know, that's a part of what we do. I think everyone's pretty much consistent. And we're all asking the same thing, at least the legal people. Where's the rest of the case? You're talking about 8 weeks. You just got 5 little charges, 5 little counts. Maybe that's the reason why they put those special factors in there for sentencing, you know, so that he may be considered for a life sentence or at least a heavier sentence than what the counts carry. We don't know, you know, because remember in the indictment, especially the superseding one, I think it went up to 5 victims. Now they talking about 2, maybe 3. Who knows, right? Who knows? I can tell you this. Now, this may be the case. I don't know, but I'm just saying. I don't know. Maybe the prosecution thought that they had all those, you know, people, and which would have laid the foundation for some additional evidence and so on and so forth, come the last hour, and that's not the truth, right? Meaning, you know, maybe some people backed out or whatever, right? That could be the case. Well, they're not going to tell the defense that, you know, hey, we're going to have to make modifications to our case or whatever. One, it ain't their business. You'll find out when we, you know, get started, right? They don't want the defense saying, oh, you know, oh, yeah, you know, y'all drop charges, you're leaving stuff out because your case is weak, and you understand what I'm saying? They don't want to give the appearance that the case, that what they promise, you know, they are not going to deliver. Hey, Dorothy. Hey, Mo. Hey, Karen. So, you know, because we're looking like, well, where's the rest of, you know, what, huh? Because somebody said they expected Cassie to be on the stand for a week. And according to that dude, this other dude that we were listening to today, you heard him say they expect her to be on cross tomorrow. Listen, don't get me to lie. This is a legal mystery, honey. You know how they say it's a medical mystery? This is a legal mystery. Now, you know, it never fails. Now I got to get the cussing. So, sorry, y'all. Maybe one day things will change. But hold on. I'm so sick and tired of being sick and tired. Now I got to go to cussing about some press pass. So let's read what the deadbeat, said with his lying ass. And everybody that ran with that story about that press pass, y'all look stupid. You look absolutely stupid. Mad, honey. Now, listen. Y'all know this dude have consistently, right? Mention me. Most times I don't respond, especially over this last year, right? I don't respond. Well, seeing that we're near to the end with me, everybody probably gonna get it. You know, I'm gonna do the bulk of the damage on D-Day. But for the most part, you know, here and there, if I want to deliver a 1, 2, but not a 3, I can, you know, take the time to respond. Hold on for a minute. Okay, sorry about that, baby. It's good and cold in here. Even when I cut off that other fan, it's good and cold. But everybody that ran with that story about Sylvia got lied about getting the press pass, this and third, whatever. I so happen to know where she had to get it from. Now she ain't release it or whatever. I ain't gonna release it either. But it's not the place this idiot contacted. Now he's been saying stuff about me and whatever. I don't respond. Whatever. He tried to put up that text message talking about down between blocking I and all that shit. Just lied that shit out. Just a liar. I'd be so glad when somebody punch him in his damn face. I don't know what to do. Ooh. I can't stand that thing. And try to make like it's me bothering him. When he just had in his video talking about I wrote some paperwork for Debo. That's a goddamn lie. And I address it. Now I'm harassing him. Boy, you know you have nothing for me. That fake ass shit you be putting up, I be knocking it down and dragging your ass through it. You're a fucking deadbeat. Gonna sue the kids for some goddamn money. Who? I'm gonna ask that every time you bring me up. And I have to respond to you. Who sues their own children for child support? Who does that? And anybody that fuck with you ain't about shit. And I said it. You the same, all you motherfuckers the same. And anybody that fuck with a motherfucker that fuck with you ain't about shit. And so on and motherfucking so on. Ask the kids for their damn money back. Children, the kid, baby, what? Is he 20 yet? Huh? Joe sorry, no good ass. I ain't know all of this shit. Yo, stupid bitch. Keep your ass off this motherfucker. I don't want to see your goddamn face. I don't want to see it anyway. Unless somebody tell me you done said some shit. Your bitch ass. So listen to this. So the fake ass light oil speaks on me for weeks. I guess it's supposed to say, bitch, you're nothing but a liar. The media for the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial, which is the NYSD court, said that it's not their credentials. So listen, okay? I don't give a damn if anybody believe me or not. What I used to do, what I didn't used to, whatever. I don't give a fuck. As long as me and mine's in zone, no, I don't give a fuck about what no strangers think. You understand that? So, of course, I would know where Sylvia would have to get the press pass. When the people responded back to him saying that is not their credentials, that simply meant that they aren't the ones that's issuing the press pass for that particular court. Each jurisdiction have, when it comes to the press and badging and stuff like that, it's all, I don't know how to, it's just all convoluted, right? I'm not, if Sylvia don't tell you, I'm definitely ain't gonna tell you. I'm gonna let you just lie. It comes back and said it's not their credentials. He's so damn dumb. Remember, this is the dummy that dismissed his own fucking case with his dumb ass. So that means that you and your scam likely crew has lied to the people. Nope, you the fucking liar. And you a dumb ass. Because they told you it's not their credentials. Meaning they do not issue badges, press passes, and shit. Well, they issue badges, but not press passes for that particular court. Dumb. I emailed them directly, lady, and nobody is harassing you. Nobody fucks with you. However, you come at me and I said what the fuck I said about you, and you're mad. Go play with your bitch over there. I already knew you wasn't a lawyer, but you need to take your I need a friend ass on elsewhere and stop harassing me as you did with countless videos that you did lying on me. Then you said I lied. Okay, what have I lied about? Just about everything you done ever said in life. How about that? Come on, what have he lied about? Is you insane? You do know a lie could never be the fucking truth. But you're going to soon find that out. Your lying ass. The hell you mean? All that shit you done said about all these goddamn people. Come on, what have you lied about? Your bitch ass. Come on. What? My last several videos that had to mention your motherfucking ass because you mentioned me show where you done damn lied. What are you talking about? Your fucking tongue is a fucking goddamn lie. Bitch ass bitch. Can't stand this motherfucker. I need a friend. Nigga. That's you. People tolerate you. People feel sorry for your bitch ass. People have to invite your ass over to their motherfucking house for goddamn special occasions and shit. That's not my case. Huh? Was you with your mama on Mother's Day? Huh? Did you get her something? Did you even call her? Your bitch ass. Shut up. Hold on. Harassing the accountant's been lying on me. Then you said I lied. Okay, what have I lied about? You're calling harassing because I'm showing what you said about the crew and you're trying to kiss ass too. Hey, but I don't kiss no ass. And to fuck you with a stiff penis, later go find someone safe to play with, and you're not wanted or needed alike over here. You fat, swollen delusion of reject. That's your fat, motherfucking, swollen, stinking ass. And you see how stupid he sound? When have I been over there? I ain't motherfucking thought about your bitch ass. You be bringing my motherfucking ass up. And then when I respond, that's what kills me. People think they can bring you up, and then when I respond, I don't give a fuck if it's 3 months later. It's a problem. Well, guess what? I'm a fucking problem. Fuck all y'all. I'm operating. I'm still up on disclaimer number 2. I know this has been the longest disclaimer number 2. So, of course, you do know that if it don't apply to y'all, you don't apply it to you. I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking about the them. It's not fuck y'all, the fuck us that's in the us with me, because we in the us. So it's not fuck us, it's fuck them, which would be the y'all. Okay, because a few months back or whatever, I got a text message. I'm like, no, I'm not talking about you. God damn. No. I'm talking about people I don't fuck with. They know who they are. They are on the list. Should I let everybody know? Like, should I let them know in person? Because I usually just gonna tell you I don't like you or whatever. I just want to let you know that. Not that it matters in life. I just want to let you know I don't like you. How about that? Oh shit. Okay, it says, now keep my name out your fucking mouth forever, and last time not least, I think it's a good time to forward it all. I got everything y'all ever did to me. Every lie. But you're trying to aid in the bed and throwing my case. Aid in the bed? Are you stupid? Now I'm aiding in the bed. No. No. How am I aiding in the bed? You keep fucking with me. You keep adding my name and shit. No. Oh, that case is going down the motherfucking tube, bitch. Or it's going to be a hard fault, motherfucker. Your bitch ass. Got me fucked up. And abating and throwing my case. Sorry, not going to work. What was done to me is a crime and ain't no way around it. Bitch, what you lied and said was done to you. You are a liar. Ain't that some shit? Now, when somebody respond to him fucking with them religiously, check this out right here. That lady don't be thinking about his ass. She can't come on her motherfucking channel and do nothing. He go want to know about the past, want to know about... Nigga, that's harassment. You must be thinking the rules don't apply to you. You must don't know how the rules work. Well, you gonna find out. Oh, you gonna find out. Ain't been no throwing no motherfucking case. And you ain't the one that is to make that decision, nigga. There ain't nobody can't do that. The prosecutor is more than capable and able and willing to receive information about a case is currently in their office. What's the problem? And about the character and the lies and all that other shit that you motherfucking, yes, you. They have to log it into discovery just in case the defense wants to use it. You don't got to believe me. Go ask Dennis. Since he know. Yeah, motherfucker. Yeah, the lie oil. Nobody, you got to take it from me. Oh, I can't stand that motherfucker. Oh, I want to see you all ass burn. Just burn. Oh. Yeah. You think you was so smart. You think you was so motherfucking slick. And la. The Lord gets tired of that. And then always, the Lord, y'all kill me with that. The Lord knows who you are. Kill me with that foolishness. Oh, wide back. And big back. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, come on. Up there talking about my daughter don't mess with me. I got a grandchild don't mess with me. All them lies talking about what he lied about. Dad, you think, if I get about 3 notebooks in about a week, maybe I can write down every lie you done told on me. Stupid. Come on, somebody trying to aid in the bed. What the fuck is you talking about? You don't make sense. It's called evidence, right? You think you're the only one that can supply evidence? You sound stupid. It's 24/7 on your ass, bitch. Them people gonna see the light. They're gonna see the light. Stand that motherfucker. And you think about putting Randa and Debo in the paperwork? Yeah, you just put them on the stand against you. Yeah. Baby, I keep telling you, my plan is to absolutely run y'all motherfucking asses crazy. Because you need to leave people alone, especially me. Don't ever think just because I won't respond to you that I'm never going to respond to you. Stupid. That's my MO. Look at my phone. And the booski. I'm being silly right now. But anyway. Y'all, that's all I have for the day. So hey, make sure you do something good for yourself and someone else. Make today a good day and tomorrow even better day. Don't sue your own children for child support. Take care of them. Make sure you get in a better place with your mom and your dad or whomever is still living. family members or whatever, because baby, in the end, family and friends is all you have. And I am out of here. Learn how to treat people. Stop lying on people. All right.